that you went right for the jugular. You really attacked.
First of all, there is no jugular left in that guy. There's no jugular. There's nothing there. I mean, it's like picking up a cadaver. There's no jugular.
I mean, Sal can't ruffle my feathers. I can say plenty about him, but I don't. There's plenty more I could let out there, you know, and I'm sure that he thinks there's plenty more he could let out on me. But you know what? I got plenty up on him.
Is Ronnie delusional? Do you think that he isn't able to step outside and realize how much he has changed and how much?
Well, Ronnie called me out for not changing. Once you say something, that's it. You can't change. Apparently, he has changed. So, he is delusional. If he's telling me that I can't change, yet he's a man who changed, who's the one that sounds like a stupid asshole?
I'd have to say he does, but
right. You have to say who, Greg? The man behind the camera?
Ronnie.
Well, there you go. And you represent the audience. Because right now I'm looking at the audience.
Exactly.
An audience, who's the stupid asshole?
Ronnie.
There you go.
He's a little bit of an idiot, and I told him that to his face, and then I'll tell him whatever I want to his face. I'm not afraid to tell him anything. Or you.
I'm not saying you're
afraid.
afraid.
You're a pain in the fucking ass, too.
I know I'm a pain in the ass, but that's my job.
That's fine. But I have no ill feelings towards you. We get along fine, don't we?
We get along swimmingly.
Okay, swimmingly. I like that.
But you and Sal, the fact that you were ready to open up these wounds, you're ready to go for the jugular.
Well, he started it, dude.
Right, but normally if you have an argument with someone that you like, you don't go instantly to use such harsh words.
You got the wrong person, man. I'm not going to stand there. You're going to stand there and attack me. You think I'm going to stand there and take it without shooting back my gun, taking out my gun and shooting you?
I'm just talking about how venomous the argument became. Speaks to the fact that maybe there was a beef between you and Sal prior
to this. It started
as
a talk about him being a little off the wall for trying to sleep in Howard's house. That's how it started off. Then we went to how I left my wife and I'm living in a strip club and all this kind of bullshit. Where do you translate that to? That's not going for the jugular? I didn't say anything like that to him. I could have said plenty, and I didn't.
He was being honest, and I was being honest. But overall, I like Ronnie, and Ronnie, I tend to believe Ronnie likes me. He probably won't admit it, but we get along. You know, we're just, I wouldn't even say ball breaking. I think he was trying to give me a dose of tough love, but it doesn't work with him. You know, he's the last person on earth that you want to get advice from.
You're not gonna take sanity advice from a guy who wears tinted glasses indoors.
No, and skin tight belly shirts and turtlenecks, and a man who dyes his beard and wears skull and crossbone T-shirts on the weekends at the age of 62 years old. Yeah, that's pretty bad. And likes a vibrator rubbed against his asshole. And has dreams about sucking dick and getting fucked with a pussy. That's, yeah. You know what? Come to think of it, I will take sanity advice from him.
You can't take it back.
It's coming from a guy who says, last night I dreamt that I had a pussy and a man was fucking me. And he's talking about me taking back shit? If I had a dream like that, the last thing I would do is say it on a show that has 20 million listeners, you stupid jerk off. God. Case closed. Captain Sanity. You're looking at it.
Yes, Vince. Then we'll get right to the news. Yeah, Vince.
Hey, I was watching an old episode of, this is a question for all you guys. I was watching an old episode of To Catch a Predator. And I was just wondering, if you guys had a relative, whether it be a son or a father or anything that got caught in one of those things, how would you handle it? Would you disown him? Would you not talk to him? Like, what would you do?
If my son was a child molester?
Well, if he was going online and meeting,
I would never abandon any of my children. But
what do you do?
I mean, I think at this point if you know he's a child molester, you have him locked up because he's going to ruin some kid. But you have to, right? You can't protect a child molester under any circumstance.
What if it's an uncle, a cousin?
Can't protect him. Got to report him.
But do you have him to family events?
Are the kids there?
You gotta. It's all adult events.
I don't know. Like if your son.
See, these are sticky issues.
If your son's a child molester, do you have him to family events? Well, hopefully you've reported him to the authorities, and he's not available for family events.
They do get out eventually, Howard. They don't lock these people up for life.
Oh. Well, I guess I'd have to have him at family events, but I have to say, hey, everyone, listen.
He has to wear a scarlet letter.
My boy's a child molester. I love him because he's my son, but at the same point, he's fucked up. So, enter at your own risk.
See, that's a problem. On the show, so many people come through, and then they say that they were molested by somebody, and then you say, "Oh, did you ever see him again?" They say, "Yeah, I see him every year at Christmas."
Yeah.
Right.
We exchange gifts.
It's
I don't
so
know.
uncomfortable.
Doesn't make sense.
Look, I grew up with my molester.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
Robin. But Robin couldn't get. You needed a father. I mean, not that you needed a father. How do you get your father out of the house when you're a little kid? You can't.
That's right.
I mean, that's a different situation. He's asking if your dad found out you were the child molester. What do you do?
But
Well, you know what? I was looking that last week. I did that story about the guy they arrested, and he had porn on his phone, and his zipper was down, and they thought he was one of the guys molesting women in Queens and Brooklyn. And it turns out that they had to let him go after the story broke. But he was still out there in the middle of the night with his zipper down and porn on his phone.
but he was just doing it by himself. He wasn't harming anyone.
So
I want to know what guy.
how do you treat him at Thanksgiving?
I want to know what guy doesn't have porn on his phone.
Yeah, but you're not outside.
You have your dick out of your zipper outside.
Oh, well, that's tough. That's when you know something's wrong.
But so the point is, okay, say you have a son and your son's a child molester.
Right.
And he's been convicted.
Right.
Done his jail time.
Right.
But in your mind, you know he did it once, and so now you have family gatherings where there's kids there. What do you do?
I think you say to him, "Hey, son, you are a child molester. I can't have you around children, and evidently you don't know how to conduct yourself with proper behavior.
But I'm cured.
And so we can't.
There's no cure.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can't trust you in those situations. Sometimes your kids can't be part of everything. It's a tough thing to say, but you got to say
You
it.
can't meet your cousin or
Right.
your uncle.
Your cousin's a very hot 5-year-old. What are you going to say? Oh, if this happens one more time, you're in big hot water with me. No, you got to say, listen, you broke the trust and you can't be at family gatherings, and it's not going to change. And if the kid can't handle it, tough shit. That's the consequence. Go ahead, Pat. You have the last word.
Yeah, Howard?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to ask Robin, on her free time, does she ever go out to the bars or the clubs in New York?
No.
Sure she does. She's lying. Why would you say no?
I don't do it on a regular basis.
He asked if you ever go to bars and clubs to meet guys. You do. You have a pack of gals you go with, and you.
But I haven't done that in a long time. Maybe
why,
I've
you
turned
embarrassed?
over a new leaf.
Why?
I don't know. I just haven't done it.
Why did you lie to him? That's not like you.
Do the guys
It
hit on
just
her?
seemed like the right answer at this moment.
No.
Do the guys hit on her when she's out there?
Sure they do.
I mean, she is attractive. When you go on YouTube, they show pictures throughout the years of Robin. I don't particularly care for her in the WOR days because she cut her hair.
You mean WNBC days?
No,
WOR on the shows.
Oh, she looked
cut
lovely.
her hair too short, but as she got older,
I like that look with that short little afro, the flat top. That was one of my favorites. I thought I loved your hair like that.
well,
She'd wear dark glasses and the flat top and big titties. Come
well,
on.
she was heavier set than back then. Now she's a lot thinner, and she's 56 years old now and more attractive.
I'm much older than that.
She's no hag. No, the thing that saves Robin is she doesn't look her age.
Yeah, absolutely. Most black people don't.
That's not true. I've seen some terrible-looking black people who have aged horribly.
Wow.
I'm not going to mention their names. But Robin, and I don't know that she is aware of this, she looks in her 30s. Now, she's lucky. And any guy listening should realize that.
Well, that's why I'm wondering, when she goes out, that the guys don't hit her. I mean, what is she attracted to? I know she was with
Well,
Mr. X for a long time.
she is open to a lot of different kind of guys.
Well, let's say she was
And
at
she
the
goes
bar.
out and she's friendly and she dances with these guys. She told me what she does. She's embarrassed right now about it, but
I'm not embarrassed.
sure, she goes out, she dances around. She doesn't particularly like dancing, but she tries.
I need a cock.
Okay. There's no shame in that,
I
Robin.
need a cock.
Now you're opening up.
So I'm not embarrassed.
Right.
I need a cock.
Well,
Who doesn't?
Like when she's at her apartment building, I mean, and she's in the elevator, don't guys hit on her then? I mean, guys have to hit on you, Robin.
Sure, it happens. What? What's the big deal?
I've
Well,
been there when
I'm
guys hit on her. I
I'm
walked
just
down the
curious,
street
what
with
are
her
you
one time,
attracted to?
and this guy, I believe he was a parking lot attendant, he started coming on to her and saying things in front of me. Now, for all he knew, I could have been her boyfriend, and he could care less.
Well, you guys been around for 30 years. Everybody knows you ain't her boyfriend,
Well,
Howard. But
I don't think this guy was aware
Well,
of
this
anything.
guy didn't know who anybody was.
No, I don't think he knew Robin. I don't think he knew me. This was years ago.
But hey, Robin, are you attracted to just black guys, or are you attracted to white guys? Or?
No, she goes all ways.
I need a cock. I'm attracted to really wonderful people.
She's attracted to
Apparently
anybody.
not. I mean, you haven't been involved with anybody for years, and what'd you go 8 years without sex?
Robin, has a total stranger ever hit on you and it worked out?
Well, the guy in the guy in the
book
in the San Francisco, yeah.
Right. Right.
Oh, the guy who she had anal with?
The poop shoot guy.
I didn't want to say that.
First of all, I thought that guy was weird because who meets someone and the first thing they do is fuck her in the ass? I mean, that's just insane.
He didn't want to get me pregnant.
Yeah, I mean that's
he didn't
insane.
Know me. He just figured, you know what? Let's not take a chance.
He looked over Robin. He goes, "Well, you know what? Let's skip your vagina." I say that guy was maybe gay because that guy's
what was it
nuts.
About him? Did he dress well, or was he super attractive?
Who knew what he was dressed like? I met him that night.
Yeah, but what attracted you to him?
I don't know. It was a chemistry thing, I guess.
Theo, go ahead. You're on the air.
Yeah, you were talking about family members that do weird things. Once during a Christmas dinner, I had an uncle who was talking about how hot the other aunts were. And he said, "Oh, I'd bang her." And he leaned back, adjusted himself on the couch a little bit, stretched out, and blew a load in his pants. Now, when you're a little kid, 7, 8 years old, what do?
He blew a load in his pants at Christmas?
Talking about the ants.
Talking about the ants.
And he blew his load spontaneously without touching himself?
No, he reached in his pants, adjusted a little bit, and stretched out a little bit, and all the other uncles are sitting in the living room watching.
And how do you know he blew his load?
Yeah, dropping loads.
It was that. You got a funny look in your face.
No.
He got up and cleaned himself up, and what do you do when you're a little kid?
That's,
you know what I mean?
I never heard of such a thing. I don't know what you do when you're a little kid. You go to your room and hide.
Hello, Robin.
Yes, hello.
May I talk to you for a minute?
Certainly. What is it?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about your I was going to say your clubbing ways, but really your non-clubbing ways. So,
I occasionally go to a club, but not enough to say I'm a club girl.
What is it about going out to bars and clubs and being hit on that's such a turnoff for most women, actually?
Well, it's just that you don't think anybody really serious or that you should bring home would be in a club hitting on you. I don't know why, but that's generally the rationale. It's like, this is just for fun, and, you don't think, that you should bring that guy home.
Because it's such a party atmosphere. There's booze, there's loud music.
Right, and this is what they do. They're here all the time looking for women.
So how does one pick up Robin Quivers? What's the method?
Oh, you know.
Well, I mean, I know, but I'm talking about the general public. I mean, I'm an exception, obviously.
How does one pick up Robin Quivers? How do I know? It just happens, Something happens. You have to either develop a relationship somehow if you constantly put yourself in my way, or, you have to have some kind of a way of getting to me. I don't know. How would I be able to answer that question?
Well, if one were to bump into you in the street and they wanted to make a play for you, what would be what's the only chance they have? Because it's obviously not going to work at a bar or a club.
What's the only chance they have?
How can they become like that legendary San Francisco man?
Obviously, I would have to be in the mood.
It's true. It is a two-way street here.
I can only tell you the people who've been unsuccessful. There was one guy who walked up to me one day and he gave me his card and he said, "I'm the right man for you. You don't know it yet, but I'm the right man for you." And I certainly never called him.
So business cards are out.
No, not business cards. It was just like, why would you say that to me? I'm the right man for you. And why would I just take your card? You're some guy walking down the street. That seems odd.
So you'd like a little bit of a clever move, not something shticky like that, but just, are you saying be yourself?
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. You have to have some self-confidence. The usual things that people say.
Let yourself shine through.
Yeah.
And it may just lead to a date with Robin
right,
Quivers.
Yeah, it could. Who knows?
Here's a taste of what you have to look forward to
on this episode of The Bonus Show. Ronnie gets busted for snooping around Howard's office.
Why in his office, man?
Looking for a newspaper.
Along with being girlfriendless, JD is also a slob.
I gotta fucking clean it up.
Gary checks the mailbox.
That's actually an excellent question.
And Colin Quinn discloses some fruity information.
I saw West Side Story last year. I'm not ashamed to say it was amazing.
Hello, Stern fans, and welcome to The Bonus Show, a weekly update of all the great behind-the-scenes moments you can't see anywhere else. I'm John Hein.
And I'm Rachel Fine. Now, some people aren't smooth with the ladies. Others have no social skills, and some are just messy slobs. No, I'm not talking about Johnny Hein. I'm talking about this guy.
JD has got all kinds of fast food wrappers and stuff in the garbage pail. That's got to attract bugs, and now the ants are coming in because of JD, I think. That's my theory.
This is what I had for dinner last night. It's an empty soda and McDonald's. But you know what? Maybe I'll just go. Should I just throw it out in the kitchen trash can?
Yeah, like he was.
You could open the door, asshole.
So, JD.
Yes.
Does it typically smell in your room?
Huh?
Does it typically smell from all the fast food stuff?
I don't think so.
Garbage?
No.
Have you noticed any bugs in the area?
Not like a lot, no. Does it look like a bug could live in here? I gotta fucking clean it up. Damn it.
Way back when, before Seth MacFarlane was Seth MacFarlane, he was being pitched to be a guest on the show.
That's right. And some of the staffers loved him so much that they would have done anything for Howard to have him on the show. Anything.
The Howard Stern Show Creative Meeting.
We've been pitched this guy a bunch of times, the guy that created Family Guy, Seth MacFarlane.
Right.
That religious group that went after you went after him like 2 weeks ago, and his statement was, suck my dick, back to him. That was his press release to them.
Wow. I'll suck his cock.
I think that's like the 10th time that Richard's offered to suck a dick. I'm just saying.
Well, 11 if you count the time he wanted my ice cream.
Super. That image will haunt me. But not as much as Gary's pitch haunts him.
The letter from the mailbag. John from New York says, did you stay and watch the whole game after you threw your pitch? That's actually an excellent question. I did stay and watch the whole game. I made the pitch before the game. I knew it was bad. I went up to the suite, thought, okay, I embarrassed myself in front of the whole stadium, but who else will know besides that? Then around the 4th or 5th inning, I was interviewed by one of the guys in the Mets, and they showed it during the Mets game, and I still thought to myself, well, how bad could it be? Stayed for the whole Mets game, went home, still didn't realize how bad it would be till about 6:15 that night. I got a text on my phone from my buddy Booker, who said, oh my God, turn into Channel 2, they're showing your pitch. And that was really the first time I started to understand that it was bigger than that. So I stayed for the whole game and actually managed to, on some odd level, enjoy it.
It's always the people closest to you that you can trust the least.
That's right, John. For instance, the person who's supposed to protect you might be the guy who reeks of mambo and snoops around your office while you are on air.
I'm in his office for a reason.
Steve Langford's trying to get out of the bit, too.
Don't worry about it.
Why in his office, man?
Looking for a newspaper.
He was in Howard's office.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God.
You allowed to be in there?
Yeah, I'm allowed to be in there. Yeah.
JD?
JD's not. What do you mean, no? Tell me what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do.
I'm just looking out. I'm just looking out for Howard's best interest. You know, someone in there, and he doesn't know about it.
Yeah, God knows what Ronnie's doing in there.
If I'm not allowed in there, then who's allowed in there?
You know what kind of creepy things he could be doing in there?
A lot.
You're telling me.
Hey, John, do you think flexible strippers are sexy?
Well, I'm married, Rach, so unless that flexible stripper is my wife, I have no comment.
You might have been better to just say nothing there, John. This next segment is aptly named Blast from the Past. That'll make sense in a second.
The Howard Stern Show's Blast from the Past.
Okay, what I was saying, I do some wild push-ups with my legs behind my head, and I can fart each time I do a push-up. I'll show you in the green room.
Really?
Yeah, it's amazing. Howard will love it.
Okay.
Want to see it real quick?
Sure, why not?
Okay, check this out. Let me load up first.
Okay.
She's working. Okay.
Okay.
Nobody seems to be out that freedom of speech is just about dead in this country. Because think about it. Yeah, you can talk about power.
But that's.
I see.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
I thought of that last night, so I've got to bring that up too because farts do have control. You know what I mean?
So you think you could do that over, like if this guy was laying down, you could do it over his head?
Yeah.
All aboard!
Dare I ask, all aboard what?
All aboard the wrap-up train. Next stop, wrap-up show. All aboard!
Here is yet another clip of Angry Ronnie.
Uh-oh, Ronnie's here.
Dude, you're an asshole. That's all I got to say. I got no time for you. But you're a moron because you won't even tell anybody what you do for a living. You're still a fucking asshole.
You know what's so funny about you last week?
He's gone.
You kept calling, you know what's so funny about you, and this is really good.
He left.
When you were calling...
He's gone.
Kenny walked out. Ken, he's not listening. He walked out.
Colin Quinn stopped by and proved that he's so secure in his masculinity that he could speak freely about his love of musical theater.
Howard loves music. If Howard I saw West Side Story last year. I'm not ashamed to say it was amazing.
What made it so amazing?
I'm not going to say it. If I was going to, the dancing.
Can I tell you something about that movie, by the way?
But I swear to God, you should see it.
What do you mean?
I mean, I got to see Promises at the matinee. No, the dancing's like amazing. Like these guys are like, they look like gangsters because they're all like ripped now. You know, like nowadays, in the old days, nobody worked out when the movie came out. But they're just like jumping up and like, you know, it's like throwing kicks. It's really cool.
So you're admiring the guys' bodies as they dance?
The gentlemen were really well defined.
And wrapping up the wrap-up show is a cute professional wrestling memory from Richard Christie's youth.
How big of a wrestling fan were you?
Oh, in the 80s, I was a huge fan. I used to go see it in Pittsburgh, Kansas. They'd have WWF, and I even pissed off Virgil, Ted DiBiase's bodyguard when I was a little kid.
How did you get under Virgil's skin?
Well, I used to go down with all the little kids would line up where the wrestlers walk in so you could pat the wrestlers on the shoulder. And I used to never trim my fingernails when I was a little kid. Like, they were huge.
Like you trim them now.
I'm filthy. Well, now I get manicures and pedicures, but that's another story. But so I went down and I tried to pat Virgil on the shoulder, and I accidentally cut him with my fingernail. Oh. And he stops on his way to the ring, points in my face. He goes, "You little fucking piece of shit, I had to beat your ass." And I was so shocked, and I was frightened as hell. And then he just walked away, and then every little kid gathered around me and started patting me on the back. They were like, "That was the greatest thing ever. You pissed off Virgil."
My takeaway from that is sheer befuddlement. Richard rarely showers, but he gets mani-pedis regularly. It's interesting.
And my takeaway is the fact that there was a wrestler named Virgin. That's cool.
His name is Virgil, John.
Then that's not as cool, and I have no takeaway.
Hopefully the viewers will have some takeaways from this episode. For John Hine, I'm Rachel Fine. See ya.
Virgil isn't that tough of a name. It's like Francis.
It's like a Greek god, like a Virgil. It's a tough guy.
No.
You know what? Say it to the wrestler's face. How about that?
Virgil?
He's calling you out, Virgil.
No, I'm not.
He called you out.
I'm not.
You've been called.
Take on Bob Backlund, though.
I don't know who that is.
Superstar Ken Patero.
Virgil?
Chief Jay Strongbow?
Can you deal with him, please?
He's the only person alive that still eats Fig Newtons.
Good line there, buddy. Now, if you just delivered like that on your date...
Wow. That was a fighting card. Damn. Fucking stud Mc... Well, whatever.
This is the best of the wrap-up show. A recap and behind-the-scenes look with John Hine and Gary Dell'Abate. The best of the wrap-up show begins now.
Hey, it's Gary Dell'Abate. On Monday's wrap-up show, we talked about a lot of stuff. JD went on vacation, so his mother and his stepfather, that was some funny stuff. Ronnie, we talked about how Ronnie got scammed by Captain Janks with the hot chick of the week. And then Ronnie was getting very excited by Twitter because he was approaching the 100,000 mark. So during the entire show, he kept looking at his BlackBerry to see whether he made it or not. Do you think he made it? Tune in, you'll find out.
Plenty to discuss as always as JD
walks into the room. Thank you for coming down, JD.
Hello.
Everybody have a good break?
Yeah.
Yes.
What'd you do, Gary?
Mostly hung around my neighborhood, hung around my house, went to a couple of concerts and barbecues, and then I went off on the book tour. The paperback came out last week, so I did D.C. on Thursday night, Dallas on Friday night, and Chicago on Saturday.
How'd it go?
Really good. Went really good. And then I'm on Conan this Thursday night. Conan O'Brien, in case you don't know what Conan means. Told my kid, he goes, Conan who? And then I'm doing a signing in Pittsburgh on Saturday, but I really was already on my way there before I had the signing to see the Mets game and then the Huey Lewis concert that follows.
Are you more excited about the Mets and Pirates or the Huey Lewis concert?
I think I'm excited about the Huey Lewis concert.
So you're going out to L.A. for Conan and then coming back to Pittsburgh?
Yes.
So you're all over the place, but this tour is much more truncated.
Then
than
it's
the last
done.
one.
That's it. That's the end of the tour. Like I said, I was going to Pittsburgh anyway next weekend.
All right. Well, that's cool.
How about you? What'd you do?
Nothing. We a few of us went to the Met game last week.
Oh, yeah, I saw some pictures.
Yeah.
Your nose is really red, JD.
I know. I see it in the mirror. Don't worry. It's going away.
Well, we had like sunscreen and hats and everything.
Go ahead.
Do you burn easy, JD? Are you like one of those guys?
I guess I didn't feel it burning. If I would have felt it burning, I would have used something, but, whatever. Who cares?
Whatever.
What about in Florida?
I felt bad for John watching the Pirates
blow a huge 7-0 lead.
You didn't feel bad at all.
Yes,
you were all
I did.
enjoying it as I suffered.
Yes, I did. Hey, Justin Turner wasn't doing very well for my fantasy team.
Look at us all here bragging about our sub 500 teams.
Exactly. He's no Neil Walker. But do you, when you're in Florida, do you like put on lotion or anything? Because you do burn easily.
I would have if we did something, outdoorsy.
Are you one of those guys? Like, I had a friend who used to wear like long shorts and high black socks and a hat. He had to wear like a big like that hat that the Chinese people wear. Like, do you burn really easy?
No, I mean, I guess, but no, I'll wear lotion.
You know what's weird? The Chinese people don't even burn easily.
Then why do they wear the hat?
I don't know.
That's maybe why.
Maybe that protected them all these years.
Was it your idea to have the alligator tail? Everybody was really surprised by that.
Yes, it was in the appetizer section, and we were at a place called Gators or something. And I was like, yeah, we'll try the gator tail.
I had those in New Orleans. They deep fry that shit. You don't even know what's in it. It may not even be alligator.
It was very tough. Very tough.
New Orleans,
tails are tough.
they do rattlesnake also. Did you ever have that?
No, I haven't gone that crazy.
I had the turtle soup. That's it.
So it's fried anything, basically? Because it was fried, you were willing to eat it?
No, it was I was just trying alligator tail. What the hell?
I think I know what John's getting at. It doesn't sound like you to be so ambitious or curious about stuff.
Well, sometimes I am. I was feeling, sometimes I feel froggy,
Well, what else did you eat down there?
Well, I ate regular food,
What?
Went to Sonny's, baby back ribs, and pulled pork, and,
Did you have a good time seeing your mom?
Yes, of course.
And it was all, Lisa also said that you reached the 100,000 follower mark on Twitter.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How meaningful was that to you? And don't lie.
Don't lie.
Yes. How meaningful was it for you to reach 100,000 followers on Twitter?
Well, as in all things, I like to, be, I guess, successful or, just be good at something. And, knowing that 100,000 people are still somewhat interested in, what I have to say and whatnot, it's cool in a way.
What other milestones do you think he's got right now going for him? That's a big milestone for him. It's that, and I'm waiting to turn 40. You know what I mean?
Well, I know what this means to JD. I think as important as he just tried to say it was, it's really important.
Well, who has more followers, you or Ronnie?
Me.
He does.
Oh, okay. He passed you then. Well, no, you didn't. That's right. You started after him.
Yeah, I started in
How many do you have?
99,850.
Oh, so I see.
I'm closing in.
He's closing in. Is that going to be a bummer if he passes you?
No, it's not. It's not necessarily a bummer in that sense. I'm a little jealous of how popular he is, in such a fast amount of time.
Well, how long?
At least
how
on
long,
there.
How long have you been on Twitter?
I've been on a year almost.
Oh, okay.
And I just got the 100,000. He's been on,
February 11th.
Yeah, February. And he's not only is he verified, he's almost up to 100,000.
Did you ever figure that Twitter was going to take such an important part become such an important part of your life?
No. Absolutely.
Do you know that Ronnie didn't have an email address till recently?
Yeah.
I'm serious. I said to him, Ronnie, I tried to email you. I don't have your address. He goes, I don't have one of those fucking things. Maybe what, 8 months ago?
I had one and then I didn't have one.
Right. But I mean, like, I think at Christmas or I tried to send Ronnie an email.
Well, I got it right after Christmas. I got the new one.
So a guy without an email now has an email address and now is a superstar on Twitter.
Yeah. What kind of difference has Twitter made in your life?
Well, the sitcom thing that I'm being offered kind of, I got off, the guy contacted me through Twitter. So that's worth it in itself right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and, Hot Chick of the Week is fun until I get scammed, you know.
Are you upset about the scamming? Or
I was a little upset at first because, you know what, because, I'm just trying to, have fun with it. And then you always got an idiot that has to try and screw with you.
Are we going to run into any wiener-like scandals with you?
No. See, that was another thing, because he put up all these things that I tweeted to this girl, supposedly, who was him. But he was trying to make it like I was doing something inappropriate, and it wasn't. I was just asking questions, if the girl was willing to do it, whether she's willing to put up cool pictures, and that was it. But he was making it, trying to sound like I was doing something like he was doing.
Has a girl ever answered questions and you said, you know what? I don't like the way she's answering these. She's not going to be a hot girl of the week.
Not really, because pretty much every girl I've put up has been really good. They've been really cool.
Well, you say
except for Captain Jenks.
Well, you say you're posting cool pictures. What exactly makes a cool picture so girls can know what to send?
Here's the deal: what the fans, the followers, whatever, the haters, the assholes, whatever you want to call them, they're always looking for naked. They're looking for some kind of nudity. They're looking for topless. They're always like, a girl like the girl who's up now, Christy. She puts up a lot of pictures that she's not nude, but they're very sexy pictures. And they'll go, oh, she's a bore, she's a bummer, she's this, she's that, because she's not putting up, tell her to put up topless, and they spell it out in capital letters, So,
Would you say the pictures that Howard tweets of Beth qualify as cool pictures? Like, could she be hot chick of the week?
She could be hot chick of the week, but she's not putting nudes up. It's she's putting cool pictures up. Well, actually, Howard's putting them up. Like the picture of the belly button thing. I thought that was really cool because when I first looked at it, I go, "Whoa, that's almost like an artsy type thing,"
And so, this do you expect to get more submissions now for hot chick of the week? Is it going to become?
I don't believe anybody now. That's the whole problem.
Well,
guys have been sending me stuff now right after Jenks, and they're going, oh, you got to check this girl out, you got to check that girl out. And now I don't know who's real and who's not real.
Well, how do you check them out now?
Fuck.
Well, basically, no, Benji, I don't have to fuck them. Stop this. Don't make up shit, okay?
I was just making it up. Ronnie's not really
got AIDS.
Yeah,
herpes.
I would scan through a lot of the girls that were on Twitter, and I would see, like I said on the air before, was I look for girls with the least amount of followers that are good looking.
So you're looking for regular girls. You're not looking for girls who are already sort of established.
Well, I'm not looking for, like the porn, like all the porn chicks mostly. They all have a lot of followers because a lot of guys know who they are from their movies, stuff like that. A lot of the girls that I put up, like what's the first one, Vixen, sexy Vixen, okay, who is now XX Brittany. Vixen Brittany.
Well, she changed her name?
Yeah, she had to because they shut her account down.
Why?
I don't know. Somebody was screwing with it, and she had to shut it down. She lost a lot of her followers. She had like over 10,000. And that was another one because when I found her on there, she had like 206 or 300 followers. By the time I was done with her, she had over 10,000. And she put up a lot of nude pictures, lots, But she's a stripper, and she says she's a stripper.
So I heard like one of your hot girls of the week is like a former Maxim hometown hottie.
Is that Valley Girl?
I don't know.
Valley Girl is from New Hampshire, I think, and she's smoking hot, really smoking hot.
But she was sort of established before. Are you looking for girls?
No, she wasn't really. No, she did.
Well, she was a Maxim hometown hottie,
yeah, but
right?
she didn't have a lot of followers on Twitter. See, that's what I'm looking for.
Is that how you're nobody without Twitter followers?
Well, according to them, because a lot of them send me like I want to be because they want followers. You know, because they can promote their websites and all this other stuff.
What number is like? That's a lot of followers for like a girl. For a girl.
Usually, if it's over 1,500, I won't even bother.
So this seems like, Ronnie, it's an America's Got Talent kind of thing. Like, you're not looking for anybody who's established or out there. You're trying to find that diamond in the rough and then bring them out to everybody who follows you on Twitter.
Yeah, kind of. You know, it's fun. It's fun.
I can't wait till the first show of any kind where they go. And here she is. She's one of Ronnie Munn's Girls of the Week. Let's hear it for Brittany Buddha.
Could happen.
Well, there's this one. Which one was it? Let's see. Real smoking hot girl.
Not Vixen?
No, Vixen was the first
You've been
one.
doing it for 8 weeks. You don't remember all of them?
Is it 8 weeks?
Wait, was
Not
the
even.
Valley one the smoking
Yeah, no, it's
hot
more
one?
than 8 weeks. I think it's more than 8 weeks. The Brett Rossi.
Oh, yeah,
that chick,
smoking hot.
She's smoking hot. Did you see her?
Yeah.
You're full of shit.
No, she's smoking hot.
She is. She's very hot. Very hot.
Okay.
And Chris, the one that's up now is hot, but I think she has for reasons that I know why, she has a hard time putting up, topless and shit.
If she put up the topless,
no, because of what she does for a living.
What she got to do between classes?
No.
If she put up the topless picture, would that make her smoking hot like the others, or is that what?
Well, I think she's smoking hot anyway.
Okay.
I mean, the pictures she puts up are real sexy and they're hot. But people get upset. JD will tell you if they don't put up nudes, they get all bent. They want to see more. Now,
Ronnie, what were you telling me during the break? I wanted to get back to it about your followers.
Oh, it jumped about 50 since we've been talking about it.
So what?
So I got 103 to go to 100,000.
And are you going to do anything special if you hit the 100,000? When you hit the 100,000, I should say.
No, not really.
Just another day.
Another day in the office.
Are you surprised, Gary, at how much this means to Ronnie? I mean, we've talked about it to death with JD, but Ronnie, I would say it almost means more to Ronnie than it does to JD.
I'm surprised how much it means to him because it meant nothing to him not that long ago. Like probably 8 months ago, he would have gone, Twitter, that's for fucking losers. And now he's like killing on it. And so, yeah, it means a lot to him. I am surprised a little bit.
What you'll see on Howard TV that you can't see here now, obviously, is that Ronnie's got his phone in his hand. And as we're having this conversation, he's looking down at the phone.
Twitter,
constantly.
that's all.
The glare, the screen.
Yeah, picture had a big limo wreck today.
43, Gary? Because mine says 103.
No, I got to tell you, I don't know. I think I'm at like 143,000. Should I be worried? Is Ronnie breathing down my neck?
No, but JD is.
Well, no, you'll pass me very soon.
Ronnie, hold on. Ronnie Munn has 100,090 followers.
Yeah,
Benji Bronk.
Hey, isn't it time we finally tell Ryan that we created Twitter?
Hey, what's up? This is Jason, and on Tuesday's wrap-up show, Benji Bronk was MIA. He was at the hospital getting his ankle checked out. He had gotten into a scuffle with a television reporter or somebody that he was harassing down on the street, and we were debating how hurt he could possibly have been since he was on the show all morning, and whether or not he actually deserved the beatdown that he got. I thought he did.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the wrap-up show. I'm John Hine, joined as always by Gary Delabate.
Hello, hello.
And I don't see Benji Bronk to your right, Gary.
Well, we usually don't when the show starts. Sometimes he moseys on down. But, yeah, he's not in that much pain. I was talking to him a lot about what happened during breaks. And he's not only physically hurting, but he's mentally upset that somebody would do that to him on purpose. Mm-hmm. And his feeling is, I was being a dick, but I don't deserve to have this happen to me.
Do you agree with that?
I sort of do. Standing in front, I don't think that because a guy jumps in front of a camera, it's not like he broke the law.
Well, let me put you in the producer. You're producing that.
Oh, I'd be pissed as shit.
Segment. And this guy who you don't know from Adam jumps in front, to mess around.
I'd be
Your
pissed.
instinct isn't going to get him out of the way?
I'd be pissed as shit, but I wouldn't. I might even try to push him out of the way, like say, hey, come with me or something like that. But I don't think I'd whip a chain at his ankles.
Well, do we know that that's what happened?
I don't know what happened.
Do you think that someone whipped a bike chain at Benji's ankles?
That's what he's telling me.
That's not what I asked you. Do you think that's the case?
Well, then how did his ankle get that way?
Well, I heard, and Jason, maybe you want to explain this. I heard a theory that he fell down and maybe got pushed towards that, and a piece of metal hit your ankle and it would bruise that way.
I'm laughing at we knew someone a long time ago who used to sneak into concerts pretending to be handicapped. in a wheelchair because he used to record the concert, and then he got in a car accident. He was really handicapped. I'm thinking of all the times Benji's thrown himself on the ground, pretending to get hurt, like when he did it with Soupy Sales, and then he got thrown on the ground and I was really hurt.
Well, I think Benji is also upset at the fact that Robin is very skeptical and thinks he's milking this injury.
Yeah, he said Robin thinks I'm faking it. And I said, she didn't say you're faking it. She said you're milking it, meaning she could see it's bad. Again, first of all, so it's the morning starts. I am explaining to Howard that I get a call from Benji at 9 o'clock last night, right? So it's me, John Hine, and JD, and we're talking to Howard. The door flies open, and Benji's on like these really old school crutches, wooden crutches.
Yes.
Usually they're metal now and everything like that. And I've talked on the air before. We have what's called the floating floor. So Benji's clumping around, and you could feel the whole floor vibrate.
It was reverberating.
Then JD writes me a note, and as he's writing it, I said, I know what you're writing, because Benji is panting and sweating profusely.
Sweating to death. And we sort of knew what happened, but we didn't know what happened.
But if you didn't know anything, you'd be like, but this is what Benji does to himself, and I feel bad for him. If I didn't tell that story, because Benji called me the night before, the doors would fly open, you go, what the fuck is Benji up to today?
Right. It's a bit. And you know what? That's where Benji sort of cries wolf. He can't complain if someone thinks that that's not the case, because he has done that before. He's made his bed in that situation.
He called me last night. He was very serious. He's like, listen, I think I'm going to go to the hospital. And when he said he didn't go to the hospital, I was disappointed in him. He's like, I don't want to spend 5 hours sitting around in a hospital. I was like, well, then you can't complain about the pain.
What did you want to say, JD?
I felt so bad, like, laughing at him this morning, but Ronnie opened up the door, and Benji was clumping in just slowly, like he could barely move. And it was just so funny.
And you know what? Robin may be a little right, because I've seen people on crutches, and your bad legs off the ground, you can move. Benji was moving like an old lady in a movie.
But the other question is, if your ankle is that hurt, why aren't you at the emergency room? Why don't you have somebody look at it? Is it because, why did he come in this morning?
I sort of get what he was going for. I wouldn't have done it. He didn't want to. He knew he was going to sit in the hospital for 5 hours last night. They probably would X-ray it. He didn't feel like dealing with that, and he figured if he got on the air, someone would get him a better doctor, and that's what someone did.
Well, that might be true, but I mean, there was no way Benji was going to miss his moment in the sun today.
Yes. Oh, is that
there was just no way that was going to happen. I think he could be in a wheelchair today, and an eyeball falling out, and there was no way he was going to miss this. Not in a million years. And he got a good doctor out of it.
Yeah, after you saw he got that cable network, he got big coverage on this thing. Yeah. He had to show up. He had to.
Right.
But in spite of his health, I mean, who knows what's wrong with that ankle now?
But, listen, because I think, I'm fat, I'm out of shape, so I'm going to put myself on the same level as Benji. I was on crutches a few years ago, and they're not that big. I couldn't put my foot on the ground. Like, Benji seems to not want to put his foot on the ground. And it's not pleasurable. It's not fun, but it wasn't like the hard work. Like, Benji, you thought he came out of the war this morning. It was ridiculous. He hurt his ankle, and it somehow affected his entire body.
Benji was acting like he was on the kind of... You ever see in movies where, like, POWs get out and they make their own crutches? That's like he was moving like he had made his own crutches.
Hey, he almost did. He got him at midnight rather than getting him from a doctor.
But I got him at midnight one time when I hurt my, listen, sometimes you hurt yourself and not everything's open. You go to CVS and they have these really cheap, crappy crutches there. But it's the way he's using them. He's putting all his body weight on both crutches and then propelling himself forward. He's like retarded.
Manny in Pennsylvania, welcome to the Wrap-Up Show.
Hey, guys, good morning.
Good morning.
For all the stupid shit that Benji does, eventually shit like this catches up with you in life. You do enough dumb shit, you're going to get slapped in the mouth.
I agree.
I guess, but, do you think that, like Stuttering John, we used to send him out all the time to ask dumb questions. Do you think he deserves to be hit for that?
No, I don't think anybody deserves to have their person physically harmed in any way, but, people get annoyed when it comes to, things of this nature a lot of times.
I have a comment about this because I don't know how physical it got. I mean, I know what the end result of Benji is, but I don't know what the actual...
John's saying we don't even know that.
Right. I don't know what the actual fight was, but this didn't happen at the press conference. This happened when a woman was doing a stand-up report on the street. Now, I'm just going to put myself in the position of her producer. Now, if you watch the tape, Benji gets in her space. I mean, he's steps right in front of her and gets in front of the camera. If I'm her producer, I'm freaking the fuck out that there's a maniac on the street in New York is walking up to my reporter and I'm pushing him out of the way. Hands down.
I think there's a difference between John standing up at the press conference and asking his questions versus what Jason's talking about.
But I guess in my mind, I'm saying I would push a guy out of the way too. I would move him out of the way.
Physically move him out of the way.
The way I'm hearing it is a guy came and whipped a bike chain around his ankles.
Well, and then so I was in the hall when Robin was looking at his ankle, and she's like, "Oh, Kerry's story makes so much more sense now." Kerry called in earlier and said the guy didn't hold Benji down and like whip him with the chain, that he had a chain on, and then they were tussling, and the chain was just getting whipped around on its own. And she, because his ankle looks like something definitely hit up it and bruised it. But it doesn't look like someone held him down and, beat him with a...
He was making it sound like somebody whipped a chain at him. I got it.
Well, that's what he said. I don't know who has the real story. All I'm saying is, the guy on the phone is right. You walk up to a girl doing her job on the street, which I think is hilarious, by the way. I'm not telling them to not do that.
Do you want him to stop?
No, not at all. But listen, if I was on the other side of that and someone got too close to my reporter, I'd protect her.
My phone started blowing up yesterday. JD called me first, and Ross called me, and everyone's like, "Did you see Benji? Did you see Benji?" So I happened to go upstairs and I turned on my TV, and it just happened to be on Fox, and it was TiVo. It was doing it. So I saw Benji walk in front of the camera. So I hit the record button. My family, we watched it like 5 times last night. It's the funniest.
Oh, it's
fucking
hilarious.
thing.
Now, see, I don't like a few years ago, Sal and Richard stood like 10 feet behind a reporter and started to pretend to make out or really made out on camera, and they got physical with them. And I thought that was bullshit because they weren't anywhere close to this woman or man or whoever. But he was standing right next to her. I don't know.
So if Sal and Richard were making out in front of the reporter, then that would make it okay.
I think as soon as
you
you invade someone's space where somebody could freak out that we don't know who you are and you could be hurting one of our employees, then I think you have to expect to get physical.
Let's talk legally. Say a guy came out and he tackled Benji. If it ever went, and in other words, what is Benji's transgression? What did he do? You say he stood in front of a camera, he looked menacing? Like, what would you say?
I have no idea what the law is. I just think that if Benji's going to get in someone's physical space like that, he has to expect confrontations like this.
You're saying expect it, but do you think legally?
I don't know. I don't, honestly, defense lawyers get with all their bullshit. I don't know how those cops got up for rape. I don't know anything about
because they didn't rape.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
they were acquitted.
They were acquitted. That is true. They were acquitted, even though the jury said it made them sick to acquit them.
I mean, I guess he's approaching in a non-threatening manner. You could go down that road, but
what is there a law against that?
I don't know what the law is, but
because if there is, I've been threatened in I've been a person in a non-threatening manner every day I lived in Manhattan.
Yeah.
If Howard was doing something out on the street and a complete stranger got close to him, like to the point where you wanted to,
I have done it.
Right? Okay. Now, I don't know what your legal rights are to do that, but you do it because you're protecting your boss.
Someone who looks like Benji starts walking over.
And
what do you do?
I get in between them.
Yeah.
So listen. I don't know what happened. I don't know if the guy carried it on too long or if Benji fought back. But the initial contact, whatever it is, I understand it.
Alex in Portland, you're on the wrap-up show.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say that Benji's antics at the Wiener press conference were hilarious. Just wanted to give my opinion because that guy called in earlier and said he didn't like Benji, and I think Benji's funny.
Well, I think that caller wasn't going to like Benji no matter what he did earlier in the show, but I don't think any of us are questioning how funny Benji was.
Yeah, hilarious.
And
Benji, like a lot of times, it's just like, oh, Benji, what are you doing? But Benji, probably of anybody on this show except for Howard, makes me laugh harder when he hits it out of the park. He always makes me laugh.
Did you think that when he was explaining what happened today, regretted doing what he did? Like often he'll say, I know it was uncomfortable, I felt kind of weird doing it, but he feels almost compelled to do it anyway. Did you notice that, like sort of a contradiction in
Well, which part, the wiener part or getting in front of the camera one part?
Both, actually. Like even standing up at the press conference, like he sounds like, something inside him says, I really shouldn't be asking these questions, but he can't help himself almost. I think that's what he was saying. I mean, you've been in that situation before, Gary, earlier in your days in the show where you had to ask those questions, and were you conflicted at all, or was it easy for you to do?
Totally conflicted. I hated it. I hated it. I got a knot in my stomach, and they were so uncomfortable, and I just didn't like doing it. And luckily, Howard took me off that pretty quickly because he realized I can't be fucking with guests and then trying to book the same guests.
Now, was Benji distracting at all during the show today in the studio?
No more than usual.
I mean, no, he always sweats in the studio.
Right.
Well, there's sweating, and then there's, when he got up to go to the bathroom that one time, I mean.
There was one time, I wasn't in the studio when he walked in first thing, so I didn't feel it. So Guy, I guess, was used to it by the 9 o'clock hour. But during that break, Benji started to go to the bathroom, and I couldn't believe how much the floor was shaking. It was ridiculous. I'm like, are you hearing this?
I thought somebody turned on the Civian at full tilt.
Boom. Boom. Now, Benji got the big laughs at the press conference. He did a great job. But later in the show, and I'm sure he's upset he's not here because we're talking about him so much, but later in the show, it came up how his ex-girlfriend came over to help sort of nurse him and take care of him. And Howard went on about a 10-minute rant about how non-threatening and why would anyone do that. And, he made the joke that he made it again, and then it just kept going. And Benji took it well, but I know he had to be seething inside.
Well, here's the thing that makes it, I feel a little sad about Benji. Like, she's in another relationship and everything. If she didn't come over, who would have?
I'm sure. Well, he said Marianne was on her way over. He could always call Ivy Supersonic, did with that girl he was dating a few months ago, the psychologist. No, I'm not going to feel bad for Benji being lonely, but I will say that I think Howard's right. I mean, my wife, let's put it this way. My wife has a male friend who, I don't know if he's gay or straight or not, but I have no problem leaving her alone with him. Now, I mean, I just don't. I just look at this guy and go, listen, if something's going to happen with you two, then I guess, what am I going to do about it? So I know exactly what Howard's talking about. When you see a guy as a non-threat, it's cool when you're the guy looking that way. And then when you're the non-threat, you're like, fuck you.
So you think Benji was insulted by that?
No, I would think her... yeah. I mean, if I was Benji, I'd be insulted.
Do you think the handful of times that the boyfriend met Benji, he was sweating profusely? And that's what makes him seem
that's what I said to the news. Like, she dated Benji, so who knows what this guy's deal is? You know what I mean? Like, her track record is, I date crazy.
I don't know what her track record is.
Her track record that we know.
But I know person. I always used to say that Benji's ex-girlfriend I loved, super smart, really pretty. And like I used to say this about John, the only odd thing about it was she was with Benji.
On Wednesday's wrap-up show, Scott DePace came by to talk about Howard's feelings about Anthony Weiner and how he thinks Weiner could recover from this. Well, Scott thinks it's a matter of Weiner being a Democrat, not a Republican, that there's a double standard, which of course infuriated Gary and everybody else in the room. And whenever DePace comes on, there's going to be an argument, which is great. Here we go.
Howard started the show talking about Anthony Weiner, saying that he thinks he can weather the storm. And I don't know if he was excusing the behavior, but he was saying you got to give, if you're honest, and Anthony Weiner's not doing anything that other guys don't do. He just got caught, basically. And I know Scott DePace took issue, and you even said, Scott, that there's a double standard with Republicans. I didn't really understand your argument when you went in there.
There simply is. Recently, if you go through a lot of cases, there's a lot of Democrats who seem to get away with this stuff, and with Republicans, the problem.
But when you say get away, are they getting away with it?
Rangel did something pretty
Hold on,
bad.
are they getting away with it with the voters, or are they getting away with it just in Congress? In other words, have people done stuff and then been reelected?
With the media and the voters. Yeah, Rangel just got reelected. So,
but that's the vote. That's up to the voters then.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's just I believe there is a double standard. But more than that, the way that Howard was able to just excuse it, I just find it crazy.
He didn't excuse it. He said it's terrible behavior. But
I guarantee he would vote for him.
What's that?
Howard would vote for him.
Oh, no, he said he would.
Well, that's excusing it. I just think that a guy that lies, once you lie, you're not any good for public office anymore.
How many public officials do you feel haven't done something corruptible in the course of their lives? You really believe that a lot of people in office...
You're mistaking doing something corruptible from lying about it afterwards.
Okay.
That is the line that I draw.
Then let me rephrase the question. How many public officials do you think haven't lied that are in office right now?
Well, if you're talking about, I don't know. I can't name any that have lied and say I did not do something, and then it comes out that they did. Except Weiner.
Listen, I will tell you now that every president we've ever had in the history of the country has probably lied to the country at one point or another.
You know what? I don't believe that.
You don't?
No, I don't. And I also...
You don't think Bush never lied in 8 years?
His example about Bush lying about weapons of mass destruction, that is just crazy.
But even take that away, you don't think Bush has ever lied? Or any president. I would say Obama's probably lied at some point.
It depends about what you're lying about and how you're doing it. If it's simply you're trying to shape an argument, that's a little different than what Clinton did, where he lied on the witness stand. That was my big problem with Clinton. Not that he got the blowjob, I could care less. but he lied on the witness stand to save money out of his pocket.
I don't think that's why he lied on the witness stand at all. I think he lied on the witness stand because he was afraid of his wife.
Oh, that marriage was a sham.
You don't know that.
Oh, that's what a lot of insiders have said.
I really think that he didn't want to deal with having to deal with his wife. And that's why. I think by the way, I think it's the same reason why Weiner lied. I think it's more about the wife finding out, having to admit that, than it is about having to admit it to anybody else.
Why do you feel this happens across party lines? Like, why do you dissect it that way?
Listen, there's what's her name? Pelosi, when she got into office, she said she was going to change things because there had been 2 or 3 Republican issues that had come up. She was going to drain the swamp, is what she said, and then there were example after example of Democrats getting in trouble, and nothing really happened.
By the way, no Republicans got in trouble at all in that period of time.
Not that I remember, and if they did, yes, one, and he was pulled out. The dude from Alaska, Stevens, who died.
Right, but I'm sure there were others. Did you think the Republican guy that was touching shoes in the men's room? Do you think he was you know what I'm talking about?
No. Wasn't he Stevens also?
No.
It was in Midwest. I know you're talking about.
It was a Republican guy. He went into a men's room where it's known for gay activity. He was touching shoes with another guy, which is the way that you say, hey, let's get it on.
That. Was that a Republican? And even if it was.
But do you think that was unfair for him to...
Well, he didn't run again, didn't he?
But I'm just saying, like, if he would, do you think he would have been singled out for coming down on him for that?
But
well, I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of examples. Barney Frank, what didn't he?
Barney Frank's gay.
Yeah, but he had an affair with a page, like a young boy. I mean, come on.
But Scott, I think you're kidding yourself if you think it doesn't happen across party lines.
It's not that things don't happen across party lines. I've admitted that. I'm saying how they're treated is differently. That's where the difference comes.
Well, I think people are treated better by their parties. I think it goes that runs. I think the
in other words,
Democrats
a
will be more
Democrat
sympathetic.
could do something and get away with it.
That's not true.
Well,
you could say it, and make it up, but you can't really back it up.
It's unbelievable that Rangel's there. How about the dude who died from West Virginia? He was a KKK guy, and somehow he gets in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but somebody voted him in.
High up in the KKK.
Yeah, but you can't listen. Yell at the people of wherever he's
Kennedy,
from.
Ted Kennedy. Come on. At best, he drunk drivingly killed someone. Right?
Totally, I agree with you on that. But you're picking out Democrat examples. If I wanted to research
Republican ones,
I'm sure I could find plenty. I mean, you're acting like Republicans never do anything wrong.
I never said that. I said Republicans, when they do something wrong, they're not allowed to, or not, they don't end up staying in office.
That's not true.
Ted Hastert, all he was.
Yeah, but you're citing one example here, one example there. You're not taking the whole thing.
You haven't brought up any.
Isn't it possible that it is? If there's studies done, maybe it is more one-sided than other, that Republicans tend to resign, whether it's right or not.
I don't want to turn this into a political debate show, but what about Iran-Contra, Reagan?
Yes, people were down on that.
Did he lie? Did Reagan lie?
No, that's never been proven that he lied.
Well, that's because he got Alzheimer's before the deposition.
That's not true.
It's true. Read
that
it.
is not true.
It's in what's
that
in
is
his book.
One guy, his son, said it, but his doctors have all said no. That's bullcrap. They didn't get it till '93. That's when he was being deposed.
No, that's when he was being deposed.
That's Democrats trying to say that Reagan wasn't a good president. He was crazy. That's what that is.
Wasn't that the son, or no? Maybe that was the other son. Michael Reagan said he didn't recognize him at his high school graduation.
It was in Bob Woodward's book. Called The Presidents, where he went to go depose and he couldn't remember.
And I guess the doctors lied too.
He didn't remember that Alexander Haig was his Secretary of State, but whatever.
This is the best of the wrap-up show. A recap and behind-the-scenes look with John High and Gary Dell'Abate. The best of the wrap-up show begins now.
Hey, it's Gary Dell'Abate. On Monday's wrap-up show, we talked about Benji and his new girlfriend. I'm not saying her name. And this new song that they have out, where Benji's totally auto-tuned. And I said that I think Benji's looking for attention. And I said I also thought that his girlfriend likes the attention, because she wants to sell more songs. Benji disagreed. Everybody in the show weighed in, and here's how it went.
I'd like to move off of Ralph and Ronnie and on to Benji today, because Lisa came in with a news story about that duet you recorded with Elisa, and quickly it turned into you and Howard were going at it a little bit there. Were you offended that he asked you that, why aren't you sleeping with this girl by now? It's been a year already.
Well, first of all, things get easily characterized one way. like Robin said once, and this is very true with the show, things become comedy truth. So it can just be, something someone throws out there, and then suddenly it's true. And yeah, I was offended that he decides I'm not a man if we haven't had intercourse yet. I don't like to being characterized that way. If he feels that way, that's fine. But I was getting angry in the moment.
But it was more than that. He was also saying how and maybe I'm reading between the lines incorrectly here, but he feels you're being used a little bit here with Elisa. And I mean, I think the question was posed, if the show went away, does your relationship still exist? And he said no.
Well, I absolutely don't think that. I mean, we're boyfriend, girlfriend. She's in love with me. I'm in love with her. And it's a great, nice beginning of a relationship.
Is the news now stopping any stories about Benji and Elisa per Howard?
I got to tell you, I mean, for Lisa to come off of this beat and not do any more stories, she's shaking like a heroin addict in withdrawals back there. She's this was her thing in a weird way. She was obsessed with this story, and I think it's a good thing for Lisa that we stopped doing this and she.
You think she put too much into it?
Oh yeah, I think she was. I think personally, this is just my opinion, but I think she likes Benji. I think she cares for Benji. And I think she feels that he might be being misled or used.
So we should go there for a second because we had this conversation during the break. The TV guys were hitting me like crazy because I wasn't looking at the screen. And they were saying that once Benji said something to indicate to Lisa that they were really boyfriend and girlfriend. And they said that Lisa got really sad. The feeling was like her whole body language changed. And I thought they were sad that, I thought they were saying that Lisa was sad that she was jealous of Benji having a relationship, but they were saying that she likes Benji.
Well, and Lisa, I've told you this from day one, she likes to, throw like a jump ball type question in the newsroom for all of us to discuss at certain points, and, a lot of it is kind of weird stuff, but since this whole thing went down with Benji and Elisa, she's been throwing it out there maybe every day.
Throwing what out there?
Like, so what do you think's going to happen between these two? Do you really think they're living together? Do you, and it's just it's a lot of questions every day.
I could play big armchair psychologist, and I could say to myself, I wonder if Lisa saw Benji, the diamond in the rough, but of course, looks at him and goes, I like him, but I would need to change a bunch of things about him. And then seeing that somebody did change a bunch of things about him that she likes.
Yeah, it could have been her. Ronnie, you're an expert in all things, Lisa. Do you think there's a little crush, a little jealousy going on here?
I'm not sure if it's a crush or it's she's worried that he's going to get hurt, because that's what she keeps saying to me. That she's worried he's going to get hurt.
She's worried that Benji's going to get hurt.
That he's going to get hurt.
This whole environment has this thing when you step beyond the box. Oh, you can't do that. That's not what we expected, and you're going to get hurt. They just were doing that with Ronnie about the TV show.
Hold on,
what's going to happen if all this goes away?
But Benji, you're not an innocent in all this, and I look at like you're playing it in here like, oh, you can't step outside the box. But you want to tell everybody, hey, we're in love, we're doing this whole thing, and then you make that song and put it out there and act like we're not going to get it, listen to it, and critique it.
Oh, you can critique it. I think it's a wonderful song. I think it's a great
But
song.
I also think it's you and Elisa starving for attention is what it is.
Oh, okay, so Gary. So fine.
No, it is. It's what it is. It's just, I think you guys want to be noticed by the show. I think you like that.
It is fun. We were both performers to get. What are you laughing about, Gary?
Because you're different kinds of. You're a performer, no doubt, but you're not a singer.
Yes, I am.
Well, now you are because you said you are.
Well, and I sang a song and it's recorded and it's very, very fucking good.
Well, that's an opinion. Everything you said was a fact up until then.
You're right. And I don't change it by saying it's great. You don't say it by saying it's not great. It's out there. It's a piece of art. You can judge it. It's called Online Sweetheart. Google it.
It's interesting because you never judge anybody who puts stuff out there before.
What?
You don't. You sit in the chair every day and write jokes about you. You're always judging people. And then when you get judged, you seem to be irritated.
I'm not irritated by someone saying that. I wasn't irritated by the song being judged.
So what irritated you today?
When Howard says like, oh, you're a pussy, you're being effeminate if you haven't had sex yet. That irritates me.
I don't think it was just about the sex, though. He's saying that you're jumping through all these hoops. You're making all these changes.
How's that? Wait.
Whoa! Stop the clock.
See, now we're going to. I can do this. Now we're going to the vortex. But how come Lisa wears makeup? How come Gary get his teeth fixed?
Gary, let me answer.
Okay.
Do you find it unusual that I would have fun recording a song? How about a yes or no?
No. Yes. No, I don't find it unusual. Yes, it's odd that you're taking. I think you're taking it a little serious, and I think you have ulterior motives.
What's the ulterior motive?
To try to get her on the air. To try to make her super famous.
Okay, so I enjoy recording a song. And yeah, we want it to be successful. It's a very good song. I want it to be played everywhere.
I don't believe that you want to get it out there as a piece of art. I think you want to get it out there. I think you want to get it out there for a reason that has nothing to do with music. Whether it's being famous or getting her famous.
I enjoy all that stuff. Yes, I would enjoy making money off it. I enjoy getting played.
I don't think you want to make money off it.
But I do think it's a really great song, and I think I did a really good job in it. But that part you'll have to judge for yourself.
Ronnie, did you think Howard was off base when he told Benji that it's not very, I mean, I'm not going to use the words he used, but it's not very manly to have gone with this girl for this long, be sleeping next to her and have not had sex at this point?
Well, that's his opinion. He could say what he wants. But in my opinion, with this whole thing, with Benji, everybody says that she's using Benji, and I don't feel that. Benji knew what he was getting into from day one with her, okay? He knew.
What was he getting into?
Well, basically, when he first met her, they were friends. Okay, they weren't romantically involved. He was in his own way, but she wasn't. So him doing all of these things, what he's doing is trying to win her over. It's like me writing a poem for somebody. It's the same thing.
We're both chasing each other, and we both love each other right now. And
you're in love?
Yes.
You tell her that you love her?
Yes.
And she loves you?
Yes.
She told you that?
Yes.
In a romantic way or a friendly way? Because the way it came across when she was here,
but that was before.
But that wasn't that long ago.
You're right. It changed. But at that time, I was losing weight. She was very impressed what I did, but she thought it took tremendous balls to get up in front of the press conference. And she even said, if you listen to that thing, like, "Hey, I do love him. I don't. It's like I'm not attracted, but then I get so torn because I am so into him."
Do you think that she's in love with the fame?
No. Absolutely not. I think she enjoys it, and I enjoy it too. I enjoy her talents. I enjoy, I enjoy that kind of stuff. But it's not. I don't think that's what she's in love with.
I got to ask you a question. This is something that a lot of guys go through, so I'm not just picking on you. Is there any part of you? No. Is there any part of you that wonders to yourself, if I didn't talk about her on the air all the time, would things be a little different?
No, I mean, I could play with that, like just in the same way. I'd never seriously pondered suicide, but I could intellectually think about it. But no, it's not like a thought like that.
When you wear the hats with Elisa's name on them all over the place into work, is that because you're in love with her, or is that because you're seeking some sort of odd attention?
When I wear hats with her name, it's a fun thing. It's a fun thing.
But that's answer the question is it because you love her so much, or because you're seeking some sort of odd attention?
I would say it's both.
I think part of their love is shtick. I mean, she gets off on it, and he enjoys doing it.
But my problem is you can't be upset with people giving you shit for this, because all you're doing is bringing this into the spotlight. This is all your own doing. Like for example, Richie Wilson's engaged. There's other people here that are in relationships that it's not in the spotlight. There's not people pulling Richie Wilson inside and going, "Hey, watch your ass."
Well, surely,
you know what I mean?
I agree with you. But I can still have an emotional reaction when I think people are being mean about something or lying.
But the only reason they have an opinion is because
that's
you brought it out there.
That's fine. But there's you can have. You're right. I would expect reaction to it and opinions about it, but I'm not gonna I'm gonna react too when they bring their things out.
So here's a question I have for you. If JD came in tomorrow and said he was dating a girl and he went through all the stuff that you're going through, and JD came in with a song where he was auto-tuned to death, and don't say you weren't because you were, and it's like
that's how I sing.
It's like a fun it's like a fun song. You wouldn't write jokes for Howard about that?
Yeah, I don't think. I think I think I would do it in a more like "I love you, you're a schmuck" kind of way. But I think you guys sometimes do it in a more mean-spirited way.
By the way,
I haven't been doing it. By the way,
if that's the way you sing, you might have a case against a gentleman by the name of T-Pain. You might want to look into suing him.
Was he copying me?
I think so.
I have a question about the whole sex thing. So you guys make such a big deal about it. First of all, if I came in tomorrow and said, "Oh, we've had intercourse," if you guys asked me about it, would it change your opinion?
Opinion of what?
Of this whole thing.
Well, I mean, consummating a relationship does sort of bring it from one side to the other side. I think a lot of people view it that way.
Okay.
I think the issue more is you being upfront about it. Like if you
being honest about it and saying like, "Hey, so it'd be better if I lied about it." Like,
no, if you said, "You know what, she's special. I really don't want to talk about that kind of thing." Right. Versus saying, "No, we haven't. Yes, we have. No, we haven't. Yes, we have."
It's hard. You know what? You're right. I would rather probably go that route. But it's also like it's very like I I always have a problem with that word, anti-ethical to the show.
Anti what?
Anti-ethical or something like that. I can't remember how the word's pronounced. No. But anyway, it's not like the show's sort of format. Like,
right.
I would like to, I don't think, to me, it's not a big deal.
Did you say,
to talk about
you
stuff.
sleep with her naked? She sleeps naked in your bed?
Partially, yeah. Sometimes.
How do you deal with that?
What do you mean?
No, seriously. How do you,
that's where you act weird. How do you do that? Of
That's
course you
not a
don't.
weird question.
No,
how do you sleep?
how do you deal with
sleep
that?
next to a girl half naked who you love and you definitely want? I'm assuming want to have sex with.
Yeah.
So,
but I also,
or even
and
just
listen,
cut?
I
Don't you
absolutely-
just even want to like cuddle with her
But
naked?
wait. I said we haven't had intercourse.
Okay.
That's all I've said. Like, but we've done everything else, and I also sensed I could absolutely have had sex at this point, but I also sensed that I could make it happen, but she doesn't want to.
Oh, that was the other thing.
At this point,
That was the other
she
thing.
wants to. She wants to take it a little slower.
That was the other thing I was going to bring up. I've heard your.
I could force her.
I know you could. I've heard your sex stories from the past,
Right.
and you don't appear to be the kind of guy, a 45-year-old man.
I'm not 45.
You are.
No,
who
I'm
wants to
not.
wait. You don't. You never. You used to not be able to wait 11 seconds.
No, I've. Well, listen. This is someone I'm in love with. I'm looking towards a. This is. I think if it keeps going the way it is, this will be my wife.
I think that's funny.
And
I think that's funny.
have no
only be-
problem. Listen, yeah, there's part of me like hormones or whatever. Like, yeah, oh my God, I can't wait. I'm very attracted to her. I love her. I experienced like just looking at her. I experienced like love and lust at the same time, which is an incredible feeling. But I don't have any problem like taking my time with something like this.
So wait a minute. So what, are you basically saying what you're doing right now? You're doing everything with her except intercourse? So are you saving that for when you get married? Is that what you're really doing?
No, it's just like I sense, and we openly talk about it. She'd rather take some time with that.
Gary, when Howard was telling Benji how he felt, he was being sincere, and two, he was pissed in a way.
Well, and I understand what Howard makes a good point. You guys are, I know like teenagers wait or devout Christians wait, but you guys are sort of at the point in life where you sort of know. She must
Right.
know already.
Right.
So what are you waiting for? Because you know.
It's just I sense.
I was just saying that's his
Wait,
point.
I don't like to. It's funny. I do. I always. When I love somebody, there are things I feel I could get them to do, but I'd want to wait till it's the right time for them too.
But the fact that you guys have been together,
And I know she did it right now. She loves making me happy, and I know she would do it right now to make me happy. But I also know she'd rather wait.
for what though? What do you think she's waiting for?
Just a little bit more, to just that we're more like.
So she's not fully in love with you then?
Well, I think
Because she
is.
must have a question in her mind if she's waiting.
I don't think so.
Is she waiting for you to propose?
I don't think so.
But you never stop and think, God, maybe she's on the fence because if she's holding this back, maybe she's not sure about me.
No, I don't.
So she's
I don't,
sure
I don't,
about you.
I don't think that's the case.
So if she's sure about you, what is she holding back for?
I think because she wants us to she feels more comfortable to wait a little bit. Maybe if to you that defines not sure, that's fine. But I'm also not ready to get married today. But if this keeps going the way it is,
If you sleep with her, do you have to marry her?
If you sleep with someone, do you have to marry someone?
No,
No,
I mean her.
No, not in America.
I've only known one other guy that has waited with sex with a chick, and that's because he came putting the rubber on.
Hey, I'm John Lieberman with Howard 100 News, and this Tuesday on the wrap-up show, Benji and I really got into it. Benji took issue with my reporting that a tweet came from his account at 8:03 while Howard was in studio interviewing Chuck Zito. Benji took the opportunity to get quite angry, frankly, and try and school me on libel and slander law.
Greg, you're on the wrap-up show.
Hey, guys, I love the Chuck Zito interview, but I didn't know if anybody noticed, but Benjali actually sent out a tweet during the Chuck Zito interview promoting his single on iTunes.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that did come up. The news is already working on that. You probably shouldn't tweet while you're
Really?
working.
Yeah, a bunch of fairies were running around the office yelling at me about that.
Who are the fairies?
Dude, like everyone that was making a thing about that. First of all, I did not tweet.
So who did?
I assume Elisa did.
She's got access to your account?
Yeah.
Holy shit! You gave her your password?
Yeah.
Doesn't she have her own Twitter?
Yeah.
So why she tweet on yours?
Because more people
it's
are on
fun,
his.
Yeah.
So
Why not?
how do we know when something's from you and when something's from Elisa?
I don't know. I guess you have to ask me.
I think I'm gonna unfollow you now.
Or has she taken your last name? Because your Twitter is Bronk, right?
What do you mean?
What's your Twitter name?
Yeah, my Twitter is Bronk.
I think
I don't get what you're saying.
I'm saying if she's
Are we married?
if she's tweeting as you, like how do we?
No. She put it. Yeah, I gave her my password.
You should probably.
I didn't.
I don't give my password to anybody I'm not sleeping with.
Really?
What happens when you guys break up? I guess
How many chicks have your password, man?
My wife doesn't have my passwords.
Doesn't?
No.
All right, wait. Let's cut through this.
Why
So,
would my wife have my Twitter password?
Benji, you don't see why people would have issue with you assuming it's you
Well, they
tweeting
should-
during the
they-
interview?
You should ask before you like make accusations.
Okay, but who
and,
would
like,
imagine-
this is around here is like innocent till guilty till proven
Oh,
innocent.
but Benji, hold on a second. You have a Twitter account that you've been
Right.
promoting forever. Who would imagine that someone else is tweeting for you?
Well, you guys.
You're a writer.
I guys saw you guys running around.
I wasn't running around.
There was no running around, Benji. I'll tell you exactly how it happened. John Lieberman came
That's
back
right.
with a printout of the screen of your tweet
That's
with
right.
a timestamp on it and said, "Did you know Benji was tweeting during the show? And what are your thoughts on it?"
That's exactly what happened.
That was the running around.
John put out this fact that wasn't true.
Well, it certainly
He
looked
said,
like
"Did
a
you
fact.
know?" Right, but that's you should find out before you're asking a question.
Well, I think
that
you were
makes that fact
I think
come
you were
out.
the second person he talked to. He started talking to me, and then you came out during the studio, and he went and talked to you. So he came to you, and I even said
As soon
to
as
him,
he could.
Yeah, as soon as he could. And I even said to him, I go, assuming
but
that this
before
is true.
he had asked you, he should have checked to see if it was true.
Okay.
Who would imagine that you're not tweeting for yourself? You're a writer. It's your Twitter account. Who would imagine? You're right. He's wrong. But who would imagine that that's the case, Benji?
Maybe no one would have, but I don't think it's on me to say like, hey guys, I have an
And the
announcement.
vortex opens up.
Well, no, but
you guys are.
I understand your point. I do. No, I do. I understand where you're coming from. But you need. Hold on. But Benji, you need to take responsibility for it. Let's say it was Elisa. She knows you're on this show.
Right.
She knows there's an interview going on.
First of all, I don't.
It's irresponsible for you being in the.
I don't think. Okay, so you want to address that? Is it irresponsible for me to give someone my password?
No.
Is
it irresponsible for a tweet from Benji Bronk? As far as I know, online comes out during an interview.
I don't
going on in the
think
studio.
that's. I don't know. I do not think that's irresponsible.
Well, it is because
what is it? Are there going to be car wrecks or something?
No, but
What's
I don't
gonna
think
happen?
Howard wants to be distracting from the show
Wait.
while the show is on.
Okay, first of all, I don't think she doesn't have Sirius. So, but yeah, she could assume
She
I'm
knows
I
you,
don't,
where
But
you are.
You know this about Elisa. Nobody out there knows. They
I just
think
don't-
it's coming from you.
Okay.
I don't think that's so outlandish.
Okay. I don't think it's irresponsible to give someone access to my Twitter and say, yeah, if you want, tweet that when you want.
John Lieberman's here, and he's got paper.
Here's the thing. I've been a journalist for many years. I asked you, was this your tweet? Now you've had 2 hours to think about a good response that this was actually Elisa tweeting it
you
out.
said at the
Why
time?
not
No,
initially?
I'll tell you why,
Hear me
dude.
out.
I'll tell you.
Hear
Let
me
me
out.
fucking answer.
Hear
Let
me
me fucking
out.
answer. Let me fucking answer. Let me fucking answer that question.
Let him fucking answer.
Because I don't like, and you guys, it's still, I like you as a person, as Ashkenazi.
Why? How do we know you even like him as a person?
It's on my Twitter.
As an Ashkenazi, shit, dude, just get to the point.
So fuck you, man. You're anyway. Listen, I don't like this thing with the news when they come and they assume a fact, and before the fact is proven, they start yelling at you about it and saying, people say it's disrespectful that you're doing this.
Okay, then let's pull the Howard TV tapes.
Yes.
And see at that time at 8:03.
And before
are
that, you told
on
me
your
Jason
computer
says
and
it's-
tweeting? But
it's
how is it not
disrespectful?
reasonable to assume
I
that
didn't
your
say that.
Twitter,
I didn't
which
say
you
that.
and
But don't
we did a
go
story
around
a week and a
saying.
half ago.
Don't
Hear
go
me
around
out.
saying.
Hear me
don't
out.
go. No,
we
hear
did
me.
a
Wait,
story.
Benji, you got your chance.
We did a story 2 weeks ago of you tweeting during the show, and at that point you didn't deny doing it either. So let me ask you this:
So anytime
have
someone
you
doesn't
tweeted,
deny, wait,
have,
is it
let me ask,
Is it the responsibility? No, I'll answer some shit. Is it the responsibility of the person to always deny something if they're accused of something?
How is it not reasonable to
I didn't say
assume?
that. I didn't say that. But it's not reasonable to act on it as a journalist till you find out more information.
Then, as a journalist, when I ask you, Benji,
I didn't think
did you tweet
because you had
this?
already told me. You told Jason this, and Jason said it was disrespectful. At that point, I feel you already committed the crime.
Hold on a second. I'm going to jump into this. It's not irresponsible to act on it as a journalist. It may be hold on. Let me finish. It may be irresponsible to go with the story. So he's following a story. He's interviewing people, and now that he knows
put out false information.
See, now you're just
How did
being
it go out?
difficult.
It didn't go out on the air or anything. You're the
You
one.
told
in fact,
Jason that.
Benji, he didn't.
When I'm recording an interview, that doesn't go public, as you
Jason
well
is
know,
another
until
person.
we broadcast
Jason
the
is
story.
another person. You're spreading malicious untruth.
All right, hold on, guys. John, ask
You
Ben-
should have checked with me first.
Benji, hold on a second. You'll get to talk. John, ask Benji your question. What do you want to ask him? Point blank, ask him.
Did you tweet at 8:03 from inside the studio today?
Absolutely not.
Then who tweeted this from your account?
I'm guessing Elisa did.
What does that mean? I'm guessing. Does she have your password?
Yes.
Does anyone
And do you allow her to tweet on your behalf regularly?
The last week or so, yeah.
Did she ask you if she could tweet out this link to iTunes during the show?
No.
So she did this on her own.
She told me last night, "Oh, I think the song is going on iTunes soon. Should I put it up on your Twitter when it does?" I said, "Sure."
So when I'm asking you questions, instead of just closing the bathroom door, click, lock in my face,
I had to pee.
Why can't you say, Lieberman, listen, Elisa has my password and she tweeted it out.
I'll explain
End of
exactly
story then.
why. Because I was upset that you were already going to Jason or anyone else and saying that I did something that I didn't do.
Let me tell you this. I've been doing this a long time, and I think it's reasonable to expect that these tweets are coming from your account.
It might be reasonable to expect to have an assumption, but before you tell other people that, which is basically slander.
It's not libelous or slander. Let me explain something to you about the law.
Slander.
It's not libelous or slanderous until it's in the public domain. No,
you're
until
wrong.
it's in the public
You're wrong.
domain.
Slander could be saying it to one other
Bullshit.
person.
I can go up to anybody
Okay,
and
look
say
up slander, dude. Look up slander could be saying
Okay.
to one other person.
All right. Your Penn State education outdoes my Northwestern education on journalism. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying slander can be saying it to one other person.
You don't know it. That's absolutely not true.
All right, I don't want to hear a debate over what slander is. Okay. Look, Benji stated his case. John, you asked your question. Another theory that's floating around here is, Benji, you knew something like this could happen. If something gets tweeted during the show, it causes more attention.
Well, I
to
swear
whatever.
on my life, I did not think of that.
Okay.
Now thinking about it, it says, yeah, that is a funny fucking idea, but I did not think of it that way. No, absolutely not.
So if they check the IP address of the tweet, it's going to come up clean?
What do you,
like, in other words, it won't come back to your computer. It'll come back to your computer at home.
No. What do you mean?
In other words, if they were able to follow the IP
Yes.
address of where it came from.
It will not
Unless-
come from the
listen.
studio.
It will absolutely not.
Okay.
I didn't do it. I'm assuming Elisa did.
But if Elisa didn't do it, what are the other possibilities?
That someone broke in and did it. But I doubt that.
Why was
happened.
it
Okay, Anthony Weiner.
No. I'm saying that's. Listen, I don't know absolutely sure, but I'm assuming Elisa did it.
Somebody broke
She
into
told me she was going to do it, and she has my password, so I assume she did it.
Somebody broke into my account and
I'm a very
tweeted to
precise
help me make
person.
money.
I don't understand why, and maybe there's no explanation for this, but why you would let her have your, like, why doesn't she tweet for herself and you
She
tweet
does.
for yourself?
I think she thought it would be fun.
To tweet as you.
Yeah.
Well, no joke. Just, hey, here's our single.
Yeah.
You realize,
That's fine.
in all seriousness, not
I
giving
have some of her passwords too.
But you realize
so we have fun with it.
You realize now that it puts anything that you write is now to me questionable because I don't know if it's Benji
All right.
or her.
Well, you know what? I don't think you should make legal assumptions on Twitter anyway, Gary. If you're basing your life on things on Twitter,
I'm not saying I'm basing my life on it. It's just like if you crack a funny joke or you crack a bad joke, I'm not sure if it's you or her.
All right. Well, then you'll have to live with that mystery.
No,
I'm just saying that. No, I'm not shining a light on you like I'm a detective. I'm saying that as a writer, and you want people to follow you, when you give somebody else access, it leaves the whole question of who's writing what open and whether it's
I don't think
interesting
it's a
or
big
not.
deal. I don't think.
No,
it's
but that's fine for you. I'm just saying that people might look at it that way.
Let me just ask one final question, because
Sure.
2 weeks ago we did a piece of you tweeting during the show.
Right.
So let me ask you.
It was during a break, but yeah.
Yes, it was during a break.
commercial.
Was that you tweeting 2 weeks ago when we did the piece during a break?
From what I remember, yes.
And
I mean, if we were talking about the same thing, yeah.
And going back to a question I asked earlier, which I wasn't sure what your answer was, if this was, do you feel it's disrespectful to tweet as the show's going on?
If I had been the one that did it during the show on the air, yeah, I would.
I mean, if Robin did it, if anybody in there did
Well,
it.
it depends if you check see if it's okay, or if that's the ongoing relationship that it's okay.
I mean, Garrett, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jason, who runs the Stern Show Twitter, is really the only one who should be tweeting during the
Yeah,
show.
I mean, I look at my Twitter account during the show for show-related stuff, and I said to John Lieberman, maybe once or twice I will tweet out during the show if it's something that I'm looking for that's show-related.
You know, this happened to Robin last year. She tweeted something that had nothing to do with the show. It had to do with her charity during the show.
But it wasn't her.
Then she later claimed that it wasn't her. It was one of her people tweeting.
You've got precedent.
So, yes, you have precedent. Or
I have precedent?
You've that too. No, you've precedent. Somebody else was tweeting on Robin's behalf.
Someone used the same excuse. Yes.
See, I bet you I understand how you could be moderately annoyed, but I also don't understand how you could be surprised that people wouldn't jump to that conclusion, because it's a very easy conclusion.
No. I didn't think of that. I honestly didn't think of that ahead of time. But when it happened, I was like, "This is funny. This is funny and annoying."
Because I actually like John Lieberman a lot, because I think he's like Langford without being a total asshole. He didn't come up and say Benji's tweeting during the show. The question he asked me was, if Benji was tweeting out links during the show to his music career, how would you perceive that? And I said, I would perceive that as being very disrespectful to Howard. And then he asked me a few more questions, and I go, well, if you're saying that Benji's tweeting during the show, then yes, but I don't know if he is. And then he produced a picture that showed a tweet was put out from your account. And I said, well, from this picture, it looks like Benji's tweeting. Now, he didn't come up guns blazing and say, Benji's doing this, Benji's doing that, fuck Benji. And he pulled the mic away from me the second you walked out of the studio when we went to break because he wanted to get your comment first.
I think you should have checked with me first.
Well, he didn't
I think if you have 2.5 hours to come up with another reasonable explanation,
wait, John,
that's a lot of time.
So now you're saying that I'm lying?
I am saying...
Wait. Are you saying I'm lying, yes or no?
I am saying...
Are you accusing me of lying now?
I am saying, why didn't you explain this when I asked you the questions initially?
I answered that because, one, I thought it was annoying what you did, and two, I thought it was funny.
You're
and I'll
annoyed
just
that I'm
you
standing
by
the elevators every morning to see if you come here on time.
Dude,
that's what you're annoyed about.
John, I'm not.
I mean,
think that's
you're
fun.
not annoyed about me asking you about
but
it.
Benji, let me ask a question.
I'm annoyed about the ethics of that.
Benji, let me ask a question.
Which you guys might think is silly, but I do make a big deal.
Hold on. John, do you think Benji sent that tweet at 8:03 from the studio?
I have no proof that he did not send the tweet. And it is reasonable to assume that when a tweet comes from one's account, unless that account was compromised, it is reasonable to assume that it came from that account. So now we will check the IP addresses, as Gary said. We'll check the Howard TV tape, and then we'll come to a definitive conclusion on it.
Benji, go ahead.
Well, yes, you cannot know to have everyone under accusations that they're not innocent till proven innocent is bullshit.
In order to libel or slander someone, it has to be put out to the general public. That's how you libel or slander. If I go to JD and I say, JD, Benji's really being an asshole, that is not slanderous or libelous.
I think it is slander. And absolutely under definition, ethically, it's definitely slanderous. But legally, I would absolutely think it is under common law.
Well, the ultimate defense to slander or libel is truth.
No,
so
that's not the ultimate.
That is absolutely true.
No, it's
we're
not.
Getting back
it's not
into
the only ultimate
slander,
defense.
guys.
It's not the only ultimate.
Ted,
defense.
let's take a break.
Hi, everybody. It's Sal Governelli, and welcome to Wednesday's wrap-up show. On this show, we discuss the greatest band in the world, Kiss. Should they be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? You decide. We also discussed the Beastie Boys, who I personally love, and they made it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And we finally discussed little incidents between me and my wife at concerts. Check it out.
Well, Sal's here. We were talking about why you got so choked up over Ace Frehley and getting back together with Kiss and performing back in the New York Groove.
Well, it was always a dream of mine to see Kiss live. You know, I loved.
You never saw them live back in the day?
No, my dad never took me to any shows. I didn't go anywhere as a kid. I barely went bowling. So when I was a kid,
that's a tragedy.
And when I was a child, I just really loved Kiss. I mean, I was totally enamored by them.
So I remember seeing Kiss like in 1975 at the Nassau Coliseum. When you were a kid, did they play the Coliseum yet you couldn't go?
Yeah, at the time, Kiss was very popular. Yeah, and Kiss would come to town.
They definitely did.
Yeah,
and you just...
I was in 4th grade when I believe Love Gun came out, but no, kids were going at that time.
What was your first album?
My first album was actually would it be a 45, Gary, the small ones? It was Calling Dr. Love, and I played it on my Bugs Bunny phonograph, which the carrot was the
stylus.
Yeah, the stylus was a carrot, and I would just sit in I'll never forget, my mom's room, and I would plug in the Bugs Bunny phonograph, and I just play Calling Dr. Love over and over and over. And then I received the Rock and Roll Over album, which is the greatest Kiss album of all time.
I figured you'd been to like Alive or Alive 2, like, you know.
Loved it. Loved Alive, Alive 2. Alive is the second best-selling live album in the world after Peter Frampton Comes Alive.
So when you heard Howard talk about that and you went in, what you said, it was partially being in because the song's about being in New York City and also your love for Kiss, but Benji alluded to the fact that it was more about you remembering your days growing up, sitting there, I guess, with your Bugs Bunny photograph, listening to the record.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it was a combination of everything. And when I was a kid, I always wanted to go to a Kiss concert. I was never allowed to go to a Kiss concert. And then when Kiss took off the makeup, that was like the biggest kick in the balls I've ever received. I go, oh, you fuck, I'm fucked. I'm never going to see Kiss, like the Kiss that I knew, that I grew up with the makeup, the blood, the fire, the pyrotechnics.
and they took off that makeup, and sure as shit, man, they just went right into a.
When did they take off the makeup?
It went right into the creek, into the is the 80s.
Was that Lick It Up?
It was right after Dynasty.
Unmasked.
Yeah, no, Unmasked was still Kiss. Ace Frehley wasn't on, and Anton Fig from David Letterman's band did a lot of the drum work on Unmasked. And then
did they release the 4 solo albums when the makeup came off?
No.
That was before then.
Yeah, the 4 solo albums were with makeup on. That's how you could tell. I remember because when I worked at the record store a couple of years later, we were still returning them.
It was
insane.
It was the biggest disaster ever in the history of, I believe, of Casablanca Records. They shipped out 500,000.
No, they shipped out a million each of each record, and I think they took back like 3 million. Aces with that back in New York Groove was the only one that sold. I mean, huge. One of the biggest blunders in the history of music.
Ace's debut was on Love Gun, which was Shock Me. That was his debut song, but the solo albums
Make Me Feel Better
was New York Groove, which is, I mean, that whole solo album was incredible.
Did you know that that's not even his song?
Yeah, it's not. It's a cover. I didn't know it for the longest time. I think a lot of kids growing up with Ace didn't know it, but then I found out later on, and no, it wasn't. He also covered from the Rolling Stones, Keith Richards' song, 2000 Man.
When you were when you were a kid and you I want to go so badly, your parents wouldn't let you, or you just, it wasn't even possible?
It wasn't even an issue. No, I'm just not going.
Did you ask, or were you too afraid
sure.
to?
Sure.
You weren't afraid to ask.
Yeah, I'm not taking it to that place with all those crazy people. You know, it's every place. My dad, I was getting stabbed and killed no matter where I was.
Did you not have an aunt or a cousin who you could have gone to?
No, they were all off the boat. You know. My aunt lived across the street. Her husband, Minziona, worked in a pizza place. She was a stay-at-home mom. You know, my grandparents were down nobody.
So it wasn't so much.
And my Uncle Nicky loved Elvis.
Was it about, it was more about what Kiss was than, we're not paying for that? Or, would they take you to any kind of entertainment type things?
Nothing. I've never been to anything as a kid.
Did you go to movies?
The circus?
Movies. I went. There was this guy named Nino who was my dad's good friend. And after we would close up the pizza shop, once in a while, my dad would give Nino money to take me to the movies. So that was my only memory as far as movies are concerned. I think we saw Superman 2, and some other 3D movie back then.
Well, today Howard...
And then Nino died. God bless him.
Today Howard brought up the whole Rock and Roll Hall of Fame thing, and Robin was all upset about Cat Stevens and how he can even be considered, even though he's not in, but he should be. But then when Kiss comes up, Sal, immediately both Howard, Gary, everyone is like, no, I mean, Kiss is, they're a novelty act. They're fun to see live, but they're not worthy of the Hall of Fame.
All right, well, you can also argue that the Beastie Boys, were a novelty act when they first started. They were a parody
and then
rap
they changed,
act.
And then they changed.
Yeah.
Then they became very not novelty.
But I don't think Kiss, I think Kiss was just the opposite. Kiss came out, they had a different look. They were inspired by the New York Dolls. And a lot of people, and Alice Cooper was involved in that kind of shtick as well. But as time went on, Gene turned into a merchandising maniac.
But that's not a reason to be in a music hall of fame.
No, but I think the novelty now with Kiss is the Kiss casket, the Kiss umbrellas, the Kiss, just these stupid Kiss items that Gene puts out. I think Gene single-handedly ruined the legacy of Kiss with all these stupid things, lunch boxes and fishing poles and all that other shit that they put out. But if you look at Kiss stripped down, back in the 70s, like Kiss Alive, that was nothing but hardcore rock and roll. It really was. I mean, a lot of music certainly alludes a feeling. Kiss certainly assisted in that with the pyrotechniques and the makeup. They brought rock and roll to life. Kiss wasn't only musically, it wasn't also only for the ears, it was also for the eyes. And I think the combination of the two made them a phenomenal rock and roll band. And for them to be, shut out, it's just disgusting. It's blasphemous in the history of music.
Now, if you had a choice, I think I know the answer. Is it Kiss or Beastie Boys for you?
That's a great question. For Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which I think is poorly put together, it should be Pop and Rock Hall of Fame.
Forget that. It should be. You've only got one. It's the end of your life, and you can only go see one show. Door number 1 is the Beastie Boys, and door number 2 is Kiss. Which one are you going to?
Wow, that's like a Sophie's choice for me.
A what?
It's almost like I have to get rid of one. A Sophie's choice.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear what you said.
Wow. That is really, really hard to answer.
Got to pick one.
God.
Take your time. We're on the radio.
Yeah.
Silence
I know.
is not a big deal.
I'm so sorry. I I'd have to go with the Beastie Boys because they have integrity.
Really?
Yeah. Because
I was betting the farm you were going with Kiss because it meant more to you on an emotional level.
And also, Kiss's live show is all pyrotechnics and stuff like that, whereas Beastie Boys isn't necessarily the same kind of show.
At the same time, you have to give credit to the Beastie Boys that they didn't need to rely so much on the visuals of it.
Now, you were president of the Beastie Revolution. We've talked about that before.
Yes, on Prodigy.
But with Kiss and the Kiss Army, you didn't take any leadership role there with the
No, I
fans?
didn't have the. I wasn't accessible to that stuff.
Did you put makeup on as a kid?
Oh yeah, all the time.
And what'd your parents say?
Nothing. They let me do it. That wasn't a big deal to them.
Were you Ace?
Yeah, I was Ace. I was Gene, and now my kids. I created a band called the Little Gods of Thunder. I put them in makeup, and Antonio plays the drums, and Aiden plays the bass. So it's pretty cool. So I did that. The kids got to, but now my kids are done with Kiss too. They could.
Yeah, at my house we have a band called Thunder Road. Jackson's Clarence Clemens and Lucas's Max
Hello there,
Weinberg.
Daddy. Can I be Clarence?
I'm not even going to get into the band that we have at home, but let's just say it's a trio. Tony, you're on the wrap-up show.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I think I know why. I'm sorry to throw you under the bus, Sal. I love you, buddy.
That's okay. I'm ready to take it, sir. Let me bend over and drop my pants. Go ahead.
I think I know why Sal got so emotional with Kiss, and that's because, his wife and him, that's something that they both share. I mean, that's something. She's a big fan of Kiss too, if I remember right.
No, she came to a concert. My wife, she hates Kiss. Well, she doesn't hate them anymore, but she's come to a few concerts with the kids.
I seem to remember unlike Sal, I'm friends with her on Facebook.
There
And I
you go.
seem to remember her mentioning on there a few different times how big a
Message
fan
her and
she
ask
was.
her what's for dinner tonight for me, please.
But I seem to remember her mentioning how she was a fan of Kiss and everything, and I just figured that was something maybe he was looking forward to, something that they could do together that they wouldn't argue and fight about. They could go and go to a Kiss concert and not kill each other, and maybe he'd get some afterwards.
Yeah, the loud music certainly drowns her out, so we do not fight at the Kiss concerts. But she goes, she's supportive with it, and the kids loved Kiss at a time. And
Don't you guys bond over like Elton John or other musical artists?
we went to an Elton John concert, and I have to say, first of all, thank you. Ross Zapin really hooked me up. It's when I first came here, and we were 10th row. We were in the friends, family, and co-workers section.
Right.
Ross Zapin did something really sweet. Thank you, Ross. And I took my wife 10th row, and we were, literally dead center with Elton John. He's singing, and his performance was magnificent. And I'm holding my wife's hand, and it was like such an intimate time. And he sung a song. I don't know what it was. It was Daniel or something. And I turned to her and I kissed her, and she goes, "Oof, your breath smells like shit." And that's the only thing I can remember from that whole night.
That's very sweet.
But Elton John kind of brought us together. We've gone to a Billy Joel concert. Her parents got into a fight on the way there. They almost hit a pole on the way to the Coliseum because my mother-in-law made the wrong turn. My father-in-law grabbed the steering wheel. She punched him in the arm. So that was our Billy Joel experience. We have an Elton John one and Kiss.
Who would you say are bands that would cite Kiss as a big influence?
Well, Dimebag Darrell from Pantera was hugely influenced
I don't like
by
them either.
Ace Frehley. Well,
I was not a big
I'm not a
Pantera
huge Pantera fan as well, but there are so many bands out
Like who?
there. I really don't know. I know about Dimebag specifically, but there are a lot of bands. Okay, for example, Pearl Jam. Mike McCready, I believe his name is.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know exactly the names of the players. He is hugely influenced by Ace Frehley. As a matter of fact, there's a song in Alive. The solo was taken directly from a solo that Ace Frehley did, the intros, and they invited Ace Frehley down to Madison Square Garden to perform with them. So Pearl Jam, I don't think you could get a better example.
When Rush broke out in America, they were touring with Kiss.
Is that right?
Yeah, Kiss made a huge impact with them. Like the Rush guys would go back to the hotel room and write music, and Gene Simmons is like, "Who are these assholes? Like, don't they have a good time out on the road?" It's part of the DVD.
And
Two
then-
bands snubbed by the Rock and Roll
I
Hall of
believe
Fame.
I believe it started where Kiss opened for Rush, right?
And
And,
then
a few years later, Rush opened for Kiss.
On Thursday's wrap-up show, all eyes were on J.D. Harmeyer. J.D. tried to play a little joke by not telling Gary that Howard was still sleeping in the back. And on Howard's show, Howard just ripped apart J.D. He felt bad. Gary also felt hurt. J.D. tried to explain himself, and that is where the show is, folks. Here we go.
We should lead off with what Howard started the show with, and that was the story about J.D. letting Gary wake up Howard during his nap. And I don't know if the blame was fair to give to you, JD. I guess Lee went in there to take the blame, and Ronnie said he was partly at fault, and everyone was saying, "Oh, it's my fault." But Howard was, one, genuinely pissed off, and two, disappointed, I guess, a little bit in you, JD, because he felt like, he's got
I am. We'll get to me.
Well, we'll get to Howard Gary's first. Here, so I could talk about Howard because he's not. He said he's always got your back, and in this situation, you didn't have
when he's
his.
not yelling at me on air. But yes, for the most part.
You don't think Howard has your back?
No, he does. He does. I was joking.
And a soft spot for you, but maybe that might be gone now after this. He was really disappointed.
I know, and I feel terrible. I pissed him off, and then I disappointed Gary.
Now, while you were in there during this, Gary and I were talking a little bit, and Gary said to me point blank, he's like, "Wow, like JD of all people," and he really, you seem genuinely hurt, Gary.
Here's why, and I'll tell you. Here's why. If JD's on the wrap-up show, yeah, I'll take a jab at him. He'll take a jab at me. We'll fuck around. But I don't think I've ever played a practical joke on JD. The hijinks that go on in the office, I stay away from that shit. I let him and Will joust. I let you fuck with him. I sort of leave JD alone in there. So I was surprised that he felt that I needed to be the victim of one of his pranks.
No, first of all, it wasn't like it wasn't really a prank, and there was no premeditation or anything at all. It just sort of happened, and I just sort of let it happen, and then thinking it would be funny to have it translate over into the next morning, and then it just and then whenever.
But what do you think would happen? You thought Howard would go ha ha ha?
No. I thought he would. I thought he would. It would be like the phlegm thing. You know what I mean? I thought it would be sort of to that degree. I didn't think he would be pissed off or he'd rail on you all day or something.
You thought he'd break Gary's balls over waking him up?
Yes, and mine, but whatever. But I did not. As soon as Howard walked out, and then he said told Gary to be quiet, and then he looked at me and goes, "JD, come on." I was like, "Oh fuck me."
So did you know it backfired right then?
It was like, oh shit. And then when we walked in this morning, he called me a prick and an asshole. And then and then when Ronnie said the thing where I said it'd be funny for Gary to get yelled at, and Gary goes, "Oh man, really?" I was like, "Fuck." It just all went to hell.
Well, what hurt more, the disappointment that Howard showed, or the disappointment that Gary showed?
Both, because there's been these sort of years or whatever of I guess trust or whatever, and sort of. I try not to rock the boat, and then I ended up rocking the boat by not doing something, and just...
Now, do you feel that you are you, which is fine. I don't. It's listen, in the scheme of things, is it that big of a deal? No, but do you feel? Are you more hurt that they are disappointed in you, or do you now look back and say, "Oh, I did the wrong thing"?
Both. There is, as dumb as, well, it's not dumb, but there is I feel I've taken a responsibility into myself, having an office next to Howard. I realize after, to show how important he gets his quote unquote work done.
So with a close office comes great responsibility.
Yes, and and 99% of the time. I'm usually good at quieting people down and stuff. And I would go out of my way to tell someone down the hall to be quiet, and then
but is it your job to tell someone down the hall to be quiet?
It sort of is.
Or does that fall on? Well, who's responsible for the hallways?
Well, everybody's responsible for themselves. But I want to start by saying, first of all, the whole thing's on tape, which is great because I was taping it for Howard TV. Yeah. So Howard goes out of his office and the camera swings around. I was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm so sorry. I didn't even think Howard was still there." I think I said this on the air this morning, but we were doing pickup shots from a bit that we're doing for me giving a tour of the studio that's going to run on Howard TV. So I finished the wrap-up show, and I said, "Okay, I'm ready to do it." And they said, "Let's go." But nobody said, "Oh, by the way, keep it down in the halls. Howard's still here." I didn't think Howard was still there. Like we just saw Howard walk by. He usually leaves sometime during the wrap-up show, but not always. And so, on top of that, I was only supposed to go to Richard and Sal's office because the day we shot it, they weren't there. But I realized while we were doing it, the day we shot it, JD wasn't there. He went home.
No, I was there. We had shot. That was another thing. Like he was redoing something that he had already done.
See, I forgot. I thought you weren't there that day. So anyway, that's what happened. But the other thing that was interesting was I went right back to my office. And I called Howard, and I got his voicemail. And I said, "Listen, man, I'm really sorry. I had no idea that you were still here. I was doing the shot." And I go, "I apologize. I didn't mean to wake you up." And I left a message. He called me back, I don't know, like 5 o'clock last night. And he said, "Listen, man, I got your message. Don't worry. It's no big deal. It's good. Don't even give it a second thought." So I didn't, and I should have.
Yeah, because look what you walked into this morning. But now, is it someone?
It's not Gary's fault. I'm the blame.
And I want to bring someone else into this too, who sort of skated away a little too easily. Ronnie, we walked down the hall, and Ronnie goes to me. He says, "I told you guys, I warned you guys," and I was like, "Nobody said or warned me about anything."
That's my next question. Should you know coming out of here that maybe Howard could be in there, so you shouldn't go down there? Or does Ronnie have? Because did you see Ronnie when you walked back? Because if Ronnie's here, Howard's still here.
I don't remember if I saw Ronnie when I walked back. Sometimes he's in TV. I don't remember seeing him. My first recollection of seeing him was after when he said to me, "I warned you guys. I told you guys."
So but
he was in the hallway while it was going on, and he might have said, "Gary, he's still here," and I would have gone, "Okay, we'll shoot this later."
So wait, did he warn you?
No.
So what do you think? Do you think he was just?
I don't know what he was thinking.
He said he was getting his coat because it was almost time.
Which is fine. If he was getting his coat and he didn't see it, then don't say, "I warned you." Because you didn't.
Well, maybe he feels that there's a global warning. Like, you should know that at that time you shouldn't be messing with that corner of the office. And it's not the first time Howard's walked out, and he's had to shut a couple other people up, right, JD?
If I would have known when we built this studio, I was telling you, John, I went to visit a friend the other day who has a home theater, his apartment in the city, and I was telling you how soundproofed it is. And it's not that expensive to soundproof a room. Had I known that Howard was going to use that room the way he does, I would have soundproofed it better. There's a special sheetrock you can use that's soundproof, and I would have put a better seal on the door.
Well, that's what I was told, early on or whatever. I was told that it was, pretty soundproof because that's what they knew. They didn't want my work to disturb Howard. But, I guess sometimes when my door is open, it can get through his door, and that's the whole other
I didn't realize that you took on the role of sort of a gatekeeper there and keeping people quiet, and you assumed that responsibility having the office next to Howard's.
Oh, well, you've seen it enough times, and he's talked about it on air, about people talking and stuff, and yeah, kind of.
So when you walked out, was this like the worst you felt in terms of disappointing?
No, definitely, yes. Probably one of the worst, and it's I will just not fuck around anymore. I need to stay focused and then realize, keep everyone to be quiet.
I don't know that it's JD's responsibility to keep everybody in the hallway quiet, but I do think he had a certain responsibility since I was talking directly to him. In other words, if it's going on outside the room and he's listening to something, but I was talking directly to him and he's just going, Yeah,
JD, did a part of you think like, all right, maybe I should tell Gary, or were you just were you enjoying the moment too much?
No, it was both, John. It was happening, and I was thinking, and there was just a lot going on in my head, and I was like, "Oh, is he talking too loud? And there's a camera. Should I be quiet him off because we're on camera, or should I just let him go? Or it would be funny to have Howard. It was just
who was it? So now that you feel bad, who was it a bigger sin towards, Howard or Gary?
I think he answered that.
Well,
before you walked in.
I should have quieted him down.
What were you going to say, Gary?
The other thing that I find really amusing is, I was moderately disappointed by JD. I was like, wow, because I didn't know that it was premeditated. But
no, it wasn't premeditated.
Well, it was a premeditated omission.
Right. But in other words, it was something that you thought about, you could have stopped and you decided not to. So it wasn't premeditated, but it wasn't it happened and you let it happen.
Yes.
So I was sort of weirded out by that, but not to the point where like I'm so upset I can never look JD in the eye again. So after that, I happen to go over. I'm thinking about having all the guys from our fantasy football league up to my house on that Sunday after we go on vacation to go sit in the man cave and in the home theater and watch all the games and just have beers and hang out. So I went and talked to JD and I said, hey, by the way, we're going to do this thing. And JD, he could hardly look at me and he goes, I guess if you still want me. I was like, well, it's not that bad. It's not like I never want you to come to anywhere again.
You thought it was a pity invite?
No. It was just, he brought this up like a couple minutes after I basically, I don't know, I backstabbed him or whatever.
I sent him a note about something to put for the show. And he sent me a note. He goes, it will be hard to look you in the eye for a while.
for a bit.
Yeah, I noticed you can't even turn and look at Gary during this conversation.
No, I'm looking at him a little bit, but who's that? Someone was talking about. No, I can look at him a little bit, but he
can't look me in the eye when everything's fine.
Do you feel like you need to get back at him now in some way, or is
that's another thing.
I'm not. First of all, it wasn't such a great prank that it needs to be.
It wasn't a great prank at all.
But I'm not big into. I don't like doing. Stuttering John and I went through this, and it just got uglier and uglier. He stole the Gary puppet, and then I did the bit where I fired him, where he was curled in the fetal position, and even somebody in the office, I think Kathy was our office manager. She's like, you know what? This has gone way over practical jokes. You fired him, and he almost cried. And I don't like getting into the. If I get him back, then he's going to get me back worse.
And one last question.
I probably wouldn't because I'm not like that.
Well, one last question, JD, on this, and then we'll move on. Do you feel like you've dropped in status in Howard's eyes in some way? Like, do you feel you have to regain trust with Howard now that this has happened?
Well, like I said, not just Howard, but Gary.
I'm not talking about Gary. I'm talking about Howard.
Yeah, okay. Well, both, but yes, Howard. Yeah.
Because when Howard says, I thought you were my bro, and he goes down that path, that's a pretty serious thing to say.
Yes. And I don't think Howard is a sucker. But I just said it because I knew he would kept going on and on.
You didn't mean it?
No.
By the way, who on the show hasn't been forced to say that to Howard? I know Richard had to say that to him. I think I've been forced to say it to him. Sal, JD, Benji probably, Benji, tell me I'm an ass, right? Tell me I'm an idiot, right? I'm sure at some point you got into that. Very few people haven't been painted into that corner.
Will Murray has now joined us.
Yes.
A lot of times you goof on JD, you make fun of him, you tease him. You guys have this little thing going back and forth.
Can't wait for this.
Today, do you feel like Howard was genuinely disappointed in what JD did? And it's going to hurt in terms of, he almost said, okay, I guess JD's leaving the nest. Like, he was
It is. It was disrespectful. Howard has taken him under his wing. He's been nice to JD, and JD just, stepped on him, basically. Right?
No, in that one instant, I don't know if it stepped on him, but...
Listen,
go ahead.
Treat Howard like a gym and just leave him alone, okay?
Oh!
I want you to treat him like one of those value meals you buy and just treasure him a little bit, all right?
I'm so glad I stayed for this.
Do you think...
I'm glad you got that line out there, dude.
Do you think Howard was more hurt or Gary was more hurt by what JD did?
Gary should be hurt, too. He hired JD. He uses JD's work all the time. He tries to, make him into a somewhat professional producer, and this is how he thanks him? It's ridiculous. Right?
Yes.
JD, do you hate Will or Jason more?
Right now, I hate Will more.
Why? What'd I do? I'm just saying. I thought it was a little disrespectful.
Down here and be a douchebag.
Huh?
You know what you're doing.
Listen, I'm just saying, I probably wouldn't pull practical jokes on Howard. You know that's a no-no. And you thought, you do your own little bit for Howard TV or whatever it was there.
No. There was no bit.
It was a bit.
There was no bit.
You knew the camera was going back there. You knew he was trying to say
I didn't know it was coming back until he actually came back.
What? So why didn't you say anything? Was your mouth full?
Was it a practical joke on Howard or was it a practical joke on Gary?
How many more fat jokes did you write down over there, asshole?
I'm out of jokes.
Exactly.
Well, was it
off the cuff now?
Was it a joke on Howard
off the cuff?
or was it a joke on Gary?
Say that again?
I said, do you feel JD was like pulling a practical joke on Howard or was he pulling
on everyone?
It on Gary?
He's trying to pull one over on everyone. He thinks he's better than everyone around here.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Shut up.
I mean, really.
Now you're being dumb.
No, but I'm just saying, Gary deserves just as much respect as Howard.
I
right?
do. I respect.
So why didn't you say you knew that you were just putting him? You were basically setting a trap for Gary, right?
In that sense, I guess, and not saying something. Yeah. Okay. And I feel bad for it. It backfired on me, and What am I going to do?
Well, I don't know what else to say, you know?
Anything you want to say to Will?
No, I have nothing to say to Will.
Why?
Ever anymore.
It's getting around lunch. He's getting hungry. He can't think very well. Hey, stop. Come on. Come on. I didn't mean that.
Goodbye.
Don't leave before the plug, JD.
Wait.
No, that's
wait.
okay. Jimmy. Fuck Will. Oh.
Listen. Come on.
Listen what? Listen what?
Come back.
Listen
Come back.
what?
I noticed you're not running.
Come back. He's got one more joke on his sleeve.
All right, we got to wrap up the wrap-up show. JD, don't go.
This is the best of the wrap-up show. A recap and behind-the-scenes look with John High and Gary Dell'Abate. The best of the wrap-up show begins now.
Hey, I'm Gary Dell'Abate. On Monday's wrap-up show, we talked about a ton of stuff. We talked about Chelsea Handler. She talked about wanting to be famous, and we talked about whether we wanted to be famous or not. We talked about tipping. We talked about Mitch Patel, my old intern, and his girlfriend came in, and they're swingers, and how she wants to fuck a guy, and he's not into that. And then JD came in and discussed whether he'd be into that. We covered a wide array of subjects, and here's what happened.
Today, Chelsea Handler dropped by, and was Chelsea happy to be up here? In the beginning, she sounded a little tired, but by the end, she was clicking with Howard.
I think she digs the show. I think everybody hates getting up early. And I think part of her personality is that I think part of her comedy is that she's perennially irritated and pissed off. Like, that's sort of part of who she is.
And Howard loves that.
Right.
Yeah, he loves talking to someone who's as pissed off as he is about a lot of different things.
And willing to talk about it.
Right.
And name names.
Right. And which they did. The first thing I thought that got out was Howard's old college pal, Ted. Chelsea didn't hesitate to talk about him at all.
Right.
And they quickly bonded over that.
Howard is never like Ted. Ted is like a thorn in Howard's side. And every time he got more and more successful, it used to irritate the shit out of Howard. You know, he came on our show once.
And how'd that go?
It wasn't as much fun as making fun of him. And I don't make fun of him. I'm saying for Howard, it probably wasn't as much fun as goofing on him.
Now, why is being famous so important to Chelsea?
I don't know. I mean, she sort of said that it's something that she always dreamt of doing, that she wanted to do. I liked when she talked more about how you think that when you get famous, you can really rub it in everybody's faces, and it's not nearly as much fun as you would think it would be.
Well, that's what Howard said when he ran into, you know, he felt sad more than actually, hey, it's time to gloat. But is being famous important to you?
I'd be lying if I said on some level it wasn't. I mean, when I was in college, I thought that I had a chance to sort of be recognizable, and I liked the idea of it, and I like it. I enjoy it.
How about you, Benji?
I think the perks, not, you know, I'm famous to a level, to like someone that's like a character on a reality show, but to the perks that we get from it, I think are great, and it's also nice. Like, I like the idea. I mean, it's an entree into people. It's like you know, you feel like a little bit more connected to everyone, but the actual just being famous for being famous is not a huge turn on to me.
Yeah, I always say that the best part of working on the show is being a B celebrity who works for an A celebrity, or even a D celebrity who works for an A celebrity, because you do get some cool perks. But like Howard, so almost can't utilize the perks that he gets because he's so famous. He can't, you know, it's hard for him to go to the baseball game and sit in the stands.
What did you think of Chelsea's story about waitressing and how important the tip is?
First of all, I learned something today. I had no idea that they have to pay 8% tax on somebody's bill. That's crazy. Did you know that?
No.
I never heard that before. But I get, listen, I worked at TGI Fridays, and I worked with waitresses who were like Chelsea, who just went up to guys and said, really, you're not going to fucking tip me? And there were all sorts of discussions of which ethnic groups, and, you know, like I know that I got yelled at. I was the host, and I got yelled at for seating a table of women in a waitress's section. And I go, what are you mad at? She goes, don't fucking put women in my section. They don't tip for shit.
Actually, yeah, she made an anti-Semitic comment about that.
Well, she said, you're the kind of Jew that makes a Jew like me, or something like that. Yeah. I guess when you're Jewish, you can make anti-Semitic remarks. But I do get, you know,
half a comment.
When you work hard and somebody tips you, like, I mean, somebody putting $10 down an $800 bill is just, it's the worst thing you can do.
Do you feel pressure to tip well? I mean, have you always felt that pressure?
Yeah. My pressure is, I mean, I like to tip well anyway because I think I make enough money to do it, but my other pressure is if you tip like shit, someone will call the show.
That's right. So you better...
Which is, I think, is exactly what Howard... In fact, I was telling you this before. Howard and I went out to dinner one night, and I got to remember if I got this right, but I think I picked up the bill, and I put my credit card down, and Howard insisted on leaving a tip, which I thought was weird, but now that I think about it, I realize Howard probably wasn't sure I was going to leave a big enough tip, or not a Howard Stern caliber tip, and he didn't want to leave it to me, and I understand because when we leave, nobody says Gary tipped me like shit. It's Howard Stern tipped me like shit. So, and Howard always leaves ridiculous sized tips.
So do you have a general standard? Like I know 15 to 20%.
I'm 20 to 25%. I mean, I'm guaranteed 20%, sometimes 25%. But again, I would never tip under 20%.
Rick, you're on the wrap-up show. Hey, Rick.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
So just that bit that Chelsea was talking about with the tipping.
Yeah, the 8%.
Yeah, they actually can cost the waitress money to wait on somebody. They take out a percentage of their gross sales to divvy out to the bar, the hostesses, the bus, and all that. So they have to pay that no matter what.
Well, wait a second.
Whether
She
you
said
them or not.
you're saying that they take out money to divvy up to everybody. She's saying she has to pay 8% tax. Is that what?
I think no, it's not really tax. I think she just misexplained it.
Right.
But because on any kind of transaction that's credit card, they can trace it. So anything that isn't cash money, you have to pay on.
I do know that when you work in a restaurant, you have to tip the bar backs and the bus boys and some other people. But I understand that if you first of all, I don't know who's going to tip 8% or less. You got to think like I think in the worst places you tip 10%, but that's unheard of.
You never know, Gar. You never know. But moving on with Chelsea, what did you think of her explanation of her relationship with 50 Cent?
It sounded like she really liked him. It sounded like she went out with him for a goof and found out that she really dug him.
Yeah, and it sounded like when they broke up, they haven't spoken. I guess they get along well now, but they didn't speak to each other for a while based on what she had said to him. So why does she have the ability to fly? I mean, she's an unbelievably successful author. Her television shows are doing well. How does she get to fly under the radar?
Because what are you going to find out about her that she hasn't told you in any of her books or she doesn't say on her show? I think that's a huge thing for her.
And is it odd? I mean, you did it in the book you wrote. I mean, when you put so much of yourself out there, then people sort of think they know you very well, and all of that is there. And I think her and Howard bonded over that a little bit.
But Howard tells everything on the radio show, yet he still gets followed a lot.
True.
But not Jennifer Aniston, whoever it's Julia Roberts caliber. But yeah, he gets followed a lot. I understand though what she said. It's the best of both worlds for her. She gets all the perks and none of the shit.
We're going to move off of Chelsea Handler and on to your former intern, Gary, Mitch, and Jessica, who look great.
She's really pretty.
Does it make you feel awkward at all when Mitch... was Mitch like this when he interned for you?
Absolutely not. He was in college. He was in his maybe 20 or 21. And he was your typical horny college kid. We talked about, chicks we thought were hot. But I don't remember him being like a sex fiend or like having like, oh, I need to do threesomes. I think he was looking for onesomes at the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And he seems to hit the mother load with his fiance, but his fiance now wants to bring another guy in bed. And Mitch,
deal breaker.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's a deal breaker for Mitch.
Yeah, I find the whole thing fascinating, and I don't judge. But I don't think, like, as I was listening to them talk about it, I said, like, on the surface, it sounds like a really great idea. Like, oh, my girlfriend's going to let me fuck other girls, or my wife's going to let me fuck other girls. But to me, it sounds both physically and mentally to be an enormous strain. You know what I mean? Like, you have to think about what does it mean? What does it mean? The going out to get them. It just seems like a lot
of scheduling.
A lot of work. It seems like a lot of work. And so I don't know. I don't know Mitch, the comedian swinger. I know Mitch, the intern.
But by the way, she said she would be okay with them having a monogamous traditional relationship. Just if they did that, she doesn't think she would want to bring in other girls if he didn't, eventually let her bring in other guys.
And do you think that's a fair request?
Do I think it's fair? I think anything's fair if you're married and being upfront and like saying, this is, and you're not exploiting the other person. I think it's fair that that's what she wants and that's what he wants.
JD, would you be able to handle another guy in bed?
No. I can barely handle me in bed.
Hold on. What size bed does JD even have?
but JD, let's go to this one, right?
Yes.
Like who's one of your hot girls? Like a girl that you really love. Is there an answer to this?
No, I mean there's a lot. There's
okay.
There's a lot.
So the girl that was in Katrina, right? You like her?
Katrina Bowden.
So she's on 30 Rock. So she's super hot. So say Katrina Bowden says, "Hey, I want you to come and I want to hook up with you." And my boyfriend's just going to sit in the corner and jerk off.
No. No, I couldn't. That's too weird. I can't have another guy.
Not going to come near you. Not going to touch you. He's all the way in the corner.
I could have been. If I was into that, I could have did that when I was down at hedonism, because that's all. That in fact, that was probably the only way I would have gotten laid. And since I wasn't into it, I didn't get much of anything. So no, I would not. No other guys. I want no other penises in the room. It's just mine.
But if other girls are around.
Oh, that's that's fine with me.
Double standard.
Well, listen, I'm sorry. I'm just being me.
But the more the merrier, right?
Oh, I don't know. Well, no, I don't know about that.
But just Gary's
the more
scenario.
might be sadder.
Gary's scenario, like, so you said the Katrina Bowden is her name, like, is one of your hottest chicks, like, so you couldn't have the guy in there jerking off. What if she told you like he was just watching but not jerking off?
No. I don't want to be watched. I don't want to be analyzed whatsoever.
What if he knew about it and was like, I'm going to let you guys in the room alone. I'll leave and I'll come back. Or call me when you're done. I'll come back.
Well, I don't know.
All right, Katrina, you have a little shot here.
Hey, by the way, Benji, because you've been into some interesting stuff. Have you ever been with a chick where a dude's been in the room just watching?
Yes, but like I've been in it. Like that's never would be my first choice.
Yeah,
I'd be like,
I don't think it's anybody's.
Well, no, I think it is some people's, but opportunistically, when that's the only way it was going to happen,
Right.
yeah, it's happened.
And are you?
It's not.
If Elisa wanted to bring another guy in,
no,
would you
no
be
way,
okay with
no,
that?
absolutely no way. No.
But see, for me, the guy in the corner only freaks me out because, like, I'd have one eye open because I think I keep waiting for him to, like, I'll just shove a finger up your ass, because you have your attention somewhere else and he catch you off guard.
Waiting for him to slowly creep in.
Yeah.
So on Tuesday's wrap-up show, I went in to talk about the whole Ronnie fiasco. Apparently, he didn't enjoy me calling him borderline stupid. But and then after that, I talked about his whole yelling at his appearances and what a nightmare that is. I've seen that at a party, so here it is.
Howard says he wishes he wasn't associated with one of the two Ronnie Munns that he's gotten to know, and we should get into that a little bit when Ronnie comes in here about how he really is two different people, Gary.
I agree.
There's the character and the...
Because you and I talked about this when we were in Vegas, about, like, we love Ronnie and how Ronnie has a big heart, what a great guy he is, but I don't know that guy's coming across on the air a lot lately.
Well, that guy wasn't doing that contest in Vegas. You could see that. I mean,
I started to write Howard a note last night. I canceled it at the last second. But after I watched Ronnie, I wrote him a note that said, I thank God, I thank you and God every day that I don't have to do these appearances anymore, because when you go out in front of a crowd, there's, you feel compelled to do something.
Right.
And when you don't have an act or you don't do anything, Ronnie and I are famous for being famous. I'm famous for I can't book a guest in front of a crowd. And so I never felt comfortable doing it.
Well, Ronnie also took issue with Scott DePace. He was insulted that Scott called him stupid, and he kind of went off on you, Scott, really out of left field. I didn't see that coming, did you?
Your mistake, Scott, was that you gave your opinion on how smart you think everybody is, and somebody asked you, but once you put that out there, everyone's going to come back
The
at you.
fact is, everyone here has called me stupid from one time or the other. And, Ronnie, everyone, Howard, I mean, all those guys. So, yeah, I guess I'm not Howard. All of those guys have pretty much said that he's stupid. They pretty much made fun of his poem. And somehow I'm the bad guy. So, okay.
But you know what I think the difference is? Like, I'll say sometimes, oh, Scott, you're being stupid, or I think your politics are stupid. But I don't think you are stupid. You sort of made the blanket statement pursuant to nothing.
Look, it's an
I think
interview.
Ronnie is in general stupid.
All right. Ask me the question again. Rank people around
Do you think
here.
Ronnie's a bright guy?
Yes. Everyone here is very bright.
But you're not being real.
Well, I mean, how else am I supposed to answer
Tell the
it?
truth. Tell what you feel.
I think I did.
You pride yourself
Sort of.
on answering questions honestly and bluntly.
Yeah.
And now you're saying that you think Ronnie is a bright guy? Because in that interview, it didn't sound like you thought Ronnie was a very bright guy.
I don't think John understands sarcasm.
You are a point above him in IQ.
Yeah, clearly, I'm missing it. That's the one point.
Maybe you're the dummy. Look, do I think he's borderline stupid? Like I said, no. That's a little.
Is there anyone here you think is?
No. I don't even know if Bobo was. I don't think I've ever met someone borderline stupid besides a retarded guy.
So what's borderline stupid?
Yeah,
because it's not retarded.
Define borderline stupid.
Just someone who you can't even have a conversation with, who has no sense of reason or I don't know.
But that's retarded, what you're talking about. There are stupid people who aren't retarded.
Well, show me one of them. Who do you think is here?
I think that Sal, in some areas, can be bright, and in some areas, I think Sal lacks common sense.
So that's your way of sugarcoating.
No,
I
don't think Sal's stupid. I think Sal lacks book smarts, and I think he lacks common sense. On the other hand, I think sometimes he's sort of a little street smart. He's sharp in some other areas, so I don't completely discount him. But sometimes he doesn't think things through.
He's brilliant at making some of those calls.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I said that I think Sal is reasonably intelligent. But so maybe I should say Ronnie doesn't show or sound very intelligent, but he can drive very well.
Okay.
I mean, like I don't know. I made a comment and he got angry and.
Do you see why Ronnie would find that comment insulting?
I would say that you'd be stupid for being surprised that he's mad that you called him stupid.
No, I mean my point is that everyone here has called me stupid, and Howard has basically said that he's not. Stupid is a strong word, and maybe that's the problem. I shouldn't be saying stupid because I don't think he's stupid. But if we had to take an SAT test, let's say we all had to go in and. My money's not going on him. That's it.
So he's not strong academically in your eyes.
What do you think?
I'm just stating what you said.
I'm not sure how I feel right now. What do you think?
You're not sure how you feel because you're backpedaling on what you said before.
Well, that's really what I meant. I just mean that Ronnie's a great guy. And like he said, he's successful in business.
So did you feel bad saying that about Ronnie? Because it heated up pretty quickly between you two.
Well, I felt bad that he got so upset. I mean, I thought his skin was a little thicker. That I always think I'm always surprised when anyone here gets upset because of all the.
But you get upset.
That goes on. I do when it's 5-on-1 sort of thing. That's
no,
what
you get
pisses
if
me
somebody takes a shot at you, it upsets you sometimes.
Not really, go ahead.
I'm not looking to fight with you. But who do you think here? Have you ever met anybody like that's borderline stupid, like some of the whack packers? No, because I think it's a funny phrase. Like where would you put Miss Howard Stern?
I've never really. I don't speak to a lot of the guests, so I don't really. But my interaction from what they, I think Miss Howard Stern is probably borderline stupid. I think is Beetlejuice officially retarded? Because if not, he's definitely stupid.
You really have to ask that question?
Well, I don't know. What is there a clinical term? And how do you? I don't
know what the clinical term is. But if you ask somebody to spell red 3 times and they spell 3 different ways, I'm going to go with whatever that phrase
is. Then he's flat out retarded.
Steve in Pennsylvania, you're on the wrap-up show.
High pitch Eric seems very stupid.
Hello.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve Carnathan, I'm a big fan. Hey, listen, Pace, you're just a backpedaling asshole, first of all.
Shut up.
And
you're
second
stupid.
Of all, Ronnie runs his business, and he runs it better than obviously you did.
I don't run Ronnie's business.
No, Ronnie runs his own. He's a hell of a lot more successful than you are. You're just a typical politician, backpedaling asshole.
I'm not a politician. What?
Now, Scott, did you think it was fair for Howard to be upset at Ronnie in the way he behaved out in Vegas? Do you think Ronnie's representing the show?
I mean, listen, Ronnie's his own guy. If he's going to say that this is Ronnie from the Howard Stern show, I could see Howard's point.
But, I mean, it's a Howard TV event. He's saying Howard TV up there.
I don't know. I'd be curious to talk to some of the people. Do they think are they getting some part of the Howard Stern show? Or they think it's going to be a big comedy show? Or if they go expecting to hear some guy just yell at them the whole time, well, then they deserve it.
Gary, what do you think? Should Howard be upset by this? He said he doesn't want to associate himself with that kind of guy.
The thing is, I think that Ronnie's sort of getting mixed signals because Ronnie hasn't really changed too much. He's always sort of been like that. I think that Howard's perception of how he'd like to be received by the audience might be changing a little, which he's totally entitled to, by the way. And so maybe one day he wasn't paying attention. One day he woke up and somebody sent him the tape. It's like, oh my God, that's who's out there representing me. I'm not sure that I'm crazy about that anymore.
So you think Howard has changed, not Ronnie?
Yeah, to some degree, and I think that's perfectly fine for somebody to change.
Just so everyone knows, that is the guy that shows up at all the parties that we have.
But if you go to dinner with Ronnie, or if you just hang out with Ronnie, that's not the guy you hang out with.
No, because normally that's before that guy comes out. When he gets a little drunk, then suddenly forget about it.
All right, Ted, let's take a break. We'll try and get Ronnie down here to refute some of what Scott said, calling him borderline stupid. Ronnie just joined us, and Ronnie, we were talking to Scott about him calling you borderline stupid, and he's backed off of that a little bit, but you went after him pretty hard today.
What do you mean by backed off a little bit? What does that mean?
Well, he was trying to. Well, Scott, you should speak for yourself. I don't want to put words in
I
your
already
mouth.
did it once. I can't. I don't know.
I think he said that he doesn't think you're book smart, but you drive well.
No, that was a joke. I think that, to say you're borderline stupid is certainly an exaggeration. All I was saying is if we were going to
Why would you say it at all then?
They asked me the question, who is, rank everyone around here. And I had just got done hearing you do your poem, and I didn't think it sounded very good.
You just got done hearing me do my poem.
You had just said you had
I did my poem at the Christmas party. That was December 15th.
Yeah, the first one. The first poem about the winter. It's
Yeah,
cold.
okay. You had just heard that?
You just said it on the air, and that was
What?
You're getting caught up. What we played was taped about a month ago with DePace as well. So he's saying when he was interviewed, he heard you it was a day or two after he heard you do your poem.
Oh, okay.
But Scott said, if you took the SAT, he doesn't think you do very well.
As well as most.
Can I ask you a question? What at this point in my life, does that matter now?
Yeah, I know. I agree with you.
Same thing with an IQ test. What is that going to do for
I
me?
agree with you.
And what did it do
100%.
for you, except to find out that Will is smarter than you?
That's debatable.
He passed it. He got a higher score, didn't he?
Still don't know how he did it.
I don't know, man.
Really?
I know it bothered him.
You can't get over the fact that he may be
No,
smarter
it
than
bothered
you?
him badly, man.
There was that whole news story.
Which turned out not to be true.
Well, I don't know.
Do you think Will cheated and that's why he got more than you?
Look, I know he called me the day before he took it in a panic.
We all did. We were all. I called Howard in a panic the day. We all were in a panic, except for you.
And he called me in a panic, wanting to know everything about the test. And then he did a lot of research on it. I don't know. Look, he's a smart guy. I never said he wasn't. I just, the 131.
You can't just say he scored better than you on the IQ
I
test.
told you, it bothers him to no
Wow.
And that's your friend.
Maybe. All right. He probably did get the one.
I don't know.
Is there anybody? Is there anyone here you feel is smarter than you?
I think everyone's smart.
Answer my question. Is there anyone here that you feel is
there
smarter
anyone
than you?
here whose intelligence intimidates me? No.
Is there anyone here who you feel is smarter than you are?
I don't know. How do I know that?
Is
anyone here a scientist? No.
It's a gut guess.
Gut guess? I'm sure there is.
But who would it be then?
It could be.
It's not Robin. It's not Fred.
Could be
Obviously.
Will.
Could be Will.
It could be Howard.
Mm-hmm.
It could be John.
But wait a second. So if you're doing the IQ test, throwing all the jokes out the window, John and I scored 1 point below you. It's a veritable.
John was a couple more than.
No, John and I are the same.
Oh,
1 point.
It's a veritable tie. You don't think that we're all around the same intelligence, or do you think that 1 point really makes you so much smarter than John and I?
It was a really hard point.
No, I'm being serious.
I mean, you're the same as I am. It's obvious that the test. I mean, I don't know any other barometer than the IQ test. So what am I to say? You're right in the same family as I am.
No, but that's because it sounded like you were going a different way. But we were saying, who do you think here could be?
You said, "What's my gut on who could be smarter than I?" I don't think you're smarter than I am. That's my gut.
That's okay. I'm just wondering if there's anybody else that could be.
I don't know. I'd have to go through the whole list and
do you think you're the smartest guy in the TV room, as a for instance?
Yes. No. Maybe.
Who was the no?
Goodstein, Ganji, Phelan.
You think Ganji might be smarter than you?
No. I'm smart.
Those are the yeses.
So Ronnie, you agree? Scott doesn't think anybody here is smarter than he is.
Yeah, I agree.
I just said you could be, John.
And that.
You said it, but you didn't mean it.
Well, wait a second. John and I have the same IQ, so why could he be smarter than you, but I couldn't?
Well, I think yours is swayed in the memory category, which I don't value.
You don't know what
you have the Fred problem, Gary.
But you don't know what John scored high.
I don't know, Gary. I don't know. You're asking me these questions. I don't know. There's no way to judge.
Yet
Let's cut our brains open.
There's no way to judge, yet somehow you managed to.
Well, of course. I mean, you're asking me for a gut feeling. I'm not willing to say my gut says that you're smarter than I am.
Well, what would make you say I was stupid?
What do you think made Howard, Robin, and Fred at times call you stupid?
I never heard him call me stupid.
Well, stupid's a strong word. I've said that. All right, so let's back away from stupid. Let's say not as intelligent as they are.
Yeah, because of grammar and stuff, and the shit I do with my appearances. That's drinking, okay? The shit I do in my appearances is having a good time.
Ronnie, why?
And if you've never been to one of my appearances either, everybody is having a good time, believe it or not.
I don't think anybody questions the fact that people are having a good time. If you watch the video, everyone's having a great time. But Howard seemed to say that this Ronnie Mund, he doesn't want to be any part of. He sort of wants to disassociate himself from you because you're representing the show in a way I guess he's not a fan of.
Okay.
Do you understand where he's coming from?
I
on
understand.
That?
I understand where he's coming from, but if you're not there to see the actual appearance and what's going on and how drunk everybody is there, I'm not even talking about me. I'm talking about the people that are there. You're in a club with 2,000 people there in this club, and they're all one is drunker than the other. It's just everybody's having a good time. That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't see people coming to a strip club and going, this is disturbing.
Nobody was insulted. I could tell you that.
Do you feel
I didn't insult anybody, I promise you.
Well, do you feel when you do these appearances, you're sort of giving the people what they want, like what they come for?
I think so, because it's a wild party is what it was. This wasn't a strip club. It was
wasn't?
It was Lavo. It's a club.
It's a club.
One of the biggest clubs in Vegas.
Yeah.
Gary, when we have parties and Ronnie starts in with his yelling, what do you think of that?
I'm amused.
You're amused.
Yeah, I don't go, oh, there's dumbass Ronnie. I think I'm amused. I think it's funny. I've known him for a long time.
Sometimes it goes on a little long.
I haven't been to a lot of those. Like the last time I really witnessed Ronnie genuinely out of control for any length of time. It was like 6 or 7 years ago. It was that Valentine's Day party.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where that was like really bad.
See, and that's fun. But then
that
when
was like he was drunk at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 2 o'clock.
When everyone else starts jumping in, like Phelan starts yelling, and it becomes just a shout fest for no reason. I just want to stick a fork in my
No, I
head,
get that.
But Howard feels that Ronnie's reflecting poorly on him. Like Ronnie is a reflection of his persona and who Howard is.
I guess it depends on how he's billed. If he's billed Ronnie from Howard Stern show, then maybe that could. But if everyone's
actually,
liking
this time I was billed as Ronnie from Howard TV.
Right.
Yeah, you think Howard TV bears some of the responsibility here, Ronnie?
Well, I don't. What, for me yelling?
Like, are they encouraging you to do more of that, or are you doing that on your own?
No, I think listen. Howard TV loves it. Okay, for the mere fact that they get content out of it.
Mm-hmm.
They get a TV show, behind the scenes show, whatever.
Is that in your head when you're up there?
No, not at all. Not at all. It's just I'm having fun. Everybody was having fun,
and I have to.
And the girls were having a blast on stage dancing. They were most of them were high as a kite. They not drunk, not right. I don't know if high as a kite, but they were having a great time dancing. They wanted to win. The girl who won was thrilled.
And I take it back. Ronnie, I hate to keep bringing up bad times. It wasn't
They're not bad times to me.
It wasn't the Valentine's Day thing. It was Bubba's wedding.
Well,
the
yeah,
last time I saw him bad.
That was a bad time to me.
That was really the last time.
That I remember when the night ended, and I went back to my hotel room, and I sat there by myself, and I said, I am definitely fucked here.
What are your two egos again?
I knew it.
What is it? It's Ron and
Ronald.
Oh, Ronald. So you should try doing one of these events as the nice guy. What's that guy, Ron?
Yeah, nobody wants to come
They
and see
wouldn't like
that.
me then.
Let's have some respect for the women.
They're not paying to see Ronald. They're
And I
paying to
didn't
see
call
Ronnie.
the girl a shit ass. I'm telling. Oh, it was chit. I didn't say shits. I said chicks.
John in Long Island, you're on the wrap-up show. How you doing, John?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I just kind of want to defend Scott here a little bit, which is kind of strange for me because I seem to never agree with him.
Okay.
Thank you.
But Scott, I think he's kind of right. I know these are co-workers of yours, and it's very hard to call somebody that you work with stupid. But all the fans even know it's funny for the show to hear, like Ronnie's poetry and that whole thing where they were going to give Ronnie another show, and they called it More Ronnie, and he didn't even get the joke for a week. He is kind of.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's kind of.
No, I got the joke. I said it right away. Moron.
Yeah,
I
it took
said.
a while to get it. Someone had to explain it to you, and you came in and confronted Howard a day or two later and said, "You guys are making fun of me behind my back." But I mean, it's funny, but I think he put the wrong one lowest. I think Sal is definitely the lowest. He can't even pick out the U.S. on a map.
He's just not educated. There's a difference.
Yeah, well, that is kind of. I mean, you go through. If you graduate high school and you don't pick up some of the material, that is kind of stupid, don't you think?
stupid of the school to give him a diploma.
Well, and Sal gets very insulted if anybody calls him stupid.
That's his Achilles heel. If you say Sal's stupid, it's very upsetting to him. But he's right. And Sal's move is, what do I need to know where Florida is? What am I going to use it in my daily life?
Right.
I get on a plane, they take me there. What the fuck do I have to pick it on a map?
Right. Thanks for calling in, John. So are you two okay now?
I
apologize to Ronnie.
Yeah,
and-
which I know took a lot for Scott to apologize to somebody.
Did you think it was a sincere apology?
Yeah, I do. I really do. Yeah, I thought it was very sincere because I heard from little flies on the wall that he was upset about the whole thing after it went down.
Really?
Oh, then you're full of shit. Then your fucking apology
No,
doesn't
I
mean
was-
nothing. Then
No. Wait, whoa. I mean, I wasn't pouting in the room.
no, I
if
didn't
that's
say you
what-
were pouting. Did I say you were pouting?
I was upset
I
that
said
you were
it
upset.
bothered you. I said it bothered you.
I
That-
didn't like.
Yeah,
you-
okay.
You and I were always good. And I don't want to.
I've never had a bad word with you, but you know what? Last night, the funny thing was when he said it yesterday, and John Lieberman, I think, came to me and asked me about it, and I just, what the hell you're talking about? I didn't even know that he did an interview about, he was doing a story like this. But I went, now, I never hear the news stories, but now you can go on Twitter and listen to them. So I just went and listened to it in the afternoon. I heard it on Twitter, on my phone, and it's like, what the fuck, man? what is with this guy? It bothered me all night. And I was just hoping it would come, because I had to explode today on this. I
could tell.
Now, if
You're unleashed.
If you didn't go in for because Howard brought you in for the Vegas stuff, would you have gone up to Scott and told him that, it kind of pissed you off what he had to say?
I would have waited because I knew sooner or later it would have probably came up on the air because I know Lieberman was going to headline it, and it would have came up then, and then I would have went in, but no, I don't think I would have confronted. Every Howard likes, like he said this morning,
On the air.
He loves fights. He loves it. He thrives on it. And
Hey, Ronnie, if you were asked if you had to pick a stupid person on the staff, who would you choose?
Benji, I wouldn't call anybody
Okay,
stupid.
that's
I've never
fair.
called.
That's
I've
fair.
never. I wouldn't do it.
Okay, that's
Even
what
if
I
I
like
thought
to
you
do.
had to. Even if I thought you were the dumbest fucking person in the world, I don't do that, and I don't tell people I hate them either.
Hi, I'm Scott the Engineer, and on Wednesday's wrap-up show, the subject came up of me screwing something up. I deleted some important material Howard was trying to play. I went in, I admitted it, and eventually he got mad but apologized, so check it out.
I think we should start with something that happened at the end of the show, which was Scott Salem deleting Howard's page. And the way Howard handled it, because you heard the anger, he yelled at Scott, he was all pissed off, and then a caller called in, and 10 minutes later he's apologizing for the way he treated Scott. But that's just a screw-up, Gary, that I was surprised. I thought it was going to go on for longer, and I wonder if Scott's heard the last of it.
It would have gone on for longer 15 years ago. I felt for Scott, and I felt for Howard. First of all, I need to explain to folks that all the pages that we have, the Gary page 1, JD page 2, all that stuff, as the show goes on, we play Howard all these bits, and Howard takes the best of these bits and he pulls them over to, it's called the cart rack, but I call it the on-deck circle. And Howard moves things around. He's like, okay, I'm going to play this and this and this, and this is the order. And so to go back and recreate that is near impossible because I gave him so much stuff this morning, I'm not positive I remember what was on his pages, and I don't always see what he pulls over. So Howard's like, and it's not just for today. If we didn't get to it today, it's waiting for him on Monday, and he constantly recreates that page. So I felt for him that went away. Hey, there goes Tom Green. What's up, man? I felt really bad for him that went away, but I felt really bad for Scott too because it's an honest mistake.
Yeah, and Scott said that. He said, I hit the wrong button, I made a mistake, but for it to happen at that point in the show, the way Howard was feeling, it's just not good.
It would have been worse if it happened at the beginning of the show because we would have lost. Howard at least got to play a bunch of the stuff that was on there.
Right.
But it's not good for anybody involved. But when I sit in there, I think of the days when I was under fire like that where I know I fucked up. And there's nothing you can say or do. You fucked up and you just have to sit there and take it, and you just don't know when it's going to end.
But aren't you better off just copping to it as Scott did, not pretending there was some weird thing that happened or a glitch or it just...
Absolutely, but that's... Sometimes that's worse because you're copping to it and you're like, I know, man, I fucked up. I'm so sorry. And he just doesn't care. You know, and you, what else can you do? You just have, you know, it's like you're getting the shit kicked out of you, and you put your hands over your face and keep taking the punches until it stops.
And Scott took it, but the bowling thing came up again. And when Howard starts hitting you with that, you wonder, you know, what subtext is going on.
And again, I used to take that all the time. It could be like I would fuck something up, and Howard would bring up an appearance I did a month ago. Oh, well, maybe you weren't at the car show a month ago. Maybe you'd get this shit right. And I was like, you know, and so he grabs whatever weapons he can.
Yeah, and then you're thinking, is it on his mind still? And then it starts playing games in your head.
Well, Jason and I had this interesting conversation. I guess the reason why I'm so sensitive to the whole Scott thing is because I said to Jason, I remember those days, and Jason said, I said it would really hurt. And he said, well, you know, but after when you went to break, Howard said I was just kidding around. I go, never. And Jason goes, God, as a listener, I just always assumed that you and Howard had this thing. And I go, no, we just sort of moved on. It was sort of unspoken, except sometimes I didn't know whether he was still mad or not.
Did you ever get an apology like that, like Scott got today? That quickly?
Yeah, but all more recently. I think so, but you know, I'd say 90% of the time I didn't. 95% of the time I didn't.
And I wonder with Scott and the dates, I know he's doing the block party and the bowling and stuff like that. Does he think twice about doing it, or is Scott just so beaten down he takes it and he moves on because he knows eventually it's going to pass?
The second.
Yeah, I think so too. Were you impressed by how Scott handled himself in there, Benji?
That the more feeling was I felt horrible for him because it's like it's just like I thank God I'm not in a position like that. Something like that could happen. It sounds like it was like just a total mistake, and I understand what Howard's point of view is. Right. Like when you write a term paper and someone erases it.
That's right. That's exactly what it's like. You know? It's really all the funny stuff for the day. And in his mind, he said, if I take this, it's like a puzzle. I'll take this and this and this and put it all together. It's going to work.
Yeah, and poof, it's gone.
Right.
So you understand where the anger is coming from. And Scott, that's one of those situations where you made an honest mistake. There's nothing you can do. Are you surprised he turned around and apologized to you so quickly?
Yeah, a little surprised. He probably wouldn't have done it if the caller didn't push him into it. But I was a little surprised. I didn't need that. I mean, I would be just equally as pissed off as he was. It's something that I did that shouldn't happen.
So after you hit the button and you realize what happens, what's going through your mind?
Oh, fuck. Shit. I'm like, God damn it. So I said, I can't just not tell anybody and let it go, and hopefully things won't show up.
Scott came to me. I was supposed to tell Howard during the break, and we had like this 45-second break where I was talking to him about a contest, and I just didn't get to it.
He found it without you telling him?
That's right.
Oh, that's even worse. But I did go to Gary right after it happened. I said, listen, I deleted a page by accident. I just want you to know. I didn't just leave
oh, no. Yeah, he fessed up to it, but there's nothing you can do.
That was the only thing I could have done. I mean, you know, so... Yeah, I felt really bad. It's not something that, I do.
What about the bowling comments and the block party comments and the other things that Howard said when he was sort of getting on
you? Know, when you get mad and you're in an argument with somebody, you just bring up shit and you throw it around and, you know. Whatever.
Like, you know when you're talking to your wife and you call her a cunt and a whore? Oh, wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
No, but that's almost what it's like. It's like all bets are off.
Yeah. So
I would hate to fight with Howard in real life.
You know, the bowling and the block party have nothing to do with what I do here. So, I mean, they're associated, but in terms of doing my job here, no, I didn't fuck up because I do those other things.
This guy, Matt, is fascinating. His name is Matt Paxton. And, Matt, are you on TV?
I'm here.
Yeah. Matt's on TV, right? Aren't you part of the Hoarders TV show?
Yeah, I'm the guy that cleans up all the dead cats and poop on Hoarders.
Oh.
Hoarders is this fascinating show, which I have to admit I don't watch. I sort of, everyone always tells me about it, but I am fascinated by hoarders. Like Ronnie, the limo driver, tells me about like when his mom was a bit of a hoarder, and she would hoard these paper bags. Like I don't know, paper bags like from shopping. Like she'd come home and save every paper bag. And when Ronnie cleaned out her house after she died, it was like he spent like almost a month
with paper bags.
Paper bags, plastic bags. And Gary said his mom was a hoarder. She would just save like New York Times, newspapers, and she'd and like finally he was hauling them out one day, and there was thousands of them. And she started to cry, and he goes, "What's wrong?" And she goes, "I was going to read those." Like it's such a thing, this hoarding. Yes. And she would save your mom would save every box, right?
Ronnie and I were just talking about this in there. You know, like so say you go to like Macy's and you buy a shirt, right? You give it as a gift, that box.
My mother, and Ronnie said the same thing with his mother, there were boxes inside of boxes inside of boxes, and both our mothers had the same thing. Oh, when Christmas comes around, I'm going to use them, but they never did.
Right.
Then the next year, there were more boxes, and after 10 years, there were so many boxes.
Right.
You open my mother's closet, and one half, instead of clothing, were these boxes stacked up to the ceiling.
Right. Well, I remember when Ronnie's mom died, he would, I said, Ronnie, how's it going? Because he said, I have to go and, clean up my mom's house. Well, it was months you were cleaning that house. And finally he said to me, she saved everything.
It was 40-gallon bags of garbage.
40 of them?
40.
Right. And a small apartment.
Yeah, a two-bedroom apartment, garden apartment.
Right.
Okay? And those the junk trucks that come, you hire them to come? 3 trucks.
Wow. From a 2-bedroom apartment.
Besides, but it was mostly shopping, paper bags.
It was paper bags, canned goods that were
expired.
They were exploding in the back. Like she would buy stuff and keep putting it in the closet, and the stuff would just pile up.
Right.
And when you get to the back, I was cleaning everything out, the cans that were in the back were exploding. That's how old they were.
I just got one more. My friend had to take care of his dad's house. Again, I don't know what it is about storing stuff. Do they like the storage containers?
It's a depression mentality.
400 Maxwell House coffee cans. Right? The Maxwell House coffee cans?
The empty ones.
400, and they were some were filled with rubber bands.
Right.
Some were filled with nuts and bolts. Some were filled with nothing.
Right.
But 400 of them, and they were sort of stacked in sort of a neat way. But he couldn't possibly find it because they were all the same can.
How old a guy was this?
He was, Depression era guy, for sure.
Right, because I think they see a coffee can as like, wow, this could be valuable. I can put things in it.
Cigar boxes they used to keep because that was a good place to put things.
My mother would take a paper towel, right, and she would wipe my counter at the house, and then she would lay it out on the side to dry. And I said, Ma, I promise you, the depression's over. We can afford paper towels.
Right.
I found stuff, okay, under the sink in the kitchen, there was like a big storage area.
Right.
The things like from the Chinese restaurant, the containers from soup.
Right. I think the plastic container.
The styrofoam things that, takeout food comes in.
Yeah.
She would wash it out.
Oh.
And save them.
The whole bottom, hundreds of them, hundreds. Okay. Then I'd have to go through every piece of paperwork in the house. And she had a closet filled with paperwork from when my father had a business in 1959. All the paperwork was still there from the business. You would have to go through everything. I'd find money.
Wow.
Dollar bills, envelopes with $100 in it. I'd go through her drawers. I'd find these little change purses filled with change. With
what was crazy about his story? His mom got sick, so he cleaned out the entire apartment. From the time she got sick to the time she died, the whole apartment was filled up again.
All over again.
All over again.
Because I cleaned it out once when she had her heart surgery. She had heart surgery when she was 75.
So
77, something like that.
So you went in and cleaned it out.
I went when she was in the house. She was living at my house to recuperate.
How long did it take? Was she mad at you when you cleaned up the first time?
She got pissed off at me when she went home. And a lot of the paperwork stuff was missing. I just took everything and hauled it out.
And didn't she enjoy having free space and neat? No, nothing. She was angry.
And then
it's hell for them.
My old bedroom that where I lived when I lived there was filled with like the boxes, like he was talking about.
Yeah.
Where what are you going to use all these boxes for? Like she'd give us gifts at Christmas time. And she'd take the boxes home.
That's right. My mother said, you got to give me the box back.
Right.
That's a true story.
She put them back in the room.
Right.
And they were all there. And then she would go shopping.
Right.
And she'd buy shirts for me from,
Macy's.
Macy's. She'd buy stuff for the kids. She'd buy everything. And never opened it. Like, in case she needed it for something.
She'd have a gift.
She had a gift.
That's true. My mother had a part of the house. This is weird because it always freaked my friends out. Like, I'd come over with, say you were my friend.
Right.
I'd come over. My mom started to talk to you. And she liked you. She'd go, excuse me for a minute. She'd go lock her door. I could hear her lock the door. And I'd hear her rummaging through stuff.
Right.
And she'd come out with a gift, an unopened gift. Like
Why did she lock the door?
Because that's the funniest thing, too, because we lived in a house the size of my thumb.
Right.
I knew where everything was. My mother used to hide money in the radiator, like you could pull the thing down, and I would hear her open and close it. And I said, Mom, don't lock the door. I know where you're hiding everything. But she would bring you out a gift. Could be a shirt that was still, but the shirt could have been 20 years old, but still in the wrapper.
So Matt, let me get to you. This is Matt Paxton. He's on Hoarders, and as bad as these guys' mothers are,
they got worse people on this show.
But Matt, Matt is one of these guys who figured out, all right, no one wants to clean up a hoarder's home because it's disgusting. So Matt started his business. You originally worked on your own, right? You weren't on TV. You started
I've been doing that. I've been cleaning up old ladies. All these stories you just told, that's what I do. I work with families to go in and clean it out. And the guy that was talking about finding the money, man, every single book, every single cookie holder, I mean, we found $13,000 in change in a lady's house at the time.
How are you, so how did you start this business? You started a business where you said, look, I see that nobody wants to clean up hoarders' homes because it's really gross.
Well, I wish it was that cool. I was broke. I'd been a bit of a bender, about a 3-year bender, and was starting over and was living on a buddy's couch. And I was just trying to eat and pay rent.
Right.
And I realized no one would clean this stuff up. So I said, well, if no one will do it, I'll see if someone will pay me to do it.
So you get paid a fortune to go in and literally just, put on rubber gloves and clean through hoarders' homes.
Yeah, but now it's, dead cats, recycled adult diapers. I mean, it's not. We're not sorting through papers to find change anymore.
And it's probably, how many people work for you in this company?
Sometimes we're 6 guys. We've been as many as 50, depending on the job.
And a lot of times you hire like ex-cons and stuff because most people will not get involved in this kind of dirty work.
Yeah, but you got to have someone that's been knocked down that gets the mental state. And so for me, I prefer ex-cons and recovering addicts.
So if I send you to a home of a hoarder, what would you charge me? I mean, an average size, middle-income home. What does it cost to go in there and clean?
Starts about at $15,000 now.
Right.
15,000.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, here's why. Listen to this statistic. Matt once had to dispose of 45,000 pounds of human feces from a home. 45. What? Listen to me. 45,000 pounds.
Where do they keep that?
Yeah, how does that happen, Matt?
Usually that starts in the bathroom. The toilet gets full, then the bathtub gets full, then the hallway gets full, then the living room gets full, and they just start and they get embarrassed, and it becomes kind of I better cover this up. But the intent, which you guys said earlier, they absolutely believe they're going to clean it up tomorrow.
Right.
They truly believe that.
So the guys,
you're telling me the plumbing is off?
Plumbing's been gone for years by the time I get there.
Wow.
And I guess they never feel that they want to call in a plumber because at first they start to they're like embarrassed, and then they shit once you start shitting in the tub, you're like, well, I don't want to bring anybody in.
Yeah, I always say, think about the first time you decided to crap in your living room. That's one thing. But by like the 500th time, you're pretty committed to this lifestyle.
Can you remember has this happened to you more than once where there's thousands of pounds of feces in the house?
Every week now, man.
Every week?
5 years of my life, every week. I'm in full biohazard now.
And so you go in a hazmat suit and the whole thing?
Oh, yeah. I mean, literally, you would not believe in every single building in New York City, in every single neighborhood around the country, there's one of these houses, and it's a toxic dump. I mean, it's unbelievable the stuff we're finding in there.
And when you meet these people, like specifically the people who shit in their, have 45,000 pounds of feces in their home, do they seem like normal people?
No, they're like Gary's mom. They're lovely women. They're nice people.
Right.
That have had a rough go at some point in their life. It might be 10, 15 years ago. Something triggered it. And I've got to not only clean up the poop, but I've got to also give this lady a hug and act like it's no big deal.
Right, because you don't want to embarrass her.
No, my guy, if I embarrass her, I'm out. She'll kick me out, and I'm the last person that's going to help her.
When they call you, do they confess or they just say, look, I saw you on TV. I need a company to come in and clean my home. Or do they come clean on the phone and say, listen, I've been shitting in my house for the last 10 years?
No. Normally, either a family member will call me, or they'll get called in from the show, or an APS worker, Adult Protective Services, will say, we're kicking them out tomorrow.
Right.
So they're not calling you. It's always someone else.
Maybe 1 out of 100 they'll call. Usually it's someone that loves them.
And is there...
They've given up. They don't know what to do.
And is it like what Ronnie and Gary are describing, that when you come in to clean, they're livid because even though you're removing shit from their home, they're not grateful in a way. They're like, please, just leave the shit in there.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes a wall of safety. They're removed from the rest of the world, and it's really a wall of judgment. They don't want to be judged. They don't want to be made fun of. So they, believe it or not, that stuff protects them.
What is what is the smell like? Or maybe you never get to smell it because you're in a.
Yeah, I'm pretty used to it. It's a very citrusy urine smell.
Oh, it's not. It doesn't even smell like shit anymore.
No, urine will knock out. You don't even smell shit.
Really? Where are they urinating?
With the shit?
2-liter bottles.
In 2-liter bottles.
Oh, and then they cap it, the bottle?
They cap it, yeah. We call them plumber bombs.
Oh, my God. I mean, it's...
We enjoy it, though. For us, we're all recovering addicts, so, like, we need something nasty to get us off.
Yeah, this keeps you straight, huh?
It keeps us totally clean and sober because we get grossed out, and we really enjoy that, and we get that every week.
I would think it would be the opposite. Like, you'd come home and go, I've just seen the worst of humanity. I need to get high. It doesn't matter. It's all meaningless.
Tie me off.
I mean, when you've hit rock bottom yourself, you kind of have to laugh to get out of it. And so now for us, if we find, if we don't see 200 cats, we don't think it's funny.
Are you a millionaire from this business? I mean, getting $20,000 a house seems to me like you might be a very wealthy man.
No, I mean, I'm doing all right. I have a house now. I have children that I can afford. I'm comfortable. It's a pretty cool thing. But I get paid to help people, which is a pretty awesome thing.
Matt once found 200 dead cats in a home, and they were wet. So when he tried to pick them up, they just came apart.
Yeah, that was a rough one.
Do you ever throw up when you see that kind of thing?
I don't, man. The only thing that gets me is I had a kitten crawl out of a pile of human waste one time. And that was a bit much for me. And then the smells, the textures really, like the food they were talking about. When those cans explode, he's exactly right. The cans from 20, 30 years ago will pop open, and you'll see textures and smells that you've never seen
What
before.
do you mean a kitten crawled out of human feces? In other words, the cat was trapped in the feces?
He was living underneath the feces and she crawled through it.
Oh, my God. So how did the cat survive? Did they feed the cat or did they eat the shit?
Dude, people don't realize cats are survivalists, man. They are so tough. Like, they'll live through anything. People will quit before a cat quits.
Wow. Oh, it's so sad. Now, when you say, going back to what you said before, you found $13,000 in cash inside a giant rat's nest in a house.
Yeah, 8-foot rat's nest in Oakland.
And
how's the money get in there?
Well, we found out that week that rats don't eat money. We didn't. It's the only thing they don't shred apart. We didn't know that.
Why is that?
I guess it's the glaze on the money. I don't know. They're not interested in it. But we didn't know if there were cats. We didn't know if there were rats or not in this nest. So it was about a 6-foot high, 8-foot wide rat's nest, and we can see all the holes where the rats are going in and out. But we can also see money all over the place.
Now, when you see that's a dangerous thing because those rats can carry disease.
Yeah, in Oakland too. They're big. That's like New York rats.
Yeah, they're the size of dogs. Some of them.
Yeah, they're a good sized cat. Absolutely.
Yeah.
When you're cleaning out, do they come and bite you and try to attack you?
Well, that one they didn't in that one. But we were going inch by inch. We didn't know if they would. So the fear of them coming out. Turns out they had given up and left years ago too.
So when you find cash in a house, I mean, you're obligated to give it to the owner, right?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, because the joy they get in that gets us so much more momentum. It lets us clean faster.
You say here you once found $45,000 in U.S. savings bond in a house.
Yep.
And the woman thought they were expired. People don't even know what they have.
She didn't know what she had. We had to explain to her the difference between maturity and expiration.
Now you're a financial advisor.
So she thought they had gone bad.
Right.
They were bad. It was free money. $45,000. We helped fund it, and this lady thought she had nothing.
So Matt, is your show's on A&E? But what do you have to do with Oprah Winfrey? She started having you on at one point.
No, that's actually how I got on. This guy, Peter Walsh, that's on there, he was not interested in doing the show, Hoarders. And so I had been bugging him for years trying to just be his guy that cleaned up after he left. I never thought I'd get on TV. I was just trying to make a living.
Right.
And he couldn't do it because he was on Oprah. And so that's how I ended up getting on. He said, no, call this crazy guy in Virginia. He'll clean up anything. And they were literally just looking for messy houses to clean. And I just happened to get picked up. I got that one chance. They gave me about 10 minutes.
So because you're on TV, do you get more money in a sense because you're a celebrity house cleaner?
Yeah, crazy enough, I am. It's weird. I mean, I'm like the most popular trash guy in America.
And why did they start putting you on TV? Because they found that the cleanup was just as interesting as meeting the people?
I think they realized it was more than trash, and that's really what I bring to the table. I mean, to me, this is about people. We all are different. We all are fear of rejection. We're all, we all have fear of judgment. We're all trying to find self-worth, and that's really what hoarding is about. And I'm able to break it down to I'm not an educated man. I'm a recovering addict that just got lucky.
How old a guy are you?
I'm young. I'm 36. I'm still very young.
When you have
messing up early.
But when you have to clear out 45,000 pounds of shit, and by the way, I'm trying to figure out how much is the average bowel movement? A pound?
Yeah.
It just depends on the person.
I mean, how many years would it take you to build up 45,000 pounds of
At
shit?
least 10 years. Yeah, that's the number you want. I mean, it's 10 years of 3 or 4 times a day.
Where do you bring it, though? Like, where can you dump that?
That you can't even take to the dump, and that's what's really challenged us. We now, everything has to be destroyed as like medical waste because it's too messy for the city dump.
So what do you do with medical waste? Where does that
That
go?
has to actually go to, it's like a crematorium, and it actually has to be incinerated.
Oh, my goodness.
Cow.
I mean, a lot of the houses, we had a house the other day, there's no way to save it. It has to be destroyed. And so it was more of a recovery situation.
So
we had
that
to go in
place was so bad, you couldn't clean it.
could not salvage it. You had to tear it down.
Just burn it down.
But it was so messy, we couldn't tear it down. We actually had to burn it.
Is that more than one person shitting in the house, or was just the one person?
No, it's one person.
Wow.
I mean, 10 years. I mean, you got 3 or 4 times a day, 10 years, every day, day by day.
Are hot girls ever hoarders, or is it always just like very vile-looking people?
I think they started. A lot of them start as hot girls. I mean, it's a fine wine. You can't be a good hoarder overnight. It takes 10, 15, 20 years.
Tell the story, Matt. He cleared a house of a guy into kiddie porn, but the guy called you, right?
Yeah, and this was not on A&E. I want to make sure they always ask me to make sure clear this. This one was on our personal job.
Okay.
But we went out, and this guy, the family called us. He was having he had heart disease, and he was going to die. And the family wanted to send him home so he could have hospice. So we were going and thinking, oh, this poor sweet guy.
Yeah.
Well, we get there and we start realizing, wow, this is some interesting toys. This is some interesting pornography. And the deeper we got, we started finding some Polaroids, some really aggressive stuff, and it was all child pornography.
Wow.
And so we're like, what do we do here? So we called a buddy of mine as a cop, and he's like, well, actually, you have to report this. So we called the guy. Guy ends up going to jail for 3 years. He gets out of jail, fills the house up again, because we actually did clean it, and he calls us again and says, hey, can you come clean my house again? And we had just sent the guy to jail for 3 years.
And yet he
Who
wasn't.
else you gonna call?
He wasn't angry. One thing about those kiddie porn guys, they're very forgiving.
Yeah.
So you clean his house, you find kiddie porn, you report him to the police, he goes to jail, he comes back home, he says, hey, you guys were pretty good at cleaning, come on back. But you didn't find any more kiddie porn there.
Well, I told him to fuck off. I mean, we didn't. We're not going to.
Oh, you didn't go. You didn't want that job.
I mean, I hire all ex-cons. My morality gauge is pretty wide open. I've guys that murder people on my team, but I will not work with a child pornographer. Period. I mean, that's the one thing I won't touch.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
Well, is the worst thing you ever found a dead body in a house?
I did find a dead body. The smell is unique. You'll never get that out of your head. For me,
what's that smell like? Does it smell like shit?
No. That if you haven't smelled it, I mean, you can't even get it out of you. You end up shaving your head and your eyebrows because you just can't get the smell off your body.
You're saying if a body decomposes and you get the smell on you, you shave your head and your eyebrows.
I did. Yeah, I shaved my head because I couldn't get. It was like that old trick where you wipe poo under someone's nose at camp, and the guy all he smells is poo. Well, it's kind of like that's all you smell once you find a dead body. That's the worst. That was probably the worst for me.
How long had the body been in there?
Well, that was when we were doing foreclosures in downtown D.C.
Oh.
Just knocking down doors of foreclosures for the banks. And
so that's why the person wasn't paying.
He wasn't actually delinquent.
He had a good excuse.
Yeah, he had a good excuse.
How long had he been in there? Do you have any idea?
It had to at least have been 120 days.
Wow.
We wouldn't have been in there. We wouldn't have gotten the work order. That was awful because he had killed himself and he was just laying on a chair. So the mental and what that gets to is the mental stuff that we deal with. We're not just picking up trash. We're finding really horrible.
Do you find it hard to sleep at night, or do any of you guys get like post-traumatic stress syndrome?
The abusive ones, the ones you'll have hoarders that are so protective of their stuff that they'll scream at you and hit you, and the abusive hoarders, they're the ones that give you the post-traumatic.
You had a hoarder try to hit you to keep you from taking all their shit out of their house.
Yeah, I had a 70-year-old lady swing at me, which was pretty funny.
Anybody make contact?
I did. An 80-year-old guy, actually, we found out he had been beating his wife, and we called him on it, and he got really angry with us and tried to bully us, and he connected pretty square on my jaw.
He punched you in the face.
Yeah.
You're a pretty tough guy. What were you in prison for?
I didn't go to prison. I had a gambling addiction, man. I actually worked for Caesar's Palace. I'm not a tough guy. I just have seen it all now. And so, once you've seen it all, every day, my job is to go into someone else's rock bottom.
Right.
And so but I also, on the backside is I see people come out of that, and I see the miracles happen, and I see people do good things. So for me, I don't care.
Do you find that people stay clean after you've cleaned out all this stuff?
Hell no.
Great question. No, that's a good question.
I say no way.
Well, and this is what's so good about Hoarders on A&E. They pay for the aftercare, and the aftercare is the key. If they go to therapy, there's about a 60% chance they'll stay clean.
Wow.
If they don't go to therapy, it's 100% guaranteed they'll fail.
Wow.
It'll fill back up by Christmas. If they don't do this, there's a reason they do it, and there's a psychological reason they do it, and you got to get into the head, and you got to deal with that psychological issue, or it'll never get fixed.
Eric, you're on the air with Matt Paxton. Go ahead, Eric.
Hey, Howard.
Hey, now.
Hey, Papa Billy. My cousin, she's a hoarder, and she's pretty hot too. They actually did the local news did a story on her, and yeah, she's hot. I heard you mention.
Oh yeah, well I guess there are some hot chicks who hoard. I don't know. Does she collect her feces at all?
No, there's no duty or nothing. Just messy, bags and food and stuff like that.
Oh, it's so disgusting. Will, go ahead. You're on the air in St. Louis.
Hey, hi. My name's Will, and I think I worked with you, Mr. Paxton, out of St. Louis. Did a job here for the TV show Hoarders.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I was the exterminator on that one.
Yes, that was roaches everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, brown recluse.
What is it too? I imagine there's tons of bugs when you finally get to the bottom of the like if somebody collects bags and stuff. That's where bugs collect, right?
Well, the house this guy's talking about, we were putting cotton balls in our ears and taping up our assholes because there were so many roaches.
Really? You mean you were just afraid that they would actually crawl into your ear?
Yes, that was a really scary. And brown recluse spiders. I mean, you couldn't even see the top 2 feet of the house because of the spider webs.
When you say roaches, you guys, you're talking about like not just a couple of roaches. You're saying like the whole wall could be covered in roaches.
They were raining off of the ceiling.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh. When they came in to clean this, Howard, they had to come in with a hose and spray down the walls with water because there was so much like webs and dust and stuff.
But someone was actually living in the house?
Yeah, it was what was so bad.
3 people, yeah.
Yeah, and it was a 13-year-old boy that they had in there with them.
Oh, wow. And the roaches are raining down on their head.
Yeah.
I got to actually know these people. I've been doing their service because
they're good people, aren't they?
Yeah, they were. I never met the husband, but the wife, me and her actually really got to kind of know each other because I've been back to that house.
And did you ever say to her, how could you live with so many roaches?
Yeah, well, she blamed it on her husband. But,
well, when you get to that point in life, it's easy it's just easier to blame it on other people. And that was a triangle family that everyone was blaming on each other. But that 13-year-old kid is such a good kid. We didn't care if we were getting rained on by roaches. Right. You just wanted to help that kid, man.
So did Child Protective Services take the kid out of the home and like?
Yeah, that's how we got called in. Yeah, and he wasn't allowed back in until we cleaned it out.
Oh, they sent him back.
No, the families, I don't think they're back in, are they?
No, not yet. They still. Well, see, what ended up happening is because everything went so wrong and the cleanup and everything. The house, they came in and sanitized the inside of the house, but it's never been cleaned yet.
Wow.
So you still walk in there. The kitchen floor is like walking on peanut butter. Everything. It's unreal. It's just ungodly.
Yeah, and that was a house where really, if the family had the financial options, they really should tear it down and start over.
Right.
But
it's that bad.
Yeah, and the A&E can only do but so much. I mean, we're not. No one's millionaires, so you can't just throw. There's a budget, and we can only do but so much.
No. Listen, you gave them a start. Do you think they take over?
Yeah, you're there to clean.
Well, and for us, we have to put a lot of money into the therapy afterwards because without that, the house is going to fill up regardless.
Yeah, right. They'll go right back to their. It's weird too because like you wonder just like why did they let themselves get in this situation? But it's mental illness, right? There's no rational.
Right. Absolutely. There's a problem.
Yeah.
Nobody would rationally do this. They can't. You just can't help it, and they don't want to do this. They're good people. It started off with one bad decision.
Right.
But you'd think there may be one person like that.
Yeah, right.
This is a whole
It's an epidemic,
series.
evidently. Yeah.
There's millions. And the show blew the doors off it. Now there's a ton of shows about it, which is great because I mean, I always say it's like it's the next alcoholism. I mean, in the 50s, people were like, it was so embarrassing to say your uncle was an alcoholic. Now you say my uncle's in AA, and you're like, good for him. It's a big deal.
Yeah, it takes I guess it takes some of the secrecy out of it. Yeah. But you know what I always say? It starts with just one shit in the tub, and then you're hooked.
The first time you do that, just realize.
I heard that, I tell you.
Yeah. Hey, Will in St. Louis, thanks for the call. Are you coming over to America's Got Talent?
Actually, I got tickets for Saturday at 11 o'clock.
All right, I'll say hi to you.
Thanks, Howard.
All right, later, man.
Hey, that guy Will, I remember him now. He actually gave his services for free to help that family.
Wow, hey, Will, you're a good dude.
We try.
I bet. All right. Good man, Will. See, my fans are good people.
I'm learning there's good people everywhere. You just got to give them opportunities to be good.
Right. I fortunately don't give anybody opportunities.
Well, you know what? This will change my life. You're giving a lot of people awareness.
Take one last call, Matt. I've held on to you long enough, but let me. You got to get back to cleaning. But
Yeah,
Kirk,
I mean, I wonder how bad you have to be to make it on the TV show.
Yeah, I know. Any big job today, Matt? You going out anywhere?
No, I'm home all week. We start filming again next week. For us, Robin, the people, if the saddest thing is most of the time I'll go into a house now and I have to tell them that their house isn't messy enough for me to clean it.
When you hire ex-cons to work for you, how do you know which ones you can trust?
We go through a program that they've been sober for 2 years. And
I see.
You can't trust all of them, but there's a lot of those dudes are, those guys. I want the ones that if they sneeze wrong, they're going back to prison tomorrow.
Kirk, what's
they're not gonna mess
right?
up.
They have something to lose. Hey, Kirk, go ahead. You have the last word with Matt.
Hey, Howard, does this Matt guy ever worry or have like a health scare with hepatitis or SARS from cleaning up these dirty fucking people?
He's wearing a hazmat suit.
I do. I get.
Yeah, but you ever got poked or anything where you're like, oh shit?
We do walk out if we see needles. We walk out. That's the only thing we'll say no to. And our shots are up to date like you wouldn't believe.
If you walk into a house and you see some like drug addicts living there and there's exposed needles, you will walk out and refuse the job.
Yeah, you're on your own. I'm not going to die for these. I'll almost die for them, but I'm not going to die for them.
You'll clean their shit, but you ain't cleaning their needles.
Exactly.
All right. Well, Matt, thank you, and Kirk, thank you. Matt Paxton on the season finale of Hoarders. Oh, Sour Shoes has a question. How can you refuse him? Matt, one last question. Yes, Sour Shoes.
Hi, Matt. Matt, when you have to clean up the poo-poo in the house when it's in the living room, is it in 5-gallon buckets, or how is the poo? Is it on the floor, or is it...
Sour Shoes, I thought you were going to ask. He's asking in his baby voice.
I know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's in buckets, sometimes it's just laying in open diapers, and sometimes it's on the wall.
There you go. All right. I shouldn't have gone to that. All right.
Hey, 1 2 1 2 1 1 2.
That's Scott at work.
1 2 1 2. Big, smelly, wet holes.
No.
Hey now. Hey now.
He's testing the microphone. He's an Indian.
Hey.
You didn't know he was part Indian. Like you.
Hey.
It's his suicide dance. Right before people kill themselves, he does it. Right before the people hang themselves, Scott does the suicide dance.
Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. What is
Hey,
nice. Hey. One.
Techno, Robin.
Wow.
Wow. Hey, I just thought that was an interesting little thing. You know? My personal sound guy. Crap like that bothers me.
Well, especially when you don't have one.
I got real irritated by Sal. I wonder if he has something to do with this. I get this T-shirt in the mail the other day that says Howard Stern online chat with a big picture of, on the back it says my name in big letters and then a picture of Sal, the stockbroker, a cartoon drawing of him. Are you got anything to do with that?
No.
What is that? What is that? Why are you annoying me so much?
I don't mean... I don't know.
What happened there?
I try to do everything to make you happy.
What is that T-shirt?
I don't know. This guy keeps emailing me, and it got to a point where I said, look, just do whatever you want. Get out of my hair.
Just do whatever
What do
you
you mean
want.
by that? I mean, this guy...
You give him permission to make T-shirts with my name on it?
Absolutely not. I have nothing to do with that.
This is all across the back, Howard Stern.
I know, and now he wants to do the same thing with Richard, and I just stopped replying to this guy.
Well, why did you say you just said two different things. You said, I gave him permission to do whatever he wanted.
This guy said he's a big fan of the show, and he's starting an online chat.
Okay.
And he says, can I make a T-shirt with your face on it? And that's all I thought it was.
So you gave him permission to do it?
Just to put my face on a T-shirt. I didn't know he was going to put Howard Stern
would you
on.
do
I didn't
that?
know the name of the website. Because...
Why would you give somebody... I feel you're lying right now.
I'm not lying.
Why
Why
would you give somebody permission?
T-shirt.
Why would you give somebody permission to use your image?
Because I don't care. Nobody wants to buy a T-shirt with my image on it anyway. So I said, go ahead, do what you want. It was a fluke. When the guy said to me, I want to put a T-shirt with
So
your...
did you say to him, don't put Howard's name on it?
No, because I didn't think he was going to put your name on it. If I thought he was I know better. Believe me, I know you'll hit the roof if your name's on something.
Use your brain. You don't think. And you know what it is? You like being on a T-shirt. That's fine.
I don't like being on a T-shirt. I don't care about being on a
Then
T-shirt.
why would you say yes to being on a T-shirt?
He's lying.
No,
he likes to be on a
crazy.
T-shirt.
That's not true. I don't like being
Thank
on
you. Thank
Wait a
you.
minute.
I've had enough.
This is like a one-sided people's court.
That's it. You just gave me all the information I need. I told the guy do whatever he wants.
No.
What do you mean no? Now you're taking that back?
All right.
Thank you. It's done. Conversation over. Court's in recess. You've been convicted and tried.
Judge Howie has heard enough.
Judge Howie's heard enough. I don't need to hear more. That's all I needed to know.
So what's on this T-shirt now?
No, it's got my name all over it with Sal the stockbroker, and it's like I don't want that. Then people think I'm ripping them off.
Somehow.
A crappy T-shirt. Some crap T-shirt. You know what I mean? You should see this T-shirt, Artie. Even you wouldn't wear it.
No, but it is a lesson. You got to tell people. You got to tell people specifically, like 1,000,000 times, do not, do not, do not.
All right, I have it, because sometimes I have a difficult way of expressing myself. So I'm going to calm down and explain.
You have a difficult way of expressing yourself.
Right.
All right, let me hear this.
The guy sent me multiple emails. He was hounding me. It got to a point
He was
where...
hounding you.
Yes.
You had to open the emails.
They're sent to me.
Okay, so he's hounding you through email. No such thing as deleting it, moving on with your life. But go ahead. Go ahead. Let's hear the rest of the explanation.
Look, I probably have 4 fans, so when somebody sends me an email, I'm polite to them.
You're excited about it.
Right.
Okay.
That makes sense, right, Robin?
So far, so good.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So it got to a point where I replied and said, I can't control what you do, just do what you want.
You can't control what he does. He's asking you your permission to put your image on a T-shirt.
And once again, I didn't know.
So why would you say you can't control what it is? He's asking you for permission. So you said, I can't control you, do whatever you want. That makes a lot of sense.
That gives him carte blanche to do anything.
Right. So now he can use your image anywhere he wants.
But the point
You've allowed him to use it.
He can wipe his butt with my image. Right. I mean, who cares?
Well, I do, because I'm involved.
I know, and I apologize.
And you didn't ask him what he's going to put on the shirt, nothing. You just said, do whatever you want to do.
He said he was doing a website, and he was going to ask me.
You didn't ask to see the design.
You didn't want to know the name of the website.
But I was so...
You didn't want to know the name of the website. You didn't want to know anything. You just said, okay, go ahead, because I don't want to be hounded. You're being stalked by your one fan.
Right. He wore me down.
He wore you down.
And I apologize.
Yeah, no. That's a lame excuse. She shouldn't have come back in here.
Yeah, that was worse than the first time.
It's a worse excuse. You got 4 emails, and that's him stalking you, so therefore you surrendered, you got raped, and you just spread your legs and took it because the guy wrote you 4 emails? You got to be friggin' kidding me.
And you couldn't resist the temptation of 4 emails.
It's just so you gave away all your rights.
What rights? I don't have any rights.
All right. Well, you gave away my rights.
I'm sorry.
And you didn't ask the guy the name of the website.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess so.
That's smart. You know what? You're a very good businessman.
Howard,
I can see why you're a successful stockbroker.
He's taken the time to open these 4 emails, but he doesn't care what they say.
Right.
I do care what they say.
He got excited that he got an email.
Yeah.
So he just said, please do whatever you want.
I said, please, please.
Yeah, do whatever you need.
Please put Howard's name on it to piss him off. That's what I want.
Well, yeah.
Come on.
That's essential. You don't think.
You said do whatever you want. You got a maniac emailing you, obviously.
Now
and
he's
you
a maniac.
Say, do whatever you want.
This guy.
Oh, he's not a maniac. You're a maniac.
I'm a maniac. Now I'm a maniac.
Yeah, you're a maniac.
All right, very good.
You're insane.
All right. Good. I'm going to go kill myself today, all right? Will that make you feel better?
You do whatever you have to do.
Good.
Just like you told the guy.
I'm going to tattoo your name on my chest and jump off a bridge.
All right, thank you.
doesn't understand, once again, how he wound up in trouble.
Yeah. What did he do? Did nothing wrong.
Do what you got to do.
Do what you got to do. He can't say no. No is not... The email that says no, he can't write.
What?
Do what you got to do.
Can't he say no to... He's afraid he'll lose that fan if he says no?
Yeah. He didn't want to lose his fan. And I like how he always throws Richard Christie in there, too.
Oh, yeah.
Notice there isn't a Richard Christie one. Just a Sal one.
He's always got to bring up another name. Deflection.
Yeah. Sal was excited to see a cartoon drawing of himself.
Do what you want.
What was that song by the Mamas and the Papas? Do what you want to do. Do what you want to do.
Go where you want to go and do what you want to do.
That's Sal's theme.
Say what you want to say.
Right.
That's his outgoing message.
All right. Who else can I pick on this morning?
Who else is on there?
Who's within my sight? Who else has done something wrong?
All's quiet.
Can't get anyone in my sights.
I can solve the issue.
Look. What?
I can solve who your personal sound man is.
Who's that?
I'll come in a second. I'll tell you.
No, tell me on that thing. You're funnier on that.
Okay. The song parody man just showed up here. He was telling me Saturday night that he has some friends who own a karaoke bar, or his cousin's friend owns a karaoke bar. They called him at like midnight because it was their opening, and the system was down, and he ran over and he fixed it. And then he left.
Dan did?
Yes.
So Dan, the song parody man, is my sound man?
Well, he said he didn't tell him he was your sound man, but they knew he worked for you, and maybe that...
How would they know he worked for me?
Well, he's here. You want to ask him?
How do they get that information?
I don't know. He's here, and you can ask him. I don't know the answer. You want me to go ask him before he comes in?
No, I don't care.
Someone's coming in the second.
I'm just curious. So Dan, the song parody man, fixed the karaoke machine. He never told them that he works with me, but somehow...
Well, I think that his cousin... or a friend of his cousins called, and they knew that he worked here at times, but that's not why they called him. Does that make sense?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Baba Booey. How was Baba Booey? You ever get one of those moods, you know?
Oh, I see you're in it.
How does Dan explain...
I knew this wasn't over.
Hold on, I'm going to make this easy. You ready?
I'm just confused how people conduct their lives. I have a different way of doing things.
Dan, how did they know that you worked with Howard?
Okay, this wasn't anybody related to me. I got a phone call at midnight from a friend.
Just how do they know that you work for Howard? That's the question.
I got the person who called me to ask me to come fix it knows that I work here, so they obviously told their relatives who run the karaoke bar, oh, this guy's good, he works for Howard Stern, and that's the only assumption I can make. I basically walked in there,
enough. Thank you.
fixed him.
All right, that's enough. He overtalks.
We got it. I got the answer.
We got it. Thank you, Dan. An assumption. Well, all right. Okay, there you go. Now we got to the bottom of the story. See?
Turns out to be no story at all.
No story whatsoever. We'll be packing our bags today, thanks God. We'll be doing that. You'll help us pack our bags. I got to get out of here. I can't wait already. I got to get out. Some press release came out yesterday about subscriptions going through the roof over where we're going. And did you happen to see that?
No, I didn't.
Let me see if I can find it. It was really, that's great. Everyone's coming with us. Well, not everyone, obviously, but a lot of people are. And that makes me feel good.
Excellent.
Because I'm really working hard to make this thing the greatest thing ever. And I just don't stop working on it. I love it. I'm enjoying myself like I never have before. And I'm ready to leave here. These creeps, Clear... everyone is so panicked. I was seeing that the competing satellite company, XM, now is all freaked out about Sirius's subscriptions. They're planning a big fourth-quarter advertising campaign.
I've noticed an increase in their advertising lately.
Yeah, those are my apartment. What do we do next? What do we do next? I said, what do you do next? I don't know what to tell you to do next. I don't know what to tell you. In other words, they wanted to make me an offer to come over there. And then the guy turns to me and goes, well, what do we do next? Maybe we should have another meeting. And my agent would say, what are you meeting about? Well, I guess what you would do is make us a formal offer. Well, we'll have another meeting. The meetings, they got no shortage of over at XM. There's a meeting for everything. And I said to my agent, I don't know what these guys are doing. They're doing some sort of weird dance. One day, 7 guys piled into my apartment. 7 of them. And I'm sitting there and bringing out, they got booklets on why they're the best. And
they're doing a whole presentation.
Yeah, with color charts. You never saw a presentation like that. I'm sitting there going, I'm ready to fall off my couch. I'm so bored. And I go, this is some group to throw in with. Some of the programming people looked like they were going to fall asleep during it. I mean, you had to see. I mean, the energy. Talk about the energy being sucked out of a room. Wow. And they finished up this 2-hour presentation. They flew in a friend of mine, Yarmon, and who I love. But I at the end of the presentation, I was like, they go, so what do we do next? This is after 74 meetings. What do we do next? I said to my agent, these guys are not for real. What do we do next? I mean, what would you do if you wanted to buy someone's services?
Right.
What do you mean, what do we do next?
They act as if they've never been in this situation before.
What do we do next? Well, let's see. What do we do next? Why don't we have a board of directors meeting? We'll figure out what to do next. The first time they offered me a job 5 years ago, they offered me something. They said, well, we have to go to the board of directors about this. And it was not an extraordinary deal of any kind. And I said, okay. And I didn't hear from him for a month. And after it was announced in the paper, that I had signed with Infinity Broadcasting, they called up and said, listen, we met with the board of directors. They've okayed the deal. And I said to my agent, do they read the newspaper? I mean, it is the broadcast. I mean, it's all over the paper that I re-signed.
Quietly done.
I've talked on the air. How do they... Like they got to be kidding, right?
They were in a meeting when the paper came out.
They were in a meeting when the paper came out. That's maybe an explanation that I could not figure out. So now they're going to do a big advertising push. Well, let me tell you something.
Well, now they figured out what to do next.
You got to understand something. You got to understand the history of satellite. The company we're going to, Sirius, the company we're going to got in the game late. And when I signed, they were only at 600,000 subscribers. Now they're going to be upwards of 3 million. Now, XM is ahead, and the reason is when they were the first company, they signed a deal with General Motors, the car company. The only thing they got going right now is when someone buys a new GM car, they just automatically install that in the car.
Right.
So people can convert that for like $100. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not impossible to get.
Yes, that's the point. And the thing is now, because they had that deal with GM, so that's why their numbers have gone up. But once all the car dealerships that Sirius has, once those deals really start manufacturing, go into effect, like Ford and all them, game over.
Mm.
You know.
Plus, I told you, I was with a friend at a GM dealership. The guy had no idea who I was. I was just sitting there listening to what was going on, and he says, as soon as the satellite comes up, he goes, we don't have Howard.
Yeah.
That's what they said. They get really sad, and they start to speak in low tones.
I know. Well, you know.
Oh.
What can I tell you? Hey, Eddie.
Hey, how you doing, Howard?
Hey, brother.
Pretty good. Hey, Artie, Robin, Fred, how you doing? Listen, Howard, I hooked up my Sirius. I called in. It was so easy to put it on. I called in. I got a great...
I'm surprised. I heard something they do something like that, and I'm surprised. That's how Jack LaLanne went out of business or whatever. Not Jack LaLanne. There was one, I remember, an exercise, a gym.
Exercise place, yeah.
Vic Tanny, I think. Used to give, years ago, a lifetime membership. But that's great. That's Great. Good for you, Eddie.
I know.
Good
it's
for you.
Great, man. It's great.
Good for
you.
you.
Know? I got you ready, Howard. I'm ready. I'm going with you, man. My brother gave it to me for Christmas as a birthday present, and I'm all the way. I'm going with you guys, man. So I'm looking forward to seeing you.
You were born on Christmas?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. It's Jesus on.
Tell me more about your life.
Well, I was upstairs. I did the limbo.
Oh, yeah.
With high pitch. So now Irish John named me Eddie Sachs.
I said to them over there, I said, lifetime subscription, you should only give that to 90-year-olds. How old are you?
I'm going to be 38.
Yeah, what's your life expectancy? Let's see, what are you, Hispanic?
I'm Hispanic, yes, sir.
Yeah, you live in an impoverished neighborhood?
Yeah, I live in, I actually live in the Bronx, and it's a nice neighborhood. It's not too bad, you know.
He doesn't have much time.
Either you'll be killed in a gang war, or so maybe you'll live to 50 if you're lucky. All right, so now I understand why they gave you a lifetime subscription.
I don't come out of my house. Once I go in, I don't come out.
Oh, boy, you see? Well, maybe with the lack of air, the lack of oxygen, you'll drop soon.
I actually know Eddie. He delivers downstairs. He's a produce guy.
Yes, very nice guy.
Yeah, I deliver to Noble, Howard, your favorite place.
Yes, I know you. I know who you are. I've got my eye on you. Now that you have a lifetime subscription, I got to make sure you're not too healthy. Thank you.
Right. Thanks a lot, Howard. Bye-bye.
Right.
Howard.
A lot of Hispanic guys have trouble saying Howard. They can't put the D at the end. And we worked with a morning guy here who used to be on the Spanish radio station on the AM, and it's one thing, okay. He named his son Howard, and he called him Howard. I said, why would you name your son Howard if you can't pronounce it? What do you mean I can't say Howard? I go, it's Howard. That's not how I say. I say Howard. All right. Listen, another thing that doesn't make sense to me. Put that on the heap right next to the guys at XM. What do we do next? What do we do next? You mean I got to tell you what to do next? What is this, a dance?
Do you want me or not?
What are we, 2 13-year-olds? Do you want me? My legs are spread. Now give it to me. Howard. I love how, Hugh Panero goes around saying, oh, well, there was a good deal for Howard, but a very bad deal for Satellite. I'm like, oh, okay. Real bad.
Seems like the best thing that ever happened.
Yes, he's real horrible. There are 2 types of men. There's a guy who is in a room with a gorgeous woman and says, can I kiss you? And then there are those that kiss. They just go in and kiss. I prefer to be with the guy who kisses me, not the one who asks. Just lay it on me. Move in for the kill.
Make your move.
Make your move, douchebag. What do we do next?
Take a chance.
I'll tell you. Oh, kiss me. Take me.
I'm ready.
It turns me on. Bad Business 101.
Oh, yeah, sweetie.
And this moron who runs Clear Channel, I'm listening to him on C-SPAN, somebody sent me, or ESPN, some one of those.
Maybe on C-SPAN.
I don't know. Lowry Mays' son, Mark Mays, his dad put together Clear Channel now. Now he's got a job. Now he's an expert on radio. He's actually going around promoting that it's not fair. This is Clear Channel that owns every radio station in the country.
They're going to talk about fairness?
They go, it's not fair. If you listen to this, with all their connections, they're probably trying to get George Bush to put this through. Thank God George Bush is in so much trouble. I don't think he's too busy trying to save his presidency.
Can't listen.
Yeah, but anyway, he's going around saying, you know what, it's not fair. Not fair.
Was it fair to buy up every concert venue?
Yeah, he goes, it's really not fair that Satellite isn't regulated by the FCC, the speech. And to make it a level playing field, a level playing ground, they have to regulate Satellite. You notice how all of a sudden these guys are scared of Satellite? One reason, and one reason only. Hello. They never used to worry about it. They used to let their employees work on it. Bubba the Love Sponge was telling me he used to be on Satellite and be on Clear Channel at the same time. Right. They could have cared less.
But they kicked you off the air.
They kicked me off the air. Now they want a level playing field.
They didn't want it level for you.
You don't hear broadcast television going, oh, you have to regulate
Cable, right. They never said that.
Yeah, but because it would have been laughed out of the box. The whole thing's a joke. The whole industry, all they're talking about is me and my move to satellite. And I love it. I love that the mighty Clear Channel sitting there begging the government to regulate satellite.
How is that not fair? It's a pay service.
Yeah, it's a pay service.
Well, it's not
he doesn't
fair
understand
because
that.
they've had an open door to people's wallets.
Well, let me tell you something. They've had a monopoly. He comes from a background where his dad handed him everything. So he's like, well, wait a second. Well, that's what they do. They chum up to government officials and try to make things fair for them.
Right.
What do you mean, how is it fair? People have to pay for where I'm going. How's that fair for us?
Right. It's not free airwaves that were given to you.
We got to create a whole new universe. I love how suddenly they're worried that they're being disadvantaged. His father gave him a company. He has no clue what to do with it. It's his father who's the brain.
Well, it's just sitting there raking in the cash, and now he sees the threat of competition. He's like, oh, we've never had that before.
Yeah,
That's not fair.
We don't want to compete. we want our pal George W. to somehow regulate these guys out of the industry.
That's right. We don't need competition in this industry.
We're getting nervous. Between the two satellite services, there's already over 8 million people subscribing. Wasn't the line no one's going to pay for radio? Now all of a sudden there's 8 million people paying. And watch it double and triple. And quadruple. Because it's not fair. You got to level the playing field.
Wah, wah, wah.
Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 you big baby. That's what we'll do. We'll regulate everything so you can have a level playing field.
I might not get any richer.
Yeah, the guy's only worth $12 billion.
Well, I think, we've always viewed ourselves as very responsible broadcasters, and that's really what we focus on. We do think...
Good, be responsible, which means bow to the government.
Is that the son of Mays?
Yeah.
That creating a level playing field for that indecency is critical from the perspective if you're going to allow one content provider a different series.
Yeah, well, then shouldn't we regulate the Internet? He's not worried about that. He's only worried about one name, Howard Stern. Period, end of sentence.
That's right. If he can't use you, nobody should be able to.
Right.
You should just be drummed out of the business.
Well, that's what he was saying after he fired me and didn't pay me. He said that Viacom should have to fire us, too.
Absolutely.
And then when I signed with Satellite, now he says that Satellite should have to be regulated. Well, why not regulate the Internet based on that, Mr. Mays? Maybe we should regulate everything so you can have a fair playing field, so that you can get even richer. You know what? Let's see the future. Here's my prediction. Your radio station's worth $0. What do you think of that prediction? $0.
Well, they should level the playing field.
Howard Stern's ridiculous. I don't think our stations are in any danger of being worth $0. Let's see. I can't wait to say the F word. Let's effing see. I'll be saying the F word in 46 shows. 46 shows from now, I'll be saying the F word.
We've always thought of ourselves as responsible broadcasters.
No, you haven't.
Or sets of content versus another content provider. In other words, you're going to allow satellite radio or to go out and broadcast the Howard Stern show, or you're not going to allow us to. Then you have to create some...
No, you took me off the air because you bowed. You're going to allow them to broadcast the Howard Stern show? You're not going to allow them to broadcast...
You fight for your rights.
You know what he wants? He wants a baseball game where the umpire roots for one team.
Right.
Him. Dude, it's a pay service. Get it through your head. The United States Constitution protects that. It's a pay service. People have the right to bring it into their home. And not only that, you can block out my channel if I offend you.
Worry about your own programming.
Yeah. You're an open-air broadcaster. You've got to deal with different rules than we do. Ha, ha, ha. Go F yourself, you frigging spoiled rich brat.
And they're the rules you agreed to.
You've been handed everything in life, including a company. Go F yourself.
That would be like if I went to the store and picked up Playboy or Penthouse magazine that I bought for myself, that it would be regulated.
Yeah, it should be It should be made more like Time magazine, because they play by the rules.
Yeah, or People.
Right.
Or any book.
Right. Well, let's regulate books. What he's really saying is Howard's too popular. It's not fair. Howard's bringing people over.
I would hire him, but they won't let me.
Yeah, they let you. You didn't have to fire me.
When? Again, it's the when.
Oh, because he's used to getting everything he wants. His dad made him that promise when he was born. Son, he held him in his arms. I'm going to give you my empire. But, Dad, your empire, it's crumbling.
But they won't let us hire Howard Stern.
Yeah, everything's about Howard Stern. Mr. America suddenly woke up to the threat of satellite. I love it. You're all squirming. I love it.
He seen you sitting at home twiddling your thumbs.
Yeah. Oh, he would have liked me fired. Oh, I can't wait to use the word sea-sucker on the air.
He decided not to broadcast you, not them.
Yeah.
Well, he did broadcast, and then when the heat hit his little feeties, he threw us off.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, Howard? How you doing?
Hey, brother.
I can hear it in your voice. You can't wait to go to satellite.
I cannot wait.
Why don't you just go now? Just quit and go now. Let's get it going.
I can't.
Let's do that.
Why can't you?
Why can't I quit? Because I have a contract and I'm honoring it. Although I see there's a way for me to get fired. Listen to this.
What's that?
I just read this. This is funny. We got to find out what happened. Infinity spokeswoman Karen Mateo has confirmed that Greg Henson and Michelle McCormick, the midday team at Infinity FM Talker WKRK Detroit, I think that's what we're on, have been off the air since the end of their shift on Wednesday, September 28th, in connection to some questionable comments made during the show. The remarks were reportedly directed at Tic Tac, the night host at Clear Channel's Crosstown CHR Pop WKQI.
There's somebody named Tic Tac on the air?
Yeah, and I guess they goofed on him. They must have said something weird.
What did they say?
I don't know. Who knows what they said about him? I don't even know who Tic Tac is.
Let's talk about Tic Tac.
So if I could just get a transcript of that and insult Tic Tac, if he wouldn't mind, then I guess if I insult Tic Tac, I'll be fired.
Tic-tac. Wow.
No, I'm a man who honors his contracts. Infinity Broadcasting has been my home for 20 years. I am an honest guy. I'm a forthright guy. I am not going to sit there and try and get myself fired or be up to shenanigans.
You honor your contracts. You expect other people to honor theirs.
Yeah, the only people who honor contracts these days are the Radio Talent and Infinity. They've always honored my contracts, and I admire that, and I'm not going to screw them over. I'm a man of my word.
Hey, is Tom back today?
No, and I got to find out what's going on with that.
Oh,
Let me take a break, and then I'll check into that situation, okay?
Because, Howard, hold on a second. They bleeped that guy when he was talking about that lifetime subscription.
Oh, they bleep everything. They don't know what to bleep. They bleep there's so much censorship.
Everything is indecent and obscene.
Everything's indecent. They're worried that someone will hear a word about satellite. Forget it. I'm going. It's all over the newspaper. It's over.
I guess the only chart XM didn't bring was their checkbook to your apartment that night, huh?
Nah, it wasn't even that. It was just like they were like doing this dance where they're convincing me what a great company it is. And I go, okay, great.
Now what?
Now what? The guy says to me, now what? I go, I don't know. Do whatever you want.
He's not supposed to be the now what guy. You are.
Why'd you take off yesterday, Howard, if you don't go to Temple? What's the deal? What are we doing there?
Hey, brother. If I could
don't tell me, brother, all right? Because that's why you ain't quitting, because you want the money. You ain't going to leave those greenbacks on the table.
Dude, I'm getting way more money.
You're honoring your contract, okay? Don't blow smoke up my ass.
What?
He's saying that Jews are only in it for the money. Well, let me tell you something, douchebag.
That's why you're quitting. You wanted to quit 6 months ago. You're not leaving that money on the table.
Well, let's poke a hole in your logic then, since I'm a cheap Jew.
I didn't call you a Jew, okay? I asked you why you took off
I would take the implication.
And you go to Temple.
Yeah.
So why do you need the day off?
The implication you're making is that I'm staying here for the money. The money is...
Why don't you go there then? Quit.
I don't. I honor my contracts.
You don't honor nothing. What about all your fans? You're not honoring them that can't get serious. How about them?
Well, what do you want from me? I have to leave.
Exactly.
I don't have an opportunity to broadcast. I don't care.
Man, right?
I honor my fans. I don't put out coffee mugs and crap.
Get off my phone. Every day. I can't get you on Sirius.
Good. I don't want you there.
Shut up.
Oh, my God.
Shut up.
That was a strange phone call.
Yeah. Wow.
Shut up.
What logic that guy had.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
I'm staying here for the money?
You're picking up every penny, but there's more pennies over there.
They've taken all the money out of this situation. We've been canceled everywhere because of indecency. Hey, anyway, we got to take a break. We'll come back and we'll find out about Tom Trisano. I don't know anything what's going on there.
He's not here, huh?
I don't know. What's going on? I want to check into everything.
Yeah, we got to check in on that because I haven't any information either.
But first, these words.
Hey, Steph, on primetime television. Hey,
come on! Yeah! I love it. Come on, let's get it over with. It's 46 shows left here, but one more down the drain today, so let's call it 45. It's time. We're packing our bags later in the show.
Hello, Gary. This is Ronnie Martin, author of the book The Coming of 10. I have information concerning the flood down in New Orleans and other places along that Gulf Coast. And I think Howard and I should discuss it a little bit. So why don't you guys give me a call? Take care. Give my love to everybody. Best wishes to Robin and all the crew, okay? Take care now. Bye.
So, Riley, let's assume... Good morning, Riley.
Good morning, Howard.
I got your message. That's why I'm calling you. Let's assume that you're telling the truth, that you have been abducted by aliens on numerous occasions. You have learned the secrets of the universe from aliens, as you say, the coming of 10.
Yes, the coming of 10.
Why do you call after a disaster? Why don't you call before?
Well, because you've got enough soothsayers and doomsayers in the world, Howard. I did not sign on to be your psychic friend.
No, but it doesn't make sense.
All I'm saying is that if you read my book, you will find that all of these things that are coming to pass has already been written in the book.
But this is why people have trouble believing your story. You're good at calling up after a disaster to warn us.
I wrote the book 16 years ago. You will find all these things written in the book that was written.
What are you calling to say now? People should get out of New Orleans?
No.
What information do you have about the floods?
These storms, the intensity of these hurricanes and these floods are a direct result of humanity itself. That is, we're putting hydro and fluorocarbons and methane into the atmosphere at a drastic rate, heating up the air, letting through...
but we knew that.
Yeah, UV rays at the ozone that's warming up the waters is causing these terrible storms.
But we know that already. What are you telling us that's new?
Apparently the world does not know it because it's not going to alternate energy sources. It is not making drastic steps to alter this circumstance, and it's only going to get worse. Now, as far as those dear people down in Louisiana and Mississippi and around...
How is this new information, though? This is not new information. This is the information that many environmentalists have been saying, that the ozone layer is being depleted.
Well, I am to a great extent reiterating it, but if you'll let me get back...
Give us some specific information.
If you'll let me get back to the flood.
Get back to
now, where it is a terrible and tragic thing.
Yes.
The flood is a tragic thing. Nonetheless, this is going to be a new birth, a new dawning for that city. And I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because
it's been
the government has allotted a lot of money to rebuild. The whole city has got to be rebuilt. People who did not have a house will get one. People who did not have a job will get one. It's going to be for like 3 or 4 years.
Right.
Then they are going to become productive, tax-paying citizens and all this.
I understand.
Consequently,
hey, Riley,
the money that the government doesn't steal.
Riley,
you can't mean that's the information you called us with.
Is that the information you wanted to tell us? By the way,
among other things.
Hey, by the way, Riley, I've got this is fantastic. And by the way, everyone should go to thecomingoftan.com. But I understand you were contacted on the phone by aliens the other day. I have the tape of it. I'd like to play it now so people can hear it.
Do you remember that call?
Yeah, you understand. You guys are totally mentally challenged, I suppose. But play it if you wish.
Okay, here we go.
Mentally challenged.
Hello?
Yes, can I speak with Riley, please?
Yes, who's calling?
Riley, this is Meatzorp. I'm a Targzishian from the Blumpkin Galaxy. What are you laughing for? Have you been drinking?
Who are you?
we've had a meeting, Riley, and we've decided that you're maybe not the best representative of us aliens.
Do you understand that you're wasting my valuable time with this asinine bull?
Is this Riley Martin? I am Bukaki from Planet Sphincteroni.
I know who you are and what you are, and you are wasting my time.
Riley, can you hear me? I am Harry Tate from the Planet Bullseye Car.
You have stomach problems. Sometimes there's blood in your stool from alcoholic imbibing.
Keep talking, I'm stroking my hydrogen rod. I love your voice.
And various other things. Nonetheless, the world is dying, and you are trying to do a skit.
Have you ever sucked an alien?
And
may we probe you again, Riley? You're ripe for probing.
Listen to me very carefully. When you hang up this phone,
quack, 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 quack,
you will feel a squeezing in your heart region.
Riley, there is a television missing from Planet Bukaki. We are going to investigate this immediately.
I knew we shouldn't have picked a drunken black guy to spread our message.
Oh, no, they called it back.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello, is this, Raleigh? Is this Raleigh?
Who's this?
This is, an alien from a retarded planet.
From now, for the next 24 hours, let it be upon you that you will understand that you are with something that's greater than you know.
I would like to ask you, are you dumb?
Bastard. Now, go away. Hello?
This is Bahabio, the gay alien.
Oh, come again?
This is Bahabio, the gay alien.
Can't hear you.
I gave you the anal probing last year.
Hey, man. You're toast. You idiots.
Wow, I guess you really are in touch with the alien.
Hey, listen,
well, that was fun.
I love when Coos call him, he hangs up.
Yeah, you have some nerve. How do you know those weren't real aliens? What was the tip-off?
Yeah, Howard. I don't mind you guys having fun, man, but the world's in a lot of trouble. You have to understand. That you are not exempt nor safe from what's going to happen to your ass. You know, I mean, none of you are exempt or safe from what's coming down on you, man. And so you should try to learn something. I mean, I understand you like to have fun and what have you. But sometimes you should begin to listen a little bit.
You think they're going to rebuild New Orleans?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to rebuild it. And people who did not have a job are going to have a job.
I've been in touch
and
with...
a lot of them are going to have houses.
Excuse me, I've been in touch with the aliens, and they say New Orleans is going to change drastically.
What's going to happen?
You don't care because you think that you're omnipotent because you got some bucks.
No. You know, you using the F word.
And you want to make fun of these poor people?
We're making fun of you, not poor people.
We knew they were rebuilding New Orleans.
Yeah, we already knew that. We were waiting to hear some new information from the aliens. You know.
Yeah, it's going to get worse, Howard.
There you go.
That's going to get worse.
All right, listen, everyone go to Riley Martin's website.
Can you tell us where the next spot will be so that we be prepared?
Let me ask it in aliens.
Okay.
Where would the next hot spot be?
We got more storms coming. Don't worry about it.
So you're not going to help those people get out before it hits either?
No.
Right. Look for a rash of new diseases and things of this nature to break loose.
The bird flu?
Bird flu.
Not necessarily just the bird flu. There'll be other diseases that will migrate across to humans and things of this nature. Many of them have been planted among third world countries to kill off a number of the people.
Hold on.
Yeah.
The aliens are coming through, and they say it's going to get cold this winter.
You know what? I think Riley goes to the movies, and then he comes back with these predictions.
Yeah, John Travolta and such.
Otherwise, I know that I'm paying $3 a gallon for gas.
Right.
And the gas companies are making 4 times more money now than they ever made before.
It's true.
You guys should try and keep an eye on these type of things because we are being shafted, robbed.
Who's planting the illnesses?
Killed.
All right, listen, Riley.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to tell everybody for more information on all of this stuff, and to get your book, go to thecomingoftan.com. That's really the true message.
Right. Spelled like suntan. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Get that book.
And
Riley, who's planting the viruses
in
the other countries?
We go to the website, Robin, for Christ's sake. Hey, Riley.
Yeah.
And find out from the aliens who Jodie Foster's baby's daddy is. I want to know. All right. Thank you, Riley.
Hey, thanks, man. Take care.
Find out if Ashton Kutcher and Demi Moore are really married.
Thank you.
Sure. Take care now.
All right. Riley, by the way, we're going to have him over to do it. He's finally going to get a half hour.
And you'll be able to tell everybody all this information.
You're going to give me a half hour, man?
Yeah, I really am.
Hey, beautiful. All
right. Later, brother.
Yeah. Right. Take care.
Right.
Beautiful.
You're having fun.
Yeah, I mean,
there are people dying, man. You've got a house.
You think you're omnipotent.
I like when he goes,
hello, this is Riley Vaughn.
Like you could just say.
You got to have the whole name. This isn't Riley, it's Riley Vaughn.
You could just say,
hi, it's me.
Yeah.
With that voice.
Him and high-pitch Eric, it's like.
Yeah.
Hi, it's high-pitch Eric.
I like when he goes, you don't know what's going to happen to your ass.
We'll be back right after these words. Carry my stuff. I don't want to carry it.
Right. Well, maybe you can get those cheerleaders to do it.
Maybe I'll get them, the 2 cheerleaders.
Yeah.
Who got caught. Gary, get them for this show. Those 2 cheerleaders.
Thank you.
I think it's hot that 2 NFL cheerleaders were doing each other in a bathroom and then got into a fight with chicks because they were interrupting their sex.
Yeah, because it was angry chicks who were hot. Like, you...
Those 2 chicks are hot.
It's not the same old that you hear on old...
Anyway, so I'm not going to play the rest of this, but anyway, there is a leak inside.
Who is that talking right now?
Tim Sabian.
Oh.
That's why I like the news. 50 Cent is coming in today. Simon Cowell.
I'm reading a lot about him.
Fitty?
Yeah. Did you know he doesn't drink or smoke?
I'm sorry for him.
Simon
What kind
Cowell?
of rapper is that?
Hey, before we get to 50 Cent, Richard and Sal were in Texas, in Dallas.
Oh, yes, they traveled again this weekend. I saw the suitcases in the hall on Friday, and I thought, it's another weekend on the road with the boys.
They were doing stand-up. And Cliff Pallet shows up to all that stuff.
He loves it when anybody from the show goes to Texas.
He shows up at all your appearances, right, Artie?
When I went to Dallas, he was with me throughout 2 shows and a signing, and almost came to dinner with me and Dana.
Cliff, you live for the dudes coming to the shows and letting you backstage, right?
Oh, yeah, I love it.
He loves it.
I mean, there's nothing going on in his life unless somebody from this show is coming to town.
So Sal and Richard go out and do these appearances. They do stand-up, and I guess they bring Gary the retard.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. I heard last time they dressed him up in a Nazi uniform, and Gary was yelling out Sieg Heil.
Oh, jeez.
And
he has no idea what he's doing.
And I told Sal and Richard I thought that was wrong. I think they stopped doing that. I mean, I just thought it was wrong because Gary doesn't know what he's even doing.
I mean, they could get him beat up, and he still won't know why he's being hit.
One of the reasons we did that is just because I needed a new set of clothes. So this is actually the outfit Gary was wearing that night. So I paid for the outfit because I knew I could wear the clothes after he was done with it.
That's nice.
Actually, Howard, it was Gary's complete idea to be Hitler. We had nothing to do. Yeah.
You videotaped that. I want to put that up.
How could it be his idea?
Because it was ours.
I want to put that on demand.
Oh, you should. It's sick. And Bob Levy, who was a Jew, had no idea we were bringing out Hitler to the stage. So Bob goes, let's hear it for Gary the retard. And all of a sudden, this retarded Hitler gets on stage.
Bob didn't know who it was at first.
Yeah.
He was like shocked.
Did Cliff Pallet hang out with you guys all weekend?
Yeah, all weekend. We actually filmed a little movie with him.
What's that called?
Cliff Paletti, Private Dick.
Yeah.
Where's that movie?
We're editing it now. It's great.
It's the story
Suitable for on demand?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. What's it about?
It's the story of how Cliff Paletti turns into Clef Palate. The changing of the voice.
Looking forward to that. All right, anyway, so the boys were in Dallas, and they went down to where John F. Kennedy, the president, was shot.
Right. Dealey Square?
Dealey Plaza. Yeah, so let me play you some of that. Let me see what I got here. In this first clip, this is just an intro, I guess. All right, here we go.
I'm here with angry people like a Dealey Plaza will change out station. I'm going to ask people how they feel about Kennedy station and how it makes the city so
What did he say?
Oh, my goodness.
Sounds like Walter Cronkite.
What did he say?
Wow.
He says he's going to interview people at Dealey Plaza about Kennedy's assassination and about your move to satellite.
Whoa.
That's pretty much the gist of it.
Hi, I'm Kip Pallet on asking question. What will it be when Kennedy got shot?
I didn't really understand the question, but I think you said, what was I doing when Kennedy got shot?
Yeah.
I was only 3 years old, so I really just vaguely remember it.
Okay, thanks. And another question, how will the impact by Kennedy's headcation?
How was I impacted by it?
Yeah, what?
Well, Kennedy was like for the people. He was like for the people's president.
Okay, thanks. And how big are the balls?
What?
How big are the balls?
I didn't understand what you said.
How big are the balls and you ever had a gay appendix?
How big are my balls? Is that what you said?
And have you ever had a gay appendix?
A who?
A gay appendix.
Gay opinion? Nah, I don't know nothing about no gays, man. I don't know. No. Gay opinion? I don't know nothing about it. You talking to the wrong man. I'm strictly for the women. I don't do the gay thing, brother. You're going to have to talk to somebody else about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Cliff.
Yeah.
You like being an interviewer, I sense.
Oh, yeah, I have fun doing it.
Yeah. All right, so here you are again. Oh, I see. And this is Gary the retard in Clef Palate now. So Gary came with you to this. Did you have any kind of emotional feeling when you saw the place where the president was shot?
Yeah, so yeah.
Well, he was telling me he was in school just blocks away. He was like 10 years old when it happened.
Yeah, I thought one of the bullets hit your mouth. That's how you got the way you are. It was a
ricochet. It was the same bullet.
The same bullet that went through Kennedy went into Cliff Pallet's mouth.
I know.
What do you think about the president? I don't think it's fair when they shot the president here.
You don't think it's what? Fair?
I don't think it's fair when they did to the president.
Oh, me neither.
That's stupid. That's the only good president we had. The other president we have is nothing but a piece of
Which president is that? Henry B. Johnson?
Yeah. I don't like him either. And I don't like President Bush either.
Yeah.
What do you think about Bush?
No comment.
No comment? What do you think about Bush?
I don't like Bush.
He doesn't like Butch.
He doesn't like Butch.
Yeah.
What about the president?
I don't like President Butt.
President Butt?
President Butt.
President Butch.
All right, so the boys weren't done having fun. This Cliff Pallet went around and talked to more people.
How was the impact by Kenny taken?
How was I impacted?
Yeah, what?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't here.
Okay. How are you being affected by how sun makes the satellite? Are you being affected by how some move to...
I heard how was I affected, but I didn't hear the last one.
How are you being affected by how some move to serial satellite? Well, I'm going to ask it again. How are you being affected by how some move to serial satellite?
I'm not catching the end of that question.
He wants to know what do you feel like? How do you feel about Howard going to Sirius Radio? That's what he's asking you.
How do I feel about Howard doing what?
Going to Sirius Radio. Satellite radio.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Okay. How big are the balls?
How big are my balls?
Yeah.
Well, it all depends. Depends on the mood.
Okay. And have you ever had a gay appearance?
Have I ever had what?
A gay appearance.
Gay experience? A gay? Have you ever had gay experience?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
What now?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Do you get frustrated when you do these interviews?
Yeah.
Yeah. It must be hard when you're not even with the guys. You just go to a restaurant and try to order some food, right?
Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to do that.
Do you just stay home?
Yeah, he hasn't eaten in a week. You know what kills me? This guy, cleft palates are so easy to fix now, and even when he was a baby, and his mother never did it for him, and yet his mother has a car. Before you buy a car, won't you get your baby an operation to fix his mouth? Mm-hmm. And he still lives with his mother.
Oh, she probably had a fur coat. What are you talking
about?
Maybe did your mom have a fur coat?
Yeah, she
See?
did.
Oh!
Did you ever say to her, "Mom, why you have a fur coat if I don't have a mouth, you prick?"
Well, maybe she bought the car and the fur coat because it was cold outside and she had to drive to the hospital, and after that she couldn't afford it.
There's more to play here, but I got 50 Cent waiting, so I got to take a break. And let me play the rest of this one after 50 Cent's interview.
Yeah, I'm digging Cliff Pallet, the interviewer.
Yeah.
Oh, it was great.
Next time we go to Texas, Howard, we're going to go to every drive-through window.
Yeah.
And have
him do it.
We're going to play a game. When will they get it? When will he finally get the food right?
Red, two, bang, and bang.
Look, Gary the retard's making sense of it all.
Yeah, Gary's the interpreter.
Dude, that's crazy. All right, Clef, good job.
Thank you, Howard.
And I'll play the rest later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back right after. I'll talk to Johnny Fratto while I'm waiting for you real quick. Hey, Johnny, I don't have much time, but what is this? You're representing medicated...
I just wanted to touch base with you and tell you that Medicated Pete did a great job on that movie, Dead on Arrival.
Now, when did you start representing Medicated Pete?
Well, I actually don't represent Medicated Pete, but somebody called and, they were looking for... Eric, and, it was one of those things that Eric didn't want to do.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Wow. Again, a job that went to someone else.
That called, and so, they already had Medicated Pete in mind anyway. So I figured, why not,
What was the role again?
Well, the role was a good role. It was a part of a guy that, it's a remake of the old movie Dead on Arrival. So he Medicated Pete got love scenes with a hot girl and everything. It's pretty wild.
And what was Eric's objection to the movie?
Well, he didn't want, like somehow the guy's a killer or something, and he didn't want to be involved with being a killer.
Oh, hold on a second. Eric, you there?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know you. I had no idea you were offered the role.
Shut up. I'm going to claim bullshit on what Johnny is saying. He never once approached me with this role.
Yeah, but you never said to me. I did approach you. I said, would you be...
No, you did not.
Did I ask you, can you be a killer?
And you said, no, I'm not capable of being a killer, even though it's pretend. And I told you, Eric, even though you can't really fire a gun, you could still fucking pretend to fire a gun. Nobody knows that you can't fire a gun. I mean, the one guy in the fucking Forrest Gump that had one leg. Do you think they really cut that guy's leg off to make him have one leg?
Eric, can I just say something? Can I jump in here listening to this? And I'm sure George Takei is aghast at this.
He's mad at George, too, right now. I just heard a message that he was yelling about George.
Oh, really? Why is he mad at George?
Tell him, Mary.
All I'm going to say is I have to respectfully disagree with George's opinion on the fact that I'm not an actor.
You're not, because George hit it right on the head.
I know.
You cannot possibly. You just lost a role to Medicated Pete because of your attitude. You're Eric. If you're serious about acting, your attitude is crazy. You're playing a character. If you play a gay psychopathic killer, it doesn't mean you're gay or a psychopathic killer. It just means you're playing a role. All right, listen.
You want a role written for you specifically, and you won't be any other character other than you. That's not acting.
I have my name in credits of TV shows. They don't fucking do that for extras. I have had my name on the back of DVD cases. They don't fucking do that.
Yeah, because I get you these roles that are
extras.
tailor-made for you. Medicated Pete just took a great...
I am a fucking actor.
Eric.
I have been acting on
Eric.
show for 10 damn years.
What?
Eric, wait a minute.
Wait, Johnny, hold off a second. Johnny, hold off a second. What, Eric?
I've been acting on this damn show for 10 damn years.
Acting what?
This is not my real personality, you dumbasses.
Wow.
Well,
this is acting.
Then what is that? Then wait a second. Then what is the real Eric? What is the real Eric?
A nice, easy to get along with person.
Oh.
Then prove it. Reveal the real Eric.
I want
to
to
meet
see
him.
that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we'd love to meet him.
Eric's a shit cock.
I do myself.
All I know is I get letters from the real Eric every day. He sounds like you're demented.
Eric is Medicated Pete didn't call me a motherfucker one time during this whole deal. That's A. And
So,
B, Howard, you did get Eric another job because Eric got a job on a TV show on FX called Legit. That came from you.
Right.
That's a brand new, and that came from you. So
and Eric didn't want to tell us that.
Right.
Taking that role, except for that the time ain't right, and we got to readjust their schedule.
Eric, so you lost a role that that Medicated Pete took, and he got to make love to a woman in it.
Oh, shit. Because Johnny did not tell me about this till an hour or two ago.
The part about the killer. You had to be a killer. You told me...
Would you have taken, Eric, would you have taken the role? Seriously.
As a killer, Howard.
Would you play a killer?
Yes.
Who has to shoot a gun?
And who makes out with a woman?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, he says he would have, but all right. Listen, guys, I can't go over this again. I mean, Eric...
I predict that Medicated Pete will be the next Norman Fell. You wait and see.
How did Medicated Pete do with the role? Because
they said he hit it out of the park.
Wow.
They said he hit it. And by the way, Howard, I also got Eric a sponsorship deal with Eco Solar, the people that make the solar cases for the iPhone. You know, it's a solar case. So
Eric, are you jealous at all of Medicated Pete's new success and his relationship with Johnny Fratto?
Yes, because I'm being abused, threatened, and harassed on Twitter. And it's his job as my manager, agent, and PR person to stop that bullshit.
Is this the real Eric I'm talking to or the actor Eric?
mix of both.
A mix of both. All right.
Well, how the heck are we supposed to know who we're talking to?
Well, that's why he's a masterful actor.
I'm saying, but Robin, how do I know who I'm talking to on Twitter? There's 9 million people on Twitter. How do I find
You can't control Twitter, Johnny.
Just because I'm a little annoyed with it, but I'm fascinated at the same time. Eric, answer the question. How could Johnny protect you from negative comments on Twitter? I'm curious.
On Twitter.
Like any other PR person protects their client.
How?
They dispute the bullshit that is being said about.
Yeah, but I have an agent.
Oh my God!
I have an agent. I get terrible comments about me on Twitter to the point that they drove me off of there. How would my agent doesn't go on Twitter and defend me?
Yeah. And Howard, he got a big sponsorship. He got a great sponsorship deal with the company.
No, I heard that. I heard it already, Johnny. I'm just trying to get to... All right. Look, guys, I got to go. Congratulations to Medicated Pete and his acting role. Eric, sorry to hear you missed out on a role. You got to loosen up. Thanks.
He did get a role, though. Howard, he got FX. He got on FX from you.
All right. Eric and Johnny, thank you, and I hope your relationship continues. All right. Thanks, guys.
And what about that?
George, tell the thing about it is this Donald Trump, don't let him fucking. There's more pussy for him. Let everybody be gay.
Absolutely.
It makes more girls look up everybody else.
I told him that too.
Right, Johnny. Johnny's very wise. Eric, you'd be smart to listen to Johnny. All right, thanks, guys.
Johnny, what about the $1,000 bounty that the eco company wants?
Oh, okay. I'm not going to listen to the endless plugs that these two.
Geez.
I mean,
I guess that was Eric the businessman.
Eric the businessman.
Well, he's not an actor because...
Hey, Johnny, what about the $1,000 thing that Eco... like I'm some sort of schlub.
Bounty.
Why don't all my sponsors just skip buying commercials and just go to Eric? Eric and Johnny directly. Funniest thing I saw on YouTube, and I it's so great, although I don't even know how they got away with it. They did this stunt in some foreign country. I don't know where. They had an elevator rigged. The elevator would stop, it would go dark, and they'd have one person in there. You know, they had a camera in there.
Yeah.
They slid a little girl in a white, make her look like a ghost. They gave her that vampire makeup.
Ooh.
And the lights come back on, and the people turn around and they see this little girl, like a 5-year-old girl looking like a ghost, standing there, and the people freak out. Now, I'm surprised none of them...
Wouldn't you?
Oh, my God. I'd be so scared. I'm surprised no one had a heart attack during this stunt.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah. Then I saw another great one on YouTube. It was so dangerous. But that was the funniest. I mean, it's just amazing to watch people freak out over a ghost with them.
I think they kept the ones of the people dying away for them.
Yeah. You haven't seen this video.
There have got to be people who died.
Then the elevator goes black again, and they pull the little girl out, and they're like, oh, my God, and they think they're going crazy. Then the other one I saw recently was this guy's walking around in a park. I think it's in France or something. And he has this thing. He goes, excuse me, I have a gay meter. I just want to see if you're gay. He hits this is like a piece of wood with a buzzer on it. And he points it at people, and he goes, oh, you are gay. You're very gay. And these guys get up, and they beat the shit out of him. I mean, they go, we are not gay.
That's funny.
Oh,
that's funny.
Robin, this guy's insane. Because,
I got to see both of those.
It's fantastic. And I don't even know what website I was on, but they just put in gay buzzers. In fact, I'm getting a gay buzzer for our...
Hey, let's send Sal and Richard out with gay buzzers.
Oh, no. They'll get killed. New Yorkers will just... In fact,
I'll be here for that one.
Let me show you something. I built a gay buzzer. I'll show you how it works. It looks like a TV remote. Here, look. I'll point it at George. First, I'll point it at me. You'll see.
Okay.
It just makes this sound that shows you I'm not gay. Here, wait. Let me see. It's not working. It makes a sound that says I'm not gay. All right, let me turn it on. There we go. You see?
That's a not gay sound.
That's not gay. Now watch what happens when I put it on.
And it's silent with me?
No, let me see when I put it on you what it does. It should put the gay sound. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
You see?
Try it on Benji.
Try it on Benji? All right.
But just hit me, don't hit George.
Yeah, because they're pretty close together.
I'll lean back.
Lean back. You're straight. Right. Who else you want to try?
Try Richard. Try Richard.
I bet you is gay.
Get Richard in.
Now,
Well,
with George, you must be very gay because there's gradations. And
it was very loud.
It was very loud.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It'll be kind of muted for Richard.
Richard, come in here. I want to point this at you. I'm not even going to tell you why. All right? Just stand there. Are you ready? Or you could stand by the mic. It's okay. It'll reach, I think. I think I know what this is going to be.
Listen to that. Oh,
You're
my
gay.
God.
The thing's smoking.
I suspected that.
There's smoke coming out of that machine.
Hey, who can we... Hey, you know, while we're doing this, let me ask you, who can we get in here that might actually think
that thing works?
Yeah, besides George. You know, George still thinks it works. Who can we get in here? Seriously, I want to do it on him right now. Like someone who would be like upset about it.
Well, they're listening right now.
They should be. Yeah, but maybe there's somebody around who isn't listening.
Where's Ross?
Yeah, Ross won't fall for it, though.
He won't?
He actually, I think his IQ is above 89.
Well, we don't have Bobo here.
Although when we go to a club, I'm not sure. Who the hell
Bobo would have been perfect.
Who's running around here would be offended if we found out they were gay? Like, we need, like...
They may be flattered.
Hey, can you get Gary the retard on the phone?
We can try.
It works over the phone as well?
Oh,
yeah,
Eric the Midget. Eric the Midget.
Where's that? Hey, kick Eric the actor on the phone. Eric the actor on. Hopefully he's not listening. He's probably listening.
He probably. No, maybe he went back to sleep after that.
Oh, yeah. All right.
You're such a prankster.
Well, I just want to see if it works. It worked on you. You're gay.
Oh, yes.
There's nothing bi about that.
There's no question.
Hey, Rob, let me point it at you for a second. Let me see what happens. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You're straight.
Verification, finally.
A lot of people think you're gay. You're not. Hey, Eric the actor, real quick. I've got this device here that tells you whether you're gay or not. Okay?
All right.
All right. Let me point it at George, for example, and show you what happens. Okay. That means you're gay.
Now, point it at you so that we know that it does...
That it works? All right.
Different things, yeah.
Okay, this isn't me. Hold on. That means I'm not gay.
Got it?
Eric.
Yes.
I'm pointing it at the phone. I just want to know. Are you or not? This will tell us once and for all. Here we go.
Whoa.
Whoa, wait, let me test that again. That does, because he's heterosexual, I thought. Go ahead. That means you're gay.
Yep.
Eric, do you have something to tell us?
I woke up for this bullshit.
Is there a man in the room with you?
No, dumb fuck.
Because I'm telling you, it's going off like crazy. Eric, this thing is going off.
Look at it, it's stuck.
All right. Stop it for a second. Here, I'll turn it off. That's what I'm just trying to figure. I said, who's the most heterosexual guy I can call? I thought it was you, and then this is saying you're gay.
And it's not wrong. It seems to work.
Let me test it again. George, I'm pointing it at you.
Yes. There it goes.
All right.
Point it at Benji. Point it at Fred. Point it at me. All right. Point
now
it
point
at
it at Eric.
Eric.
Ah.
Do you want to say something?
Indisputable.
Do you want to say something about this? What?
I am not gay.
All right. So you're saying this isn't accurate?
No, it's not.
You've not had a gay experience?
Not even any tendencies or...
Anything. You've never looked at a guy and said, wow, he's got a nice cock?
No, dumbass. I've never...
I just can't imagine. Wait. So let me point it at Gary. Let me make sure this thing's working right. I can't figure this out. Gary, I'll point it at you. It says Gary's gay. Wow.
Shut the fuck up.
That was a weird one, too.
Yeah, Gary's married with children.
I
think
know.
he's turning into Eric the actor.
You said midget.
We all slip
Freudian.
sometimes.
Eric, let me test it again. Hold on. I'll point it at the phone.
Now, point it at Eric.
Point it at the phone. All right. Point it at Fred. Point it at me. All right. Point it at Benji. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Fred. Point it at me. All right. Point it at Benji. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Fred. Point it at me. All right. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Benji. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Fred. Point it at me. All right. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Benji. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Fred. Point it at me. All right. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Benji. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Fred. Point it at me. All right. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Benji. Point it at Eric. All right. Point it at Fred. Point it at
I don't know, Eric.
What do you make of this? You sure you're not into guys?
I am 100% sure.
Here, I'm pointing it at Sal. Says he's straight. Fred, let me point it at you again. All right.
Yeah, he sniffs other guys' balls, and he's straight.
It says it says he's straight. Let me just. I'll point it at Jason. Let me point it at George. All right.
It seems to work.
Eric, let me do it one more time to the phone. Says you're more gay than ever.
Not even a little bit straight.
Yeah. I can't even turn it off when it goes.
More gay than George Takei.
There it is. That's the proof.
What do you make of it, Eric? Surely there's something you want to say.
That you're a dumb fuck. I'm not gay.
All right, let me test it again. One last time, because I know Eric isn't. This can't be right. Let me try it again.
Well, what's wrong with it?
He's speechless.
It seems to... let me point it at George.
There it is.
That's correct.
I'm pointing it at Benji. Pointing it at Fred.
That's correct.
Pointing at Robin.
Correct.
I'm pointing it at you. Pointing at me.
That's correct.
All right, pointed at Eric.
It's right all these times.
There we are.
Come on, Eric.
Eric, what is this? Just help me out here. You say
silence of embarrassment.
What it is that dumb fuck Fred hitting the sound, and you don't have bullshit.
All right, you busted me. All
Eric,
right,
come out of the closet.
Actually, Eric,
on to you.
Actually, Eric, you're right. Because look, I'm going to point it at you, and I think I can make it go straight. Watch. I guess I can't. No, go ahead. Here. Come on. There, you're straight. It turns out you are. The thing was broken. I don't want him being upset.
He put you back in the closet.
All right. You must have been sitting.
You're straight.
You might have been sitting in a gay chair made by a gay guy, and he probably touched it. That's probably what happened.
We think you're straight.
I know I am.
All right. We're just busting your balls.
Yeah. Go back to sleep.
Do you know Mitt Romney was going to hand out these things at his inauguration?
He would.
Yeah. Eric, we're having some fun. Can you get a fucking... Do you ever laugh at anything?
Yes, I laugh at plenty of things. Sitcoms, comedy movies that I watch.
Nothing that we do.
Yeah, have you ever laughed at anything we do?
Yes.
What?
You just haven't ever had me on the air when I have heard something funny on your show.
All right. We're just having some fun.
Oh, that makes us feel better.
All right. Go back to sleep, Eric. You're not gay. Look, I'll test it one more time. Here. Look. Oh, now, come on, Fred. Make him feel better. Here you go. There you go. You're straight. All right?
Yes.
All right. Feel better. Sweet dreams about girls. All right. Goodbye, Eric.
Bye.
Bye for now. There he is, Eric. Robin, it's time for news.
A new study out of Australia suggests that women are fairly accurate in telling whether an unfamiliar man is faithful just by looking at his face.
I have a thing. If I pointed at you, I can tell if you're faithful. For example, I'll point it at George. Let's see if he's faithful. Here we go.
Hold on a second. I lost that page.
No, please. Don't ruin the illusion. Radio is an illusion. Theater of the mind. I see if I pointed at George to see if he's faithful.
And what's the sound?
It's not working, huh? Yep, you're unfaithful. You cheated.
That means unfaithful?
Unfaithful, yeah. You're unfaithful.
It doesn't work then. It's broken.
No, I'm telling you. Never look. I'll point it at Fred. Let me point it at Fred.
Unreliable.
Look. Faithful. Let me point it at Robin. Point it at me. Faithful. Let's point it at you. Unfaithful.
Now, how could that be?
Didn't you cheat on bread?
Because I know the facts.
Didn't you cheat on bread? Did you cheat on bread?
The machine is wrong.
Did you cheat on bread?
I did not.
You did early on.
Well, that, how far back does that go?
How far back? Forever.
Forever?
Yeah.
Well, there was a point where I
Let me point it at you again.
All.
There's a point where I wasn't cheating at all. Like the machine doesn't know that.
No, when I was a kid, I wasn't having sex at all.
I'm going to point it at you. See if you're a cheater.
No, if you're not having sex,
I'll point it at Fred, and I'll point it at you.
What point in my life is that recorded?
Your whole life, whether you're a cheater or not. Here, I'll point it at Eric the actor.
Then I know it lies when.
Here, I'm pointing it at Eric the actor. See? Now I'm pointing at you. You cheat.
I have cheated.
Yeah, there you go.
The past.
So it worked.
Well, it
long
caught you.
ago.
It caught you. Researchers found that women make the judgment on how masculine-looking the man is. Attractiveness was not a factor in women making the link. However, men don't seem to have the same ability when determining faithfulness among women.
Well, George, according to this, is gay and unfaithful.
The study involved 34 men and 34 women who were shown photographs of adult faces and asked to rate them for faithfulness. The study appears in the journal Biology Letters. So there you go. Women can just look at you and tell if you're going to be faithful.
George, I don't know. It did pick up that you cheated.
I've been faithful to women who I have been friendly with.
Yeah, because you weren't going to cheat on a woman with another woman.
That's right.
Well, it did catch you.
Mr. Takei.
Yes, sir.
May I ask you about that gay buzzer contraption that was going on today?
I don't believe it. It's a fake.
It's completely invalid.
It's a fake because when it said, when he was testing me for being gay, I believed it. That's true. However, when it said that I was cheating on Brad, I knew it was a fraud.
That's impossible.
Absolutely impossible. And when he told me it goes back decades, well, yeah, decades. Then I knew that was maybe true. But then if you go even further back, when you're a kid, you're not having sex at all. So I was faithful.
So you saw some fallacies in the way this thing operated.
Well, I think it needs to be tweaked.
Mr. Munn.
Yes, sir.
This is a source of sexiness and controversy.
Mr. Ken Jennings.
What is your mustache?
What do you mean, what is it?
Oh, I was doing it like Jeopardy. I gave the answer, and then you have to give the question.
What is my mustache?
No, the answer was...
What is your mustache?
This is a source of great controversy and sexiness.
Shut the fuck up.
What is your mustache?
We're going to bring in Ken Jennings. I don't like you.
Jeopardy champion.
I don't like you.
I like your mustache.
I don't like you.
Ken Jennings. Good morning, sir.
Hey.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Good to have you here. Right this way. So, obviously, I've watched you many, many nights in a row on Jeopardy, dominating the competition. But today, you face the great Fred Norris.
Whole different ball game. Different ball game.
Are you aware of who he is? And
I know the legend, the man, the legend.
So how are you feeling, given all that?
I'm a little intimidated. Every time I've heard the segment, I've never heard Fred lose. So
I think you might be his strongest challenger yet.
Pretty tough road to hoe, though.
Well, best of luck. I'm looking forward to a great competition.
All right, listen, I'm running late, and I want to definitely get to our next guest. This is the guy who won, it's like over $2 million. It's remarkable. It's a remarkable amount of money. Look at this guy. Genius. I mean it. I watched you on Jeopardy. My father worships you.
That's what everybody tells me.
Yeah, the old man.
My grandma loves you, man.
My dad watches Jeopardy like a lunatic,
When you hit a certain age in this country, you have to plan your life around Jeopardy. I don't know what it is.
Everybody who plays Jeopardy always says the secret to winning Jeopardy, of course, you got to know your stuff. And it's not so much, the knowledge, but also knowing how to work the buzzer. Right?
Buzzer's huge, and you watch the show at home and you see people flailing away on this thing like idiots, and you're like, what is wrong with you? But it's tough.
Because Gary described to me, because he's done the Celebrity Jeopardy.
Right.
You got the if you have 3 lights on the sides that you can see off camera, and there's a white light, a red light, or this light, and when the white light goes on, you can buzz in. So if you start buzzing in before...
Yeah, you're not getting it, and even worse, you're going to get locked out for like a fraction of a second. So if coming in too early is like as bad as coming in too late, and that's what people do. They buzz too early.
You won $3.1 million?
Something like that.
Isn't that amazing?
It's crazy, right?
Would you sit at home and play Jeopardy and sort of say, wow, I'm getting every one of these?
Well, sure, but everybody's good on their couch, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not good on my couch. I'm an idiot. I watch Jeopardy and I don't know anything that's going on. Were you of a superior intellect? Was your IQ ever measured?
No, but I was good in school. I was the kind of kid that and I was raised in the '80s when Trivial Pursuit was very big. So I grew up on that kind of stuff, and I always loved I would skip.
You love
school
those facts.
Exactly. I would skip school to watch game shows. Like I was a huge nerd as a kid.
You grew up in Korea.
Yeah, that's weird, right?
A white kid in Korea.
My dad was a lawyer living in Seoul, Korea, so I grew up there for like 10 years. And we only had one channel, Army TV, and so it was you had no choice about what to watch. And so me and all my friends would watch Jeopardy after school because that was the only thing that was on. So,
right. And you'd sit there and you'd watch it. And, Fred, who you're going to play today, he describes the same thing. When he was a kid, he was sort of isolated. He lived in the sticks.
He lived here, but he was still isolated.
He's isolated to this day.
I'm isolated in this studio.
But he describes... By the way, you must know Gangnam Style, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, right, because you grew up in Korea. Is Gangnam like the Beverly Hills of Korea?
Yeah, it's like the really nice neighborhood. It's like, Park Avenue or whatever.
Well, Fred describes the same thing. He would sit and read encyclopedias. Like from the start to the end. He became consumed with information.
Yeah, I think people are just born this way. I would sit inside reading, the baseball encyclopedia or Leonard Maltin's movie book, just reading it like it was a novel, which is nuts.
And did people accuse you of being a quote-unquote geek or nerd because you sat and read these things? I mean, it's almost like when we're young, education or knowing things is a put-down, like you're an idiot for trying to learn something.
Right, yeah, and no, I feel like I sort of avoided I didn't have some wedgie-filled childhood, but to this day I'll go on, sports talk shows and they'll be like, so you're a nerd, right? So, they hit you with towels, right? And people don't understand that this whole nerd jock thing sort of ended, and...
Did you stop working?
But wait a minute, in Korea, weren't you bigger than everybody?
Did you learn karate in Korea? They're very good with karate over there.
I don't know Taekwondo or anything like that. No,
it's all elbows over there and knees.
No, that Gangnam Style guy could kick my ass.
Every dog in Korea?
I have eaten dog once.
It's a delicacy over there, right?
Yeah, there's like restaurants just for dog, and they'll have the dogs tied up out front. It's like picking, your lobster.
Right? Really?
No. Yeah,
is that the way it works?
I don't think you go to the tank and pick your dog, but they do have the dogs tied up out front, and that's going to be a poaching dog place.
Wow. Did that freak you out as a kid, or is it just so normal?
It's just normal. You're a kid. This is what they do.
You didn't get sad when you saw the dogs and go, "Oh my God, that's such a beautiful little pet," or something?
They're sort of ugly little hairless-looking dogs.
I see. That's what you eat. And how does it taste? Is it like chicken?
No, it's really not good. Like, even if you didn't know what it was, you wouldn't be into it.
Why are they so into that? I guess because they don't have a lot of food over there or something.
I don't know. It's just a tradition, Like
it's different cultures.
Somebody decided to eat dog, and so they still eat dog.
Do they Parmesan it? Or what
do you do with dog? Fricassee?
Right. Put some peanut butter and jelly on it.
It's like a soup. I don't know why that would be the way to eat dog, but it's a soup.
Do they have pets over in Korea?
Oh, yeah. There's, in addition to the dog, that kind of dog you eat, there's dogs that are it's very popular right now. It's sort of a status symbol to have a dog for
as a pet.
As a pet.
Yes.
Not to eat it.
Right.
But unless you get carried away.
Sort of like George Clooney with his pot-bellied pig, I'm not going to eat this one.
Yeah, the other one, yes.
This one's in the house.
Yeah. It's funny. My wife is doing this TV show with animals. Real quick story. And she went to this place where they keep pigs as pets, and they love their pigs, but they still eat bacon too.
Right.
It's really, it's very weird, isn't it?
You make an exception. My daughter's pretty much turning into a vegetarian, but she will eat bacon. That's she won't cut out bacon.
So when you make $3.1 million on Jeopardy, do you quit working? A traditional job? Do you say, "Hey, I've got enough money. I don't need to work anymore"?
Well, I got an offer to write a book, and that's what I'd always wanted to do. I was like an English major in school who figured, I'll never make a living at this. I better learn how to write computer programs too. So I got into computers.
Right.
And I sucked at it. I didn't like it. And so when somebody offered me a book, I was like, wow, maybe there is a career in this. And like 8 years later, I'm still doing it.
Wow, it's unbelievable.
That's wonderful.
So you've been able to not have a traditional job because of Jeopardy.
Yeah.
And these game shows. It's really remarkable.
It's weird.
Why did you not win Jeopardy? There was a Tournament of Champions. You came in second.
I did.
Were you shocked? I mean, because you were the longest running winner, I think.
I was, but there's a ton of guys who are really good. I came on right when they had changed the rule. They used to, after 5 days, they would give you a car and kick you off, right?
Right, which was stupid.
Right, they should have let these guys play.
I know I got reinvigorated with Jeopardy when you were on because it was like, wow, I heard about this guy who kept winning week after week. It was a brilliant
You had to
move.
watch the streak,
Yeah, right.
Right, I'm sure most people were rooting against me, but, it's the same thing. People are watching.
Yeah.
So there are a ton of guys that are just as good, and one of these guys came back, and it was just the buzzer. He was faster than me.
He was better at the buzzer.
And he knew his stuff, for sure.
How long was your run on Jeopardy?
It's like 75 games, so it was almost 6 months of Jeopardy time.
Is Trebek removed from the game, or does he sort of hang? He doesn't hang with you. It's sort of he comes on set, does the game, and then he leaves.
Right. He's not allowed to, because of all the scandals in the 50s. It's like still a felony in this country to rig a game show. So you're not allowed to hang out with anybody who knows the answers, and that includes Trebek.
I see you've been on America's Got Talent, which isn't a game show. I'm not. I can go over and say hello or something like that, but there's very little fraternization between the judges and the talent. Like, they discourage it. They tell you not to.
Yeah, I remember one time they took me back to change my tie at a mirror. The tie was, moireing on camera or whatever. So I go back to change my tie, and they take me to the same mirror that Trebek uses.
Right.
And people freak out. He can't be back there. It's like a
Trebek's not even there.
It's like a lockdown. Alarms are going off. And
you might talk to Trebek's image that was just in the mirror.
The mirror will talk.
Let me get this straight. So, were you one of these guys that had high SATs?
Yeah, I was always the kid who could test really well, so I could get away with studying a little less.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to University of Washington, and then I went to BYU.
Oh, U of Washington is a good school.
It's a decent school.
Right, and then Brigham Young.
Brigham Young?
You did your master's?
Yes. I didn't. I just have a bachelor's.
Oh, bachelor's. And so you.
Why'd you go to Brigham Young?
I'm actually Mormon. I had friends there.
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that.
It's true.
Did you wear magic underwear on Jeopardy? That's your secret.
That was it.
I just broke your secret.
Now everybody's going to do it.
What is that whole magic underwear thing? Is there such a thing as magic underwear? What is that?
It's not magic. It's like it's Mormons, devout Mormons do wear sort of ceremonial ritual clothing under their clothes, but it's just like, it's just like a Jewish guy wearing a yarmulke. It's just a reminder of who you are.
Yeah. I mean,
do you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, you're devout. Okay.
All right, good.
Just checking.
Okay.
I'm thinking of becoming devout something or other.
And what will you wear?
I need some magic. I don't give a shit what I wear. I'm just happy to be anywhere. So, I mean, this is a great success story because the game show made you a millionaire. And do you invest this money now that you have the you don't have 3.1, you have to pay taxes and all that. But do you invest this money, and has it grown? I would imagine maybe you're some sort of genius investor, too. Where else does your genius come out?
No, I haven't written some business. All this money was before the economy crashed, so I don't think I have it all anymore. But, yeah, it's pretty boringly invested for, the kids' college and retirement and stuff like that.
Right.
It's not like I lost it all on that one hand of blackjack or strippers.
But I bet a lot of people think you're like this way richer than you really are.
Yeah, it's not like, screw you money, I can't go live on an island somewhere.
I don't think Fred stands a chance against you.
Well, every time I listen to this segment, Fred wins handily, so I'm pretty nervous.
But he ain't playing you. I mean, you're a whole different deal. And you even say you're not a genius. You weren't you weren't valedictorian of your school.
No.
But it was just this sort of trivia knowledge that you were. But I think you go beyond trivia because, you're doing like geography that's a little more intense. You're doing history that's a little more intense than just sort of general trivia. It seems you're way more educated and way more aware than the average trivia guy.
Well, the thing about it, when you're this kind of person, it's your knowledge might be a mile wide, but it's like an inch deep. You know a little bit about a lot of things, but it's really a little bit.
And
the other thing about Jeopardy is you're only buzzing in on what you know. You're not demanded to answer questions you don't know.
That's right.
Is that exactly true? Because I would think in order to buzz in, you've got to sort of think, you got to think so fast that you kind of think you have an idea of the answer, and sometimes you come up with the answer after you buzz in. Does that make sense to you at all?
No, because the question has to be completed before you can buzz.
Wait a second. Let me ask the expert, Ken. Do you think anything I'm saying?
I was there.
You've played it. She's good.
I've seen Robin on Jeopardy. She's really good.
Right.
It's true that you gotta wait till the question's been read to buzz. But it's true that I have had the situation of some part of your brain knows that you know it, so you buzz, and then while Alex is staring at you, you got a few seconds to dig it out.
The rap on Jeopardy is that if you're a woman, they'll put you through faster as a contestant than as a man. They want to encourage women to be on Jeopardy. Do you think there's truth to that?
I absolutely do. When I got the call to be on the show like a year after I tried out, and I was playing against women, some of whom had tried out like a few weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah, they tried out yesterday.
Because why? They feel it's important to have a balance. They want a balance.
Yeah, they want a woman on each show, and I think they don't have as many trying out as they would like. Now that the tryouts are online, I bet they're getting a lot more and better women contestants.
Are you able to go back on Jeopardy at all, or are you considered retired because you had your run? What are the rules?
It's sort of one to a customer. I guess I could like wear a disguise, handlebar mustache.
Why not? Yeah, good.
Do an accent.
Sex change.
I went on a year ago to play the IBM supercomputer, but except for special stuff like that, yeah, I'm sort of out of work as a Jeopardy guy.
You got beaten by the computer.
The computer kicked my ass.
Well, yeah, I mean, come on, a computer's gonna. I mean, that thing is so programmed, but it's.
Well, Fred is like a computer.
Fred, do you think you have a chance in any of this at all?
Not a snowball's chance in hell.
All right. Well, let's try it. What do you say?
I'm going to give it a shot.
And what the hell, for $5,000? Why not? If you'll probably win the $5,000.
That's not Jeopardy money.
Just write him the check down.
Right. Well, put Fred in the isolation booth. We'll let Ken answer the questions first.
For $5,000, Ken is saying, I should only have to answer one question.
No, I came up with it.
It's like Linda Evangelista. I don't get out of bed for less than $10,000 Trebek.
I've got 7 questions.
Okay.
All right. I assure you Fred has not seen them because we know the rules. You can't, you can't tell. And these questions were decided upon by my staff and me. General knowledge questions. So it's different than Jeopardy when Fred's money.
Right. You have to answer all the questions.
Right. If you pass, fine, and then if you want, it's based on time and all of the. I don't even remember how to play it, quite frankly. It's fast and loose.
You're just like Trebek.
Yeah. Who's keeping time and where is the time?
Time is over there.
Time is over there. Oh, I have to see it over there.
And he's got to move.
Oh, he's got to move over there. All right, go ahead. Ken, do me a favor. Ken Jennings, everyone. The book is Because I Said So. It's available now. And for a list of Ken's book signings, go to ken-jennings.com. And Ken, what is the book? I mean, it's a book of trivia?
It's sort of a trivia book. I got kids now, and it sort of debunks all the things that parents tell their kids without knowing if they're true. Like, don't go swimming right after you eat, or if you swallow your gum, it'll stay in your colon for 7 years, or,
Right.
Which of these things are actually true? So.
And you wrote it yourself?
I did, yeah.
Wow, well,
it's
congratulations.
My fourth book.
Do these books sell well?
They do okay. My last 2 were bestsellers.
Wow, awesome. Yeah.
I actually read some of the book. I liked it a lot. It's got a truth meter in it, so it says, like, how your mother always told you the crust is better than the rest of the bread?
Right.
That's mostly false.
Oh, wow.
So there's a lot of that in the book, and he's got a little...
I believe that.
He's got a little meter.
We all believe these things.
Yeah, right.
There's a little meter at the end. It's either false, true, mostly false, mostly true, so it was really good.
Yeah. You got a nice life, huh? Where you living now?
Seattle.
And you got kids?
I got 2 kids, 10-year-old, 6-year-old.
Marriage going all right?
Yeah, just regular suburban dad, I guess.
Getting laid? Your wife or good? She give up on that?
No, that's how marriage works.
It's still happening.
It's one of the perks.
Good for you. Isn't that great? And look who's here, George Takei. You get to meet him.
Huge fan.
Are you a Star Trek fan?
Absolutely.
Are you a big comic book guy, too, someone said?
As a kid, I was. Yeah, I still got boxes of comics from,
I would have boxes, too, but my parents threw them all out.
I somehow avoided my mom throwing out my comics. I don't know how I got lucky. But...
So you're a big Trekkie?
Oh, yeah.
If I was to ask you a trivia question about Star Trek, you'd probably get that right, too.
I'd give it a shot. It's a lot of pressure.
Oh, I'm sure he would know some things.
Ask him a question, George. Ask him one of the questions you get asked all the time at a Star Trek convention. Let's see if Ken knows it.
Okay, what's my favorite episode?
Who the hell would know that?
Maybe the one where you got the sword, the naked time?
Right.
Oh, hey, very good.
He got it right.
That's an easy one.
That's an easy one.
What's George's favorite sex act? I bet you don't know that. I do.
Howard knows that.
Took place in the Rambles in the 70s. All right. All right.
You're wrong.
It didn't? Where did it take place?
In bed at home.
Oh, with Brad. All right, that's right. Well, you have to say that. You're a smart man. All right, listen, Ken. So I'm going to get you have a minute on the clock. If you want to pass, I can go back at the end. Try not to pass because I forget which ones we passed
and
on.
time is a factor.
Time is a factor. Okay. You'll probably win this anyway. Okay, so let's start. Who was the first United States president to die in office?
William Henry Harrison.
What is the second most abundant element on Earth and the principal ingredient of glass?
Silicon.
Which NFL team has won the most Super Bowls?
The Cowboys.
Which Canadian province is largest in population?
Ontario.
Sauerkraut is made from what vegetable? Who was known as the Clown Prince of the Harlem Globetrotters for 20
Meadow Lark Lemon.
On the TV series The $6 Million Man, who did Steve Austin report to?
Oh, I have no idea.
Do you want to stop? You want to stop the clock? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. 36. You are awesome. Fuck.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I screwed up the $6 million man question.
It was, first of all, I'll give you the answer. First of all, you did it in 36 seconds, which is very, very good.
And your score is?
Your score is you only got one. Well, you got two wrong. One you didn't know the answer to. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the NFL
Have
team.
more Super Bowls.
Have the most Super Bowls. I doubt Fred knows that anyway.
We'll see.
I don't know. He's a football fan.
On the TV series The $6 Million Man, who did Steve Austin report to? Oscar Goldman.
Oscar, of course.
Oscar Goldman.
Howard would have gotten that one.
You know what? I wouldn't. I don't.
You don't remember that?
I can't think fast like that. I get very nervous. Did you get nervous doing this?
The Jeopardy's a good cure for stage fright. After that, everything's less pressure than Jeopardy.
First time you did Jeopardy, though, you must have been like
Deer
out
in
of
the
your
headlights,
mind. Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. All right, let's see how Fred does. You only got two wrong. These are tough questions, so
we'll see.
I mean, you really rattled them off. You have to be impressed with that, right?
Those were tough questions.
I won't tell Fred how you did. I'm going to keep it a secret from you.
Already.
How Ken did. Let's just say good luck.
He probably got 7 out of 7.
Now, don't telegraph.
I'm predicting what he got. I'm predicting him in ahead of time. 7 out of 7, around 30 seconds.
All right.
That's my prediction.
All right. I'll tell you who's rooting for you, Fred. The Dogs of Korea. They've had it with Ken. All right, here we go.
You got it.
Here we go. You know the game. 60 seconds on the clock. You can pass and this kind of thing.
Pass.
Okay. You pass? You already pass?
I pass. I forfeit.
All right, here we go. This is for $5,000 for Ken. You, Fred, can't win a dime.
I get nothing, Ken.
You get nothing?
I've been the winner of this thing for 7 years straight. I get nothing.
I tell you what, if Fred wins, can he touch your magic underwear at least so he has some good luck? Yes. Now, it's a $5,000 prize to Ken.
Yes.
So if you throw this, I suppose you could meet up with him later and split the winnings. But here we go.
I'll meet him in the elevator and beat him up.
Here we go.
In the Rambles.
In the Rambles.
George.
All right. And by the way, thanks to Don'tBeBroke.com for putting up the $5,000 so we can lure Ken in here.
All right.
Here we go. Who was the first United States president to die in office?
Lincoln.
What is the second most abundant element on Earth and the principal ingredient of glass?
Silicone.
Which NFL team has won the most Super Bowls?
Dallas.
Which Canadian province is largest in population?
Ontario.
Sauerkraut is made from what vegetable?
Cabbage.
Who was known as the Clown Prince of the Harlem Globetrotters for 24 seasons?
Meadowlark Lemon.
On the TV series, The $6 Million Man, who did Steve Austin report to?
Oscar.
Do you want to stop?
Goldman. Stop.
Okay. Wow.
Wow!
That was nice.
Wow!
Holy shit. Look at that.
Now, here's
Fred,
the
do you know what you did?
All right,
I don't know what I did.
Now, hold on.
Okay.
I don't know how the hell this gets decided. We haven't gotten this deep into the rules. You clocked in at 36 seconds, Ken.
Yes.
Fred clocked in at 36 seconds.
Yes.
You tied on time.
Yes.
You tied on the amount of right answers. He got 6 right. 5 right, and you got 5 right. The two you got wrong. The first United States president to die in office.
It wasn't Lincoln. I know
it's
that.
Harrison,
Right.
William Henry Harrison, which you got right.
I blanked out.
Yes.
The second one that you got wrong was what is the which NFL team?
I knew I got that wrong.
All right, so Ken got that wrong too. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right.
But they got
I
it
should've
wrong the
known
same way. They
Steelers.
both said Dallas.
Steelers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, because America's team in the 60s was Dallas. I forgot that there was
so
Pittsburgh.
Gary, is this a tie?
It is.
It is a tie.
Because there's no way to. It's about
Ken
the
the
time.
money, Jesus.
Well, how about this? Fred said silicone instead of silicon. I mean, I know it's Howard Stern, but come on.
Well, come on.
Wait a minute. We go to George Takei.
on that.
Judge George Takei. How do you say silicone?
I call bullshit on that. I tried to give you the money. Fuck you.
We have to do a tiebreaker.
Can I be really honest?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I want to know how George says silicone.
Go ahead. How about a cock off?
Oh no!
Both take it out.
Who has the most beautiful cock?
Magic underwear.
George will judge your penis. Yeah, go ahead.
Forget it.
No, tell me, what is the ruling?
There's no rule. There's no rule.
There's no ruling.
The rule had always been that in a tie, the
wins.
time would matter.
Yeah, I think.
But they both tied on time.
I never imagined, but I actually think that we need to go to a sports clock with hundreds of seconds, which has never happened before.
How about a dog eating contest?
Well, you know, there are tiebreaker questions there. There are additional questions, but I don't know how you do them.
But I don't think we
give Ken the money.
Here's what we
I
can.
think we
here's what
should
we
give
can
him
do.
the money.
We can write down our answer. You can say it. I'll write mine down. He'll write his down, and we'll just hold it.
All right, tiebreaker.
Oh,
All right, that's
Fred
the fair.
needs
Let's
to
do-
know.
Let's
Fred
do the
needs to
manly
know.
thing. Let's do the manly thing.
Fred needs to know.
Now, where are you going, Fred?
I'm going to go
To get a paper.
You're getting a paper. Okay, good. All right. Ken, can you believe this guy tied you?
That's crazy. He was great.
How brilliant is Fred?
He knew Oscar. What can I say?
Yeah.
He's great.
Wow.
Why is Fred not on Jeopardy? That's what I want to know.
Fred, go over there.
We've
and do your
always
tiebreaker.
said that.
Unless because we don't want
He
to.
won't take the test.
We don't want you to cheat. Why don't you go on Jeopardy?
Because
Fred?
they haven't asked me.
Well, they got to apply.
You got to try out.
Do it
Fred.
as a real contestant, Fred.
I mean, I'm impressed.
I didn't do real Jeopardy. I did rock and roll Jeopardy.
I know. I'm just impressed with Fred. No one's talking about you.
There you go. Let's do it.
All right. All right, here. I'll write down your answer, okay? That's the fair way to do it.
Fred's writing. There's no question.
You're already writing, Fred? That's awesome. Then Fred wins. If you've got the right answer, you win.
No seconds.
Okay. If either of you guys know this, you're fucking genius. Okay, here we go. On what ship did Charles Darwin serve as a naturalist during a 5-year voyage in the 1830s?
Wow, they're both writing.
We're done, I think.
Hold on. Let's see.
I like this answer, too.
Fred, hold up your answer first. What does it say?
HMS Beagle.
What does yours say, Ken?
Also the Beagle.
The Beagle. Wow.
Wow.
Lord. What the fuck is
All right, how far are we going to go with this, Howard?
How long are you guys on the air?
Ken, what did I do wrong in school that I don't know any of these answers? I mean, what went wrong? Fred, you're impressive.
HMS Beagle. I thought that was whoever picked that question was very funny because they know Ken eats dogs.
I always remember the Beagle is the most delicious dog.
With a great bark.
Okay, if you guys know this, God bless you. But here we go. Second tiebreaker, because we're in a tiebreaker situation.
I say let's leave it a tie.
Yeah.
Why?
And have a rematch.
Yes.
Don't you want to know who wins?
I think they both have been superior.
I could throw you one more idea, Howard.
Yeah.
We could take a break, and I could give you 7 new questions, and we could play the game again.
Really?
Oh.
Nah, just leave it a tie.
Leave a tiebreaker.
I'm up.
We got to get out of here sometime
You don't
today.
care?
Whatever you guys want.
All right, break, and then 7 questions again.
I can't take it.
We'll be back right after these words.
Did you think it was going to be that close?
I thought I was. When I only got 5, I thought I was done.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought I was done. I thought he was going to get 6.
Jeez, I'm amazed how you guys do that.
It's crazy.
I have no ability to pull out information quickly like that.
Yeah, the speed is
There's got to be a mechanism in your brain.
Yeah, I'm not even aware of it. It's just how stuff gets filed away.
How old are you now?
38.
Do you notice any diminishing of that? You do?
Yeah, I was on. It was 8 years ago. I was on Jeopardy. I was better then.
So you think you were in your prime when you did that?
Yeah, good thing you. I went on young, I guess.
Wow. Yeah, because I know that. I don't feel as quick.
Starts to go, right?
Yeah.
That's sad.
But I was never like you guys, where I could pull out that kind of information.
That's good. You got an alibi when you know.
Yeah.
As you get older.
Okay. Yeah, I used to be able to do that.
Okay, so let's try this again. We're sitting with Ken Jennings. We're talking. He just released a book. It's called Because I Said So. It's available now. And also for a list of Ken's book signings, you can go to ken-jennings.com. So, Ken, do you have a lot of fans? I mean, do a lot of people show up at the book signings?
Jeopardy groupies?
No kidding.
They're all 80-year-old women, but it's still cool.
You could get them probably.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great.
Most of the people who saw me on Jeopardy are probably dead by now, but...
Were you a guy who got married young in life?
I was like 25. That's young.
25. Do you dread the fact that you could have remained single, won Jeopardy, and then you would have been this high-flying bachelor who...
all the nerd girls on the internet throwing themselves at me.
It would be amazing. Is it true that after you won the millions of dollars on Jeopardy, that Senator Harry Reid approached you about running for Congress?
That's true. Because I lived in Utah at the time, and I was getting calls from Senator Reid, from Chuck Schumer. They're all saying, you got to run in Utah. You're a Democrat who can win in Utah. And I'm like, I'm not going to win in Utah.
Maybe you could have won. Were you a hero in Utah? Were people like really identifying that you were from their state?
Yeah, it was a lot. I think there was hometown pride, but I still don't think that would have made Utah vote Democrat.
But I still think people would have thought of, he's so intelligent, he's probably going to be a great public servant. Like, it probably would have worked.
To me, it's crazy. Like, this is what's wrong with America. If a guy wins enough on a game show, you're like, hey, you should be in the Senate. What the hell? You know?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Well, they figure you know something. It's impressive. All right, so listen, if you're just tuning in, this is crazy. Ken Jennings is here. He's playing Fred in Win Fred's Money. So we figured you're just going to beat the pants off Fred. I don't know why we lost confidence in Fred, but sure enough, in time, 36 seconds, you tied. You both got 5 out of 7 questions right, and remarkably, we played a bonus tiebreaker round. You guys tied in that, and now we're back to 7 questions again and playing Win Fred's Money so we can see.
It's like Jeopardy. We're on a streak.
It's crazy.
We're gonna do this 75 straight times. I'm up for it.
Gary, anything you want to say?
Good luck to everybody. This is very exciting.
All right. If you guys.
By the way, I never lost faith in Fred. I thought he'd do fine.
Me neither. I've always bet on Fred.
I did. I thought he'd lose. I'm surprised.
Fred's the real deal, man.
Fred's the real deal. He proved it today. Why he's working on this show, I don't know. All right. Here he is, the spectacular winner of Jeopardy, Ken Jennings, and we're going to play Win Fred's Money. Who did Helen Keller dedicate her autobiography?
Annie Sullivan.
The disposable razor blade instead of the existing straight razor was whose brainchild?
Gillette.
What positions make up the battery in baseball?
Pitcher and catcher.
For more than 1,000 years, 794 to 1868, which city was the capital of Imperial Japan?
Kyoto.
A group of porcupines is called what?
I don't know. Pass.
What is the state bird of Texas?
Meadowlark.
What famous Wild West legend did Martha Jane Canary grow up to be?
Calamity Jane.
That's so
done. Pass. No,
okay.
I'm not going back.
35 seconds. You're locked in now. Well.
And how many right?
Well, let me count up here. Let's do the math. I asked you, who did Helen Keller dedicate her autobiography to? You got that wrong.
Oh.
It was Alexander Graham Bell.
Interesting.
What did you say?
Annie Sullivan.
Annie Sullivan, her teacher.
Not good. You got the next one right. Gillette was the disposable razor answer. I asked you what positions make up the battery in baseball. Pitcher and catcher, absolutely correct. For more than 1,000 years in Japan, Kyoto, absolutely correct.
Kyoto.
Excuse me. I apologize.
You know, George is sitting right back there to catch you.
A group of porcupines is called what?
No idea.
He didn't know.
Who the hell would know? A prickle.
Oh, nice.
A prickle?
Fred's not going to know it, though. I feel okay.
Okay, you're confident.
Fred will know that.
What is the state mockingbird of, what is the state bird of Texas?
State mockingbird.
Sorry, what is the state bird of Texas? It's a mockingbird. You got that wrong. What did you say?
Meadowlark.
Meadowlark.
No, that's 3 wrong. And then you knew Calamity Jane. Is her name Jane Canary or Canary?
I think it was Canary.
Canary. Okay, that's what I said. Good. So Calamity Jane, you got that right. So you got 3 wrong, but you did it in 35 seconds, which is a rapid time. It's quick.
I don't know. I don't feel good. I think Fred's got this.
You do?
Yeah. Those are tough, but I think Fred's got this.
All right, let's see. All right, Ken, take a seat.
We'll only know once Fred gets in the seat.
So we're not going to tell Fred what you did because that'll help you with the game. You know, why should he know?
Yeah, game face is on.
Right. Fred, I'm not going to tell you again how Ken did. As you know, Ken is a Jeopardy champion extraordinaire. You managed to tie him.
Yes.
Not only
Twice.
But now we're into the 3rd round.
All right.
We all want to know who's going to win. There are 0 seconds on the clock.
Congratulations, Ken.
I don't think my heart can take it.
All right. Robin, very nervous for some reason.
Too much suspense.
Here we go. Who did Helen Keller dedicate her autobiography to?
Anne. Oh, fuck. I can't remember her last name. Go ahead.
The disposable razor blade instead of the existing straight razor was whose brainchild in 1895?
Gillette.
What positions make up the battery in baseball?
The infield. The pitcher catcher.
For more than 1,000 years, 794 to 1868, which city was the capital of Imperial Japan?
Kyoto.
A group of porcupines is called what?
A herd.
What is the state bird of Texas?
State bird of Texas, Roadrunner.
What famous Wild West legend did Martha Jane Canary grow up to be, or Canary?
Annie Oakley.
All right. Do you want to go back to anything? Stop the clock. You're at 47 seconds. Our friend Ken did it in 35 seconds.
He got it.
And you got 4 wrong. He got 3 wrong. So he is the winner.
He is the winner.
Very close.
Very close.
I'm
though,
not
I must say.
embarrassed.
No,
I'm not embarrassed.
You should go hang your head in shame.
Are you kidding?
Go home.
Why should you be embarrassed?
Ken, what do you think?
That was no, he did great. That was amazing.
Yeah, but you beat him, and you are.
Those were really, really tough questions.
You are more arrogant than ever, aren't you?
No, no.
You beat Fred. You won Fred's money.
I got to say, this was more exciting than winning all those games of Jeopardy put together, but I'm still humble.
You know, you are a great champion. I see how you don't crack under pressure. And, you know, I was saying to you in the break, the way this information comes to you so rapidly has got to be a genetic thing, like that you and Fred share. Because you not only have this information, but you recall it like that.
You pull it up, yeah.
And I asked you during the break, I said, how old are you now?
I'm 38.
38. When you were on Jeopardy, you were what, 30?
29, 30.
29, 30. Does that ability to pull information out quickly diminish as you age?
I think it does. I feel like I'm a step slower than I was then.
So you feel you were in your prime at 30.
Right.
29, 30, like it was amazing.
We need to get me and Fred, like 29 years old.
That would have been great.
That's right. By the way, I didn't tell you this. Fred is not human. He's a robot. And he has
I tried to tell him.
So to beat a robot is pretty good.
Yeah, this time beat the computer.
Yeah.
Well, you got to give Fred credit for being older as well.
Well, if it's true
I
that
don't have to take any pity, George.
Fred,
you're not 31.
Fred, do you feel time diminishes that ability to recall?
You know what? It really, really does. Because
you do feel that?
Absolutely. Because there are times now when I'll go, you know that thing, the remote.
And you can't quite pull it up.
I see when my dad's nice. Every minute he's like, who's that guy?
But I will say, if you start like doing like trivia and things like that, it actually kind of keeps your mental acuity there.
You have to exercise it.
You have to exercise your brain.
That's true.
When I played chess, they said that actually helps you, retain memory and stuff. You a chess player at all?
I'm not, but I do crosswords. They say, like, they did the thing with the nuns and they played crosswords. They didn't get Alzheimer's.
Yeah,
so.
they say that.
Right.
Can you do the New York Times crossword puzzle, get them all right?
Oh, yeah, like Friday, Saturday. I'm pretty good crossword.
It's not that hard.
Yeah, it takes me, half an hour for a hard one. So.
You know, I can get like maybe one answer. and only if they use me as a clue. All right, listen, Ken Jennings.
Does Fred want to know the questions he missed?
He can do that on his own time. Do you want to know, Fred?
Sure, why not?
All right, let me get him out of the garbage here. I was so disgusted
it means
with
nothing
you.
to you.
Well, Ken probably knows the answer.
I threw them right out, to tell you the truth. Okay, let's see. Fred got the autobiography of Helen Keller. You both got that wrong. Do you know what it was? Alexander Graham Bell wrote the. She dedicated the autobiography.
I would have thought she dedicated it to the lady that showed her how to.
Anne Sullivan is what you were looking for.
You both gave the same answer, but you both had it wrong.
Right.
Gillette, you both got that right. Pitcher and catcher, and the battery in baseball. I would have had no idea of that. You both got that right. Kyoto.
Nice.
Correct. You both got that right. Both of you did not know what a group of porcupines is called. It's called a prickle. A prickle?
No shit.
Yeah.
I thought it was something cute. I was going to say a pack something or herd.
You both fell apart on the state bird of Texas, which is a mockingbird. You didn't get that right?
Really?
Yeah.
I thought mockingbird was Florida, but I guess they share birds.
What bird did you say it was?
He said a roadrunner.
A roadrunner. Oh, okay. And the last question
killed me.
Ken got right. You did not. It's Calamity Jane.
Yeah, I thought you'd get that one, Fred.
You know what? Because Annie Oakley was. I don't think that was her real name either. So
it was a good guess, by the way. What famous Wild West legend did Martha Jane Canary grow up to be?
That makes sense.
That's Calamity Jane, and Ken pulled that out of his ass.
There you go.
And if you're smart, you'll wear magic underwear. Because you would have won. Ken, proud of you, man.
Thanks for having me. That was fun.
And it gives me hope for the future that there are guys like you running around, you and Fred. It's awesome. And
they're not running around in the future. They're running around now.
It shows you there are still people around who have this kind of
when we're gone, we're gone.
Genius. The $5,000 prize that you won, Ken. Again, more money in the pot. And Ken Jennings' book, Because I Said So, is available now. It's sort of a mix of trivia and
it debunks myths and theories.
Myth-busting about parenting crap.
Yeah, for example, the crust in the bread isn't any more nutritious than the who told
rest
me that?
Of it.
Ralph got a hold of me and goes, you should just eat the crust. You should just eat the crust. And I've been doing that ever since.
You've been taking crust off the bread and just eating it?
Yeah. You're saying it's the exact same nutritional value.
Right. It's it's the same stuff in the rest of the bread. It just got cooked a little more.
Give me another example of things Ralph has told me that aren't true.
I don't know. Let's see. They say that your parents always say, don't sit too close to the TV. That's bogus. Your eyes are fine. It doesn't matter.
Is that right? It doesn't ruin because sometimes when I'm watching even my mini iPad and stuff, I worry maybe my eyes are getting...
You'll get temporary eye strain, but if you just look away, it goes away. There's no permanent problem.
Right. And there's no radiation coming off the TV or anything?
Nothing. You're fine.
Oh, I'm going to sit close to the TV.
Yeah, there you go. just like Quentin said, watch it on your iPad mini right in front of your...
Give me one more. I love these kind of things. One more example from your book. Can you think of one offhand?
Yeah, your parents always say... what do your parents always say? Oh, you got to drink 8 glasses of water a day, and that's bull. It's that's actually too much. It's dangerous. If you get too much water, it'll mess with your brain.
And isn't it hard work on your kidneys too? I imagine all that water passing through.
Yeah, you should just drink when you're thirsty, not like there's not some certain number of glasses you got to have.
Didn't that get started with like Weight Watchers? Because they used to say if you want to lose weight, drink a lot of water. It'll fill you up. Maybe that was where it all started.
I think so.
All right. And all this nonsense that people say black people have an extra bone in their ankle. That's ridiculous, right?
Your parents said that to you?
Not in
private. Yes. Howard, the blacks have an extra bone. What? All nonsense. You debunk it all.
That's right.
All right, good. Ken Jennings, we look forward to reading your book. And for a list of Ken's book signings, a lot of people show up, 80-year-old women sometimes, and want to have sex with you.
Throwing panties?
Really?
It's like a Tom Jones concert in Barnes & Noble.
It's awesome. Go to ken-jennings.com for more information. Great meeting you, man.
Thanks
Way
for
to
having
go.
me. It's a pleasure.
That was fun.
A lot of fun. Robin was way too nervous. She wet her pants during this? She got so nervous.
It's very awkward. That happens on Jeopardy all the time. Don't feel bad.
Last time that happened to her was during a Rolling Stones concert. And you're like the Mick Jagger of Jeopardy. Good for you, Robin. That shows you're you're not jaded. I like that. Let's just say that what? We'll be back right after these words with Robin's news and, of course, the great George Takei right after all of this.
Can describe Fred Norris as a competitor, because you've been through the gamut on Jeopardy.
Tough competitor, man. Like, it's really nerve-wracking watching somebody else play after you, because you got no control anymore, At least on Jeopardy, you're all playing at once. But here, it's like, Fred could kill me here and I could do nothing.
You're just watching that clock and you're waiting.
Just praying.
Right, exactly. What's it like going from a situation where you're dealing with a host, more of a straight-laced host like Alex Trebek, to an interview with a game show mixed into it with Howard Stern? What's this experience been like for you?
I feel like Howard and Trebek have a lot in common. Like, if Trebek retires, I think if Howard wants the job, it's his.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Sure. This is the best of the wrap-up show. A recap and behind-the-scenes look with John High and Gary Dell'Abate. The best of the wrap-up show begins now.
Hey, it's Gary Dell'Abate. On Monday's wrap-up show, we talked about having the game in, what a great guest he was, how pissed off my son was that he couldn't come in to meet him, how the game told me I fucked up by not letting him come in to meet him, and then people took a bunch of calls and said, why is a white kid from Connecticut acting so black? All on the wrap-up show.
Gary, I know Lucas was just hounding him to come in so he can meet the game, and Gary said no, and like any other teenage kid, if you have them, they'll keep asking and asking and asking, thinking that eventually you'll wear down. And Gary, like me, is a pretty nice dad and will try and do all they can for your kid. But at a certain point, you got to say no, and Gary did, and got to hear about it when the game came in.
It was, was a topic of a conversation. First of all, I've told Lucas, there's two people that if they ever come on, he can come in, which is Eminem and Jay-Z. He wrote book reports on Jay-Z. So, but even that, it depends on what's going on. So it was a school day. I have a long day here today. If I'd have brought him in, he's done. Now what am I going to do with him the rest of the day while I'm going to lunches and having meetings and stuff like that? But the answer was no, and I'm telling you, John, I had this conversation with him no fewer than 7 times from Thursday to Sunday. And so yesterday while I was on the elliptical, he came to me, and I snapped at him. I was like, dude, when does this end? I go, no is no. You've asked me 7 times. Stop it already.
Did he stop?
He harumphed out of the room. And then he went upstairs and he told Mary that I was a dick. Or something like that. That I was being a dick.
Hey, Mom, Dad's being a dick?
Something like that. Dad's being a jerk.
Now, do you feel bad after today, considering the way it went down?
No. Here's 3 unknowns. Well, here's 3 things. First of all, I didn't want to take him out of school. Second of all, like I said, I had this full day. But most importantly, I don't know the game. I've never met him. I don't know whether this is something he's amenable to or he might be annoyed by. Howard's very protective of his guests. You don't let people come up and take pictures. Now, I could have called Howard over the weekend and said, hey, Lucas is really into it. And I know that Howard could have worked it into a bit. Like, hey, I got a kid here who's a big fan, to bring him in. But I just didn't think this was the right day to do it because I didn't know the guy that well. And I also, like I said, he needed to be at school.
Were you surprised Howard even brought it up?
I was shocked. I mentioned it to Howard in passing this morning for like a second. And Howard brought it up. And then, I mean, it was funny enough that the game was like, you fucked up, Gary, you fucked up. But the best part was at the end of the interview, he goes, shout out to Lucas.
Now, that's going to make Lucas's year, I'm assuming,
oh, my
right?
God, yeah. I mean, he's going to freak out.
So are you now the good dad because this happened, or are you still...
Yeah, but like what I was saying on the air, it was like, okay, I know I can't come in. I'll call and speak to him in the green room. I'm like, says who? Then he's like, I'll give you a note. You'll give it to him. I'm like, you know, says who? You're making this shit up. He's like, okay, tell him I said hello. So I go, okay, I'll tell him you said hello. And he goes, you're not going to tell him. I go, no, I'm not going to tell him.
Josh, you're on the wrap-up show.
Yeah, hey now.
Hey now.
Yeah, Gary, I think you absolutely did the right thing. You know, it probably would have been okay, but who knows? You could have opened up the door for Howard to spend the next hour berating you. You know what I mean?
Well, I would have never, I would have never brought my son in without talking to Howard about it, and I would have said, I mean, it's happened in the past. I think one of my favorite ones ever was Scott's son, who's, what is he, like 30 years old now? He was a big fan of the Mutant Ninja Turtles. Do you remember this one, John?
Yes, but you should tell
it was Corey Feldman was on, and he said, oh, it would be great if one of the Ninja Turtles would call my son. So they call Scott's son, and one of the Ninja Turtles go like, have you ever seen your dad naked? But we've had times where people have brought their kids in, if you ask, because Howard has a great way of working it into the bit. It's funny that a 15-year-old white kid from the suburbs is a huge fan of this stuff.
But you feel awkward asking, and you should feel awkward asking. I mean, they're here to talk to Howard, not to talk to you or your kid.
Right.
So it's a weird sort of circumstance, but the game I thought was a really good guess.
Holy crap. I mean, I looked at the notes on him, and we got pitched him, and I said to Will, I don't know much about this guy. So Will comes back to me, and he goes, just on these preliminary notes, you know, we got to have him on. So Will's full notes were, you know, murders and drugs and gangs and everything. But when he talked about what it's like to get shot, I knew he had Howard. Yeah. Howard loves that stuff.
Well, he was a fantastic guest. He was very honest. He was very blunt about a bunch of different things. But not just the game, but when rappers come in, they have this level of respect for Howard that you can sense.
I was talking to the woman from the record company. You know, Howard has... The reason why I think rappers love Howard, and most rappers do, is because Howard's seen as an outlaw. And I think they see themselves sometimes as outlaws, you know, working outside of the confines of the music business. And Howard's the ultimate outlaw. Howard's been doing it for 30 years, was doing it when they were kids, telling the FCC to go fuck themselves. You know, that's their perception of Howard.
And the game, no matter what Howard threw at him, he had an answer for it. Whether it was his upbringing, dealing with jail, getting shot, dealing with confrontation. And Robin brought up the point, it seems like you still deal with it the way you did when you were growing up. And he's like, yeah, it works for me. And
right.
And at a certain point, I thought he got a little pissed off at Robin. Did you sense that?
A tiny bit. I also like the whole thing about, hey, are you going to see somebody? Going to see a shrink? It's like, yeah, I did that when I was like 12.
Dan in Cincinnati, you're on the wrap-up show.
Gary, you should be ashamed of yourself for raising a wigger. Did he wear his baseball cap sideways and his pants halfway down his ass?
No, he doesn't do that. But he gets in the car and he says, can I plug my iPod in? And I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to be the good dad. Some days I can't take it. He plugs it in, or he puts on Shade 45 or Hip Hop Nation or any of those stations. And it's like, even my brother was joking around when his son went through it. It's like, how many N-words, fuck yous, and blow me's does this song have?
Yes, Steve Brandano.
Yes, as a former wigger myself, Gary, it's very hard to raise a white kid in the suburbs and not have him go that route.
But what is that? Like my older son, he buzzed right by that.
I don't know, but me and all my friends, for us, it was like Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg, and we loved it and thought we were black and talking about NWA and all that stuff, and I don't know, it's just something that you go through.
I know, and it really is. Like, I try to be the cool dad in the sense, like, I'm not big on language in the sense of I don't want him to use bad language, but I'm not one of those people like, oh, you heard the F word, that's it, it's all over for him. So, we get in the car and it really is like, fuck you, nigga, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, God,
It's got a good beat, though.
On the other hand, he's turned me on to some good music that I would not usually listen to.
Who else around here do you think went through that stage?
Well, we know Sal did.
Yes, Sal may still be in that stage.
Right. He was Cool the Candy Rapper, and he was the head of the Beastie Boys fan club. What was the name of it again? Like Ultimate Beast?
Beastie, not Beastie Nation. Was it Beastie Nation? Oh, Sal, tell us. John Lieberman?
Probably. Teddy. I would think Teddy would be.
I swear I was not. No.
Never?
I told you, I liked The Chronic. That album was good, but my parents wouldn't. My father would literally hit me if I listened.
I believe Will Murray.
Yeah, somebody told me Will Murray. That is a shocker,
right, Ted?
Will gets down with some rap, and JD too. The two of them, they know their rap.
Yeah, JD does. Jason, I know Jason's a big Jay-Z fan now.
Anybody? What about you, John?
No, I never went through that phase. Although I guess I like Run DMC and De La Soul and bands like that, but I never took on the whole persona, I guess. But yeah, I want to hear what those guys have to say. Did Scott Salem ever go through a phase like that, you think?
That music had not been invented when he was a kid.
888.
Scott was a big fan of race music.
Lewis, you're on the
78.
You're on the wrap-up show. Hey, Lewis.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I was just wanted to congratulate, Gary on not letting his kid, going in there with the game and all that shit. Because, I'm getting tired of all these little white kids listening to this rap music and thinking they're gangsters out here, I live in the South, and we got an epidemic of these kids, out here thinking they're black, trying to pretend they're from the hood. And it's like, dude, you live in a rich area, and then you act like an asshole out here. They're going to get shot, They're going to get shot when they meet real dudes that don't play around. And it's a good thing that Gary doesn't push that. On top of that, y'all need to stay away from that, teaching that Eminem is like the king of rap, because he's totally lame. He cries about his mom on his records. That's fucking lame. And this whole epidemic of white kids thinking that he's the best rapper is even worse too. So, and another thing, just a quick thing, as far as that Mexican singer that died, I wonder if this is going to affect Howard's thoughts on traveling. Because that girl actually died traveling to host the show, The Voice, the Mexican version of The Voice. And she was actually going to film that. That's why, and they told her not to go. I think there was bad weather, and she flew over there, and that's how she died. So I'm curious to find out if that's going to affect Howard and his whole AGT things and traveling and shit.
So Lewis brings up two topics.
I'm not even talking about the second topic.
Yeah, the second one I don't think we're going to broach. But the first one, are you concerned that you're not raising your child right?
No,
based on what Lewis has to say here?
I think I find this like any other kind of music that you're into. It's like a phase that you go through. Like I was into, rock music when I was a kid, but I went through the punk phase. That's how old I am. And so I wasn't a punk, but, you go through that stuff. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal. He's into the music. He goes to school. He's not taking on some crazy lifestyle. He's not wearing colors and carrying a Glock.
Will Murray, Gary found it very surprising that you're into this type of music.
Tell me about it, Will.
No, absolutely. I think, like you guys were saying earlier, every kid goes through it. I think my age and moving up. Yeah, one of the first albums I ever got was 2 Live Crew, Boys in the Hood, Ghetto Boys. NWA.
See? Will's there.
Early Ice Cube before he became an enormous pussy. Wu-Tang Clan, all those guys. I grew up with all the, those are what we all listened to.
My nephew went through this phase, and I remember he lived down in Texas, and he wanted to go to the Wu-Tang Clan store, which was on Staten Island. I remember my father taking him there. My father goes, it was like in the worst neighborhood. And they went to the Wu-Tang Clan store so he could buy Wu-Tang jackets and shirts and shit.
I wonder who is into it the most, though. Would it be Sal? Lieberman?
I would like to know what Lieberman, I know he rapped when he was younger, but I would love to know his influences and what got him there.
Robert in Denver, you're on the wrap-up show.
Hey, Gary, there's nothing wrong. You're doing nothing wrong with Lucas. He's going to be perfectly fine when he grows up. I just think people blow this out of proportion. I even hate the term wigger. I'm a black guy in Denver. I listen to rock music, am I a white guy? It's just music. The thing is, nowadays, rap is rock and roll. They're the rock stars like The Who and all them were back in the day. So the kids gravitate to what's cool, and what's cool is rap music. You may not like all the lyrics, but it's amazing to me that people listen to it and don't worry about, well, why are they so angry? And try to look into that aspect. They just think it's a whole bunch of angry black people for no reason. I think you're doing a great thing. I think actually you did a great thing not bringing them to the studio. To me, even though I'm a big fan myself.
Well, thank you, Robert. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with letting somebody listen to music. You know, it's probably the way people are like, you shouldn't let them listen to that, or probably the same people who said you shouldn't let your kids listen to Elvis.
Well, if you told him not to listen to it, he'd listen to it anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
and by the way, they have more tools to listen to it now.
Yes.
You know, they got the iPhone and their computer. I mean, back in the day when you said don't listen to Elvis, I guess you had to go under your covers and crank up the record player or something.
Well, Murray, the game delivered, huh?
He was awesome. Yeah, very honest and angry dude, and it was great.
Hi, this is Jason, and on Tuesday's wrap-up show, we got into the fact that Sirius and Ross Zapin did not allow Fred to take his daughter to the One Direction concert here. Howard was livid, said heads would roll and people would pay, and I kept the fires flaming on the wrap-up show. Check it out.
Early in the show, Howard spent a lot of time yelling about Fred not being able to have his kids see One Direction.
We were still talking about that. That's why I was late. We were still talking about that after the show ended.
Oh, Howard's still fired up?
Well, because word had gotten back to Howard that somebody that works here was yelling at me in my office, and I explained that he wasn't yelling at me, that he was just passionate about the conversation, that there's two sides to both stories. And then somebody goes, well, all I know is the door was closed and I heard yelling. And so it's just like it's turning into, I'm in the middle of this thing. And the person that I'm dealing with, I keep saying it's really not about you. You're because he doesn't get to make that decision. But somebody here is taking it very personally.
Why would that person take it so personally?
Because they run a lot of the events here, but I don't think they get the final say on who gets to. Howard and I were talking that there is a lot that goes on here that's very behind the velvet ropes. Like you can't come to this, you can't come to that, and. There's a lot of stuff that goes on times where some people are excluded. And this person was trying to explain to me that, hey, when you have a person of Oprah's caliber or like the mania that's going on with One Direction, which will be over in 6 months, that everybody wants to come. And so it's hard to accommodate everybody.
Is it the situation where the person you're talking about feels like they're doing all they can, but their hands are really tied in this situation? Or are they sort of defending this is the reason why?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
A little bit of both. But also, like, hey, I put on the event and it's unfair to me because I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do.
Well, I don't know, but Howard was really pissed.
And he's still pissed.
I know. Well, this morning when we were in there, the second he heard about it, you knew it was going to be,
I was bummed because it came up on the wrap-up show or something when I played in the clip, and then Howard got fired up. And I have that 20 minutes, and if he's going to be spending 4 minutes pissed off, then it throws me off track.
Yeah.
But I got to let him have his emotions.
But, I mean, his argument comes more from there are a lot of people who work very hard here on the talent side of things. And when it comes to this type of stuff, the corporate side of things gets rewarded versus, if you keep your talent happy, everybody's going to benefit.
I agree with him to some extent. I agree with him on that. That, I don't know. It's always sort of, I feel now more than ever, there's two worlds. There's the Howard Stern show and the rest is Sirius.
Mm-hmm.
But, listen, we do have a compound that's key carded that no one else can get into unless we say so.
That's true. But there's the relationship. Well, I don't know. It's
deteriorated.
Yeah.
The relationship is deteriorated. It really is, we're an island now. And I think Howard's feeling that and not happy about it.
Hello, Ralph Sorella.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Hey now. I think that whole thing with New Direction and
One
Fred,
Direction.
not One Direction, whatever. Like, thank God I don't know. When I heard that Friday, because we were there, and it was like presidential lockdown, God, it was ridiculous. It's such a slap in the face to Howard. I mean, because it's really, that's what it all boils down to, because you say no to Fred, you say no to Howard. Fred is just as responsible for the success of the Howard Stern show as Howard in a lot of ways, and how insulting. I was shocked when I heard it Friday. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like,
wow. You should have heard Ross Zapin defending it this morning. He thinks it's the greatest move in the world. Oh, you don't know how much stuff Fred asked for. Yeah, Ross, we know what side you're on.
But there's a lot of, listen, I want to get started with Ross, but there's a lot of people there who forget that they might not have a job if the Howard Stern show didn't come to Sirius. What was it, 600,000? Gary, how many subscribers?
400,000.
You think One Direction is going to come to a radio station with 400,000 listeners? I don't think so.
But you're right, Ralph. Howard
knocking out XM, and then, it's a lot of ego involved, and, like you said, it is an island now. But, boy, what a shame. I mean, people take a step back and realize, how can you insult Fred like that?
It wasn't an insult to Fred.
You're right,
You don't know.
Ralph. I think your assessment is right. It's as much as it hurts Fred, it's a slap in the face to Howard, and that's certainly how Howard's taking it, and he's going to push back on it, rightfully so.
And Ralph's right. It's the sort of the bigger shame is, you know, we all arrived with such promise, and I remember like our first days here, and that's all gone. It's all sort of dissipated.
Well, it's completely gone. But I also felt bad for Fred on a personal level of him having to say no to his daughter. It's like, you know, this is a cool thing that he should be able to do for his daughter, being in the media, and this is coming in, and it's like, and he has to say no to her, and that must have just been a horrible thing as a father to. I don't even have kids, and I can relate to that.
I said this years ago when I first had my kids. You know, I remember I used to spend my whole life scrambling to get great Bruce Springsteen seats, and then when your kids are born, you're scrambling to get in the purple circle at the Barney concert because it just means so much to them. And you want to do the best for your kids.
Those Barney tickets were tough.
They were fucking tough to get.
You know, to give you the other side of the serious coin, it's funny when this stuff doesn't work out. Like when Paul McCartney or One Direction does something, like they send out memos, you can't come to this, blah, blah, blah. Don't even ask. And then I remember they had a Toby Keith concert a couple years ago, and they sent out a similar memo like that. And then the afternoon of the concert, I got frantic phone calls from several people here at Sirius begging me to come and bring whoever I want to the concert because they couldn't fill seats. I was like, yeah, now you need me.
Gary, do you think this can be bridged in some way? Do you think it can be repaired, or are we on a road that you've been down before?
This road.
That's a question he knows the answer to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this road is, we're like in the Indianapolis 500 at full fucking speed. There's no turning back. And I mean, if you could read between the lines, it's about Fred and his daughter, and it's about so much more than that.
This road is like True Lies. Remember when they're crossing that giant bridge and the plane comes down to shoot at and completely destroy it?
Who makes $23 million? Howard threw that number out there today.
About who?
I don't know. He just said, hey, you're making $23 million a year, and you can't let Fred come into the One Direction.
I don't know.
Is that Ross?
No.
All right. Thanks, Ralphie.
On Wednesday's wrap-up show, all the talk was about Scott Salem. Scott declares that there is no black cloud. Full 300. People remembered his birthday. Things are looking up for Scott, which means it'll turn very quickly. Here's how the conversation went.
Scott the engineer bowled to 300.
You know, there was a funny thing going on around here. He put it up on this website that we use internally, Moldred, and somebody made the point, let's just ignore it. And so we all sort of were.
And it was going to be ignored until Lieberman went in with the news story.
But it's a huge deal.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Scott. And Howard offered to buy that gold ring for him.
Which is how much? $1,200?
$1,200. And I don't think Scott was fishing for that.
He wasn't.
But he didn't exactly refuse it when it was offered to him.
You got to give the obligatory, no, that's too nice.
Did he give the obligatory?
No. He goes, Howard goes, I'm going to buy it for you. He goes, that's awesome. Thank you.
Scott Salem, what do you want? I saw you run down here. Congratulations on your 300, which was being ignored by everyone, but it was actually came up today.
That's all right.
Now, did you not refuse the ring when Howard offered to buy it, or did you say thank you and accepted his offer?
I said thank you, and I accepted his offer.
So you didn't even give the no. You didn't even fake taking out the wallet.
No faking.
Oh my God, Howard, that's too much.
No, I really appreciate it.
That is awesome. That's really awesome of him to do that. And it's awesome to have the ring. I know it's bowling. It's not like a cotton bowl ring, but still, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
It's everything to Scott. I mean, he spent so much time bowling. He's gotten really, I'm sure he's come close before. But to get that last, that 10th frame and hit all those 3 strikes, that's a pretty big deal. Major accomplishment. Congratulations, Scott.
Thank you. That's awesome. I mean, it's really, it's great. Now that, it never happened in league, so I'm really like, I'm still in shock.
Yeah, it's amazing. I was telling John I used to bowl a lot when I was a kid, and when I was 15 years old, I bowled 8 strikes to start a game. And when I got to the 9th frame, the entire alley had come to a halt, and it must have been 150 people behind me watching. My legs were weak. I mean, that's a lot of pressure, man.
Did you get any lucky breaks, or did you have it the whole way?
I got one on the 11th. It was. Like I said, it was kind of like an iffy ball, but I got a lucky break. The other 11 were perfect.
Do you feel 12? Isn't it 12?
It's 12, but
right.
I threw 11 perfect ones.
Now, do you feel like happy birthday, by the way?
Thank you.
Do you feel like things may be turning around, that the black cloud is drifting away? And
there it goes.
Sunnier skies loom.
Yeah, I mean, I never really felt that there was a black cloud, but things are looking very good now.
Well, that's not true. You came in and said you talked about something that happened with your mother and your family, and you said that your mother told you there was a black cloud.
I said my mother told me, but that doesn't mean that I believe that it would happen to me. I mean, she said it was over the family.
So you've never subscribed to the theory that your life's under a black cloud?
No, I don't. I really don't. I have a great family. I have a great job. Bad things happen in everybody's life. Did they happen to me more? I don't think so.
I think this is what I think. I think Scott's right. Where in the grand scheme of things, he doesn't have a black cloud because he's got a job and a family and everything like that. I just feel like good things and lucky things don't happen to Scott often, or as often as they do to other people.
Did everyone forget your birthday?
No, not really. No one forgot it.
Wow, things are turning for you. I'm happy for you.
Howard
really.
walked in and he remembered. Even the first thing he said was happy birthday.
12.
Well, yeah. And 60 years old.
Oh, you're 60?
60, yeah.
Big 6-0. And a perfect game. But wow, things are looking up.
I know.
You're only 60. You got a ton of time.
I can bowl now in
the
the senior tournaments in the next bracket, so it makes it easier.
Are you going to bowl in this upcoming tournament?
I would love to bowl, and if we can work out the schedule again like we did last year. I don't know what our show schedule is yet.
We don't have our show schedule, but I got to back it up for a second. You're 60?
Yeah.
When I met Scott, he had a baby.
My baby's 27 years old now.
When I met Scott had been out of work for a year, had worked at like WPLJ, WABC, was happy to be working and had a baby. That I thought that was a young person.
How long have you worked on the show for, Gar?
A long time.
Yeah.
But I know, but I don't look at it that way. I know.
I understand. It's all relative.
My son was born on the same day I found out that I got the job here in the show. So yeah, I mean that was good luck.
No, I can't believe that.
It's a long time.
I really can't believe that Scott's 60. So you're older than Robin, right?
No, Did
she just turn 60?
She just turned 60 also. We were born the same year.
I'm working with all these old fuckers.
Ronnie, I see you over there. Early in this show, Gary and I were asking Scott, why didn't he say when Howard offered to get him the ring, he just took it? Like he didn't say, nah, it's okay. I'll, do you think, did Scott do the right thing there?
I don't know.
No.
I started to sound like JD.
It was a gift. I thought it was very gracious.
Yeah, I thought it was nice of him, but Scott will jump at anything for free.
No,
I'm seeing a bunch of people on the phone that's saying that you can get your 300 ring for free, and then there's a more expensive one.
I said that you can get. They give you a really cheap one for free, and there are different levels that you can upgrade to. And the gold,
$1,200.
The gold one is the best one you can get. Is John Lieberman said it was 12. I thought it was like 1,000. I don't even know what it cost really.
Gold is so tacky. They make like a white gold, or
they make
titanium or something.
Yeah, they make I was trying to find out what they make. Actually, they make a lot of them, so you probably couldn't order a white gold.
John, I was thinking World Series, Super Bowl, definitely. I mean, the 300 ring I think is a cool thing to have, but would you wear it?
If I was Scott, I would. I mean, he prides himself on his bowling. It means so much to him, and I think it shows the other bowlers that, he accomplished something that nobody else. Although, maybe it's like wearing your gold medal after you win an Olympic event.
No. Listen to me. I've seen Scott walking into that bowling alley, some bad music playing, the ring just glistening off the fluorescent lights. He's going to be the king of the bowling alley.
I said
nobody, nobody that I know that I bowl with who has a 300 ring wears it.
Right.
Howard said you have to wear it, I think, right?
Now he said I have to wear it.
Yeah.
That's part of the deal.
That's the deal, man.
I thanked him after the show. I thanked him very much.
I would get titanium, though, if I was you. Not gold.
Titanium.
But you know what's going to happen, John? It's even Will get sucked in. Like, we'll go to a party, and he'll be wearing it, and we'll be like, can I see your ring? Because you just want to see it.
Sure. Have you asked other people? Have you seen their ring at all, Scott?
Is it big, like a Super Bowl ring?
Get old. I'm telling you, there's like 100 different variations. You can create your own 300 ring.
Well, how do they know? Otis has got a shitload of them. He's got like 9 of them.
Yeah.
But I've never seen him wear one once.
Jason's right. How do you prove that you got the 300?
Yeah, what do you have to send in your score?
Could I get a 300 ring?
Can I?
I bowled it in a league, so it's recorded score by the league in a USBC, United States Bowling Congress sanctioned league. That's how you get it.
So if I went on this website, they would not sell me a ring.
They probably wouldn't sell you the ring.
I disagree. I think
guys, this year I said I wasn't going to get Christmas presents for everybody, but now I am. Everybody
some rings.
Everybody bowled a 300.
Yeah, I don't believe because you have to fill out paperwork. They have to actually document the serial number of the bowling ball.
What?
Yeah. to make sure it was legal in
bowling balls have serial numbers?
Every one of them.
What?
When I bowled
my whole
every
life.
one of them have a serial number.
You're kidding.
No.
They're all zero.
You can be disqualified if the wrong serial
Yeah,
number
actually,
is
when I
reported?
bowled in a PBA tournament last year, I brought one ball that wasn't didn't meet standards. They wouldn't let me use it.
Wow.
Even though it was made by a reputable company,
Was it corked?
It wasn't a registered bowling ball.
Who knew?
It has to, all
And
the,
they check?
Is there anything
They do
low?
check.
Is there
Wow.
anything lower than cheating at bowling?
No.
Morning, Tiki. How are you today?
Other than a tad bit sleepy.
Are you nervous at all?
No. Should I be?
Well, I was going to ask you faced defensive linemen, linebackers.
How tall is Howard?
Stern? 6'5".
That might be a tad bit intimidating. How big is he?
He's pretty skinny, man.
Okay, then I can take him.
Good luck today, man.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
All right, here comes Tiki Barber. Tiki's got a new business he's promoting.
Do you know Tiki Barber? Do you know who he was?
Yeah,
Or
I know.
is?
Listen, what do I know about football? But I'll talk to Tiki. He'll inform me. How you doing, Tiki? Good to see
And he
you.
has a twin brother, I think.
Tiki's
Did
got
you
a
know
brother. I don't know that much about football, Tiki. I'm kind of a girl, but no offense.
Robin's right. I do have a twin brother.
Rondé.
He's still playing, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing all right.
Identical twin. Two good-looking guys.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Coming from you, I think that's a compliment.
Nothing sadder when you see a twin and it's two ugly dudes, It's like, when they
Oh,
meet
wait
two
a
of those.
minute.
Yeah, well,
You know what I saw the other day, and I said, now this is a real shame. Ashton Kutcher has a twin brother.
Yeah.
Why did I not know that? Identical
He
twin,
must
or
be
is he
hiding
fraternal?
it. He's fraternal.
Oh, that's
and
why.
Ashton got the looks.
Are you fraternal?
No, we're identical.
Identical.
Yeah, we're what we call the freaks of twins, because fraternal twins happen pretty frequently, but identical twins, the zygote has to split, which is a genetic kind of defect. So if identical twins happen, something kind of went wrong, but obviously very right.
Did you hate being a twin?
No, I loved it.
In a sense, though, it's so I can't imagine having a twin. It's hard to form your own identity, and you're both football players. It's sort of annoying if you want to sort of carve your own life.
But the good thing about us being twins is that when we were young, we were very shy. So if I didn't know you, I wouldn't look at you, much less talk to you. So I had somebody
Really?
there to insulate me. So we had this. My mom used to tell us that we have this little twin speak, and it was really not twin speak. We were just mumbling because we knew each other's mannerisms, so we knew what we were saying, even though we weren't speaking anything audible.
Where'd
but it
you
kept us
grow up?
comfortable. Roanoke, Virginia, Southwest Virginia. My mom and dad were both Hokies at Virginia Tech. My dad was a football star there. They got divorced when we were about 2, and my mom raised me.
And your
down
dad
in
took
Virginia.
off, right? Same old
He
story.
did. It was in the late 70s. Those things that were going on around those times. My mom said, "I don't want that around my kids," and so he was out of our lives.
He was into drugs?
Drugs, alcohol, all that stuff. And so my mom kicked him out, basically, and we didn't see him again for, 10 years, 12 years.
You pissed off at him?
Not really. More indifferent. And even to this day, we don't really have a relationship with him because he wasn't there during the formative years of our lives.
What's he doing now?
Did he show up at some
Interestingly,
point?
he
Yeah.
did. He showed up once when we were
let me
seventh
guess, when
grade.
you were famous and making millions.
No. My last collegiate game was against Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
And obviously his alma mater, and he showed up there, and it was a awkward interaction because I didn't know what to say to him. Right, I know there's some relationship and connection that needs to be made, but I didn't know what to say to him. So fast forward, he got his life together. He got remarried, and he went to Oral Roberts University, and now he's an ordained minister.
But doesn't that make you angrier? Like in the sense that you got it together, and then you come
he tried. No, he tried to reach out. He tried. He came to a couple games because he's in Oklahoma. He came to the game we played in Dallas. I met my half brother. But
I bet he doesn't play football that
He actually did.
He did?
He did.
Was he a professional?
No. He was actually pretty good
So
in
he
high
kinda
school,
sucked.
but he blew his knee out, I think, his senior year, so he didn't make it. But they both went off to college, my half-brother, my half-sister.
Did you ever turn to your dad and go, "Hey, man, you really fucking blew it. You should have stayed with us."
Yeah, right?
Yeah, we're way better. We went pro.
My mom's doing all right now.
Were you the greatest running back that ever lived?
Hell no. You
No?
crazy?
Are you or
no?
not?
Not at all. You know what? I came into the NFL at a time when running backs needed to do everything. So they had to carry the ball between the tackles. They had to be able to catch the ball out of the backfield. They had to be smart enough to stay on the field on third downs and protect your quarterback. And it was pioneered by Marshall Faulk. That era lasted about 10 years.
Teach me something, though. I think the running back's the dude who offensively has to run through all those other dudes.
Yeah, you do. You do. But the game changed, right? So Marshall Faulk came into the league. He was this dynamic, super fast, athletic, but highly intelligent player who didn't have to leave the field. And with Peyton Manning in Indianapolis before he went to St. Louis, he was the second field general. He changed the nature of the position. I came into the league right on the heels of that. So it fit my style. I was smart enough. I was fast enough. I was tough enough to run between the tackles. But what quickly happened after I retired is that you started using 2 or 3 guys to fill that one role, and it's kind of changed the game a little bit because I think it's a competitive disadvantage.
Does it piss you off that when you were playing for the Giants, they never won?
We had some good seasons. We went to 1 Super Bowl.
Right, but then when you leave, they win.
Well, you know what? It's time for everybody. I was having this conversation with someone about Pacquiao, and he got knocked the hell out couple days ago. Yeah. And Freddie Roach was saying everybody knows, right? An athlete, you look great. On field, you're still putting up great seasons. In the ring, you're still, you look fantastic. Your body's in great shape. But right? You know that you've missed that step, or if you've lost that step, and it's going to fall off the cliff pretty quickly. That happened.
Well, that
to me.
was the question about you, because did you retire too early? That's what a lot of people ask.
Fans think you retired too early.
From a fan perspective, probably, because I could have given you a couple of 1,400-yard seasons, and continue to get beat up and get more concussion or whatever. I could have kept doing it.
But the rumor was,
but I was done.
The rumor was
physically and mentally
that your ex-wife had put a lot of pressure on you to quit.
No, not at all. It had nothing to do with my ex-wife. It had everything to do with, honestly, Howard, being in New York. I didn't see you here a lot, but I was doing media for 10 years. I was right down the hallway doing Sirius with my brother, and I took a trip to Israel because I met Shimon Peres, who's a former premier. I had lunch at the State Department with Condoleezza Rice. So all these other things
were going
and they were becoming more interesting to me.
Yeah.
And so I lost a passion to do what I was, made a professional career out of, because I was getting beat up. I couldn't go home and play with my kids because my knees were hurting and my body was aching. And so I said, I got all these other opportunities. Let me do that. And to be perfectly honest, I didn't think we were close as a team to winning a Super Bowl.
So when you,
and then a year later,
boom, it happened.
Because you're right. Don't you think your position as a football player is the second most important position on the team next to the quarterback? And I mean, you're going to get your ass slammed.
In a sense, yes.
Yeah.
In a sense, because you can either take pressure off a quarterback or put a lot of pressure on him. And if you're smart enough and you're strong enough and you're tough enough, you give your offense a competitive advantage by being able to do everything. And that's what I mean. They've mixed up the offenses now where there's 2 or 3 guys. I think it gives defenses a hint on what's happening.
I can't imagine what it's like getting hit by that.
You're talking about, and the guys are bigger.
It's unbelievable.
Bigger, stronger, they're faster.
When you say your knees hurt, are your knees now better, or do you still wake up with that? I
have bone spurs in my right knee. At some point, I'm probably going to need a reconstruction, but I'm keeping it together. I'm still in good shape. I'm working out
pretty
regularly. Every now and then. So I played a flag football game last weekend with some folks, and we booked this through my new company, which we'll get to later.
We will get to, yeah.
But they were serious football players. So at this point in my life, I'm just an average weekend warrior. Right. So these guys were wearing me out, running down the field. And I woke up yesterday morning, and my knees were killing me.
Yeah.
My hamstrings were killing me. And, I think to myself, if I had kept playing, would I even been able to do that? Probably not.
So would you say to a guy in the NFL right now, hey, dude, use your head. Get the fuck out of here before you're crippled.
Well,
what do you say to your brother?
Well, my brother doesn't get hit anymore. He plays safety and defensive back, and it's his 16 years in the NFL are a testament, one, to his resiliency, but two, he's smart. So he used to lead the team in tackles, right? He used to be, I'm the little guy, but I'm going to go in there and make 100 tackles a year. Now he's said, you know what, I'm going to be smart about this. Playing for a long time is much more important. But I would tell guys, especially to think. Right? Think about your life down the line, and especially given the brutal nature of the NFL and some of these issues that are starting to come to light.
Concussions and guys with Alzheimer's and dying,
the NFL has an existential problem in some ways, because if at some point we start saying X percent, whether that be 5, 10, 15, or 20% of former football players are dying unnaturally because of their time in the NFL, they've opened themselves up to a massive class action suit, but also the viability of the game is going to diminish because you as a father or you, Robin, as a mother, are not going to let your kid play football.
Right.
And so the best athletes aren't going to be playing the game. And so something needs to be done. I don't have a clue what it is, but it's starting to get troublesome. And
I was going to say it's already happening.
Well, it's happening, and it is evidenced by Javon Belcher, which we saw.
Right.
Some of these things compound. So we don't know anything about his mental state. We don't know if he had mental illnesses. We don't know if his concussion from a couple weeks earlier had any effect. But we do know that he was self-medicating. Right. That he was taking whatever it was, and he was abusing alcohol.
Right.
He slept in his car, for Christ's sakes, the morning that he got up and killed his girlfriend, Cassandra Perkins. So there's something wrong there that the NFL doesn't quite have a grasp on. And then it's, you get 1 week later and we have the kid in Dallas who's drunk driving and kills his teammates. So there's something going on
so
that
what
the
is
NFL
it big,
has to get their hands on.
The business is so big and it's such a popular sport that everyone's just got to hide their head in the sand and just say, let's hope this goes away.
Well, here's the real thing. And the NFL, the NBA, sports in general, teams in specific are really just microcosms of the world. Right? There's going to be guys that have mental problems. They're going to walk into someplace and shoot somebody. There's going to be domestic abuse. There's going to be idiots that get behind the wheel after they've been drinking everywhere. But when it happens to a professional sports figure or just a professional, someone who has fans and the media pays attention
it's highlighted.
It's highlighted. It's going to get blown up. So unfortunately, all this stuff is kind of happening right on top of each other. And I think it's a wake-up call for the league and for all leagues in general, but more importantly for the players in the leagues. Right? Everything that you do, someone's watching.
I feel like the players are sort of saps. They don't see themselves as entertainers.
Well, they see themselves. Yeah.
And they don't go ahead and really hold the NFL to the. You guys should be able to make as much money as you can. Absolutely. You're entertainers. You're giving your knees. You're giving your bodies. You're the guys making the money in this NFL. You should be anyway. But the owners are really keeping an unusually large piece of the pie, and they should pony up and help the players.
And the good thing in the NFL, which is not true for the other major professional leagues, is that we have a pretty good pension, post-retirement benefits, which you need because at some point as an athlete, you go through this stage of arrested development, may it be 15 or 16.
Do all the guys get that?
No. Well, yeah.
They get this pension?
If you become a vested veteran, that means you play
and how
3
long
games
does that take?
3 years and 3 games. So which is often why you see a guy who's on the verge, he'll get cut. Because the team doesn't want to be responsible for that pension, and it's so easy to bring in another guy, a rookie or a free agent or whoever it may be. But as I was saying, there's an arrested development point. It's either 15 or 16 or 17 where you start getting coddled. Right. You stop developing being a grown up. So how to pay your bills, how to take care of insurance, how to do these things that the average person in the world has to figure out.
And the players should get some sort of education because they will embarrass the league if they don't.
Howard, they do. And to the NFL's credit, to every team's credit, they do get that education. The problem is you just don't listen. Right? You think you're invincible.
You know it all.
You get behind the wheel of a car and you drive drunk because you know what? Nothing's going to happen to me. I get in an airplane.
It'll be taken care of.
Exactly.
And here's a guy's wealthy enough they could hire someone to drive him home from a bar or a party, right?
They should.
Yeah, they don't.
And there's entrepreneurs all over the world, especially in the world of professional sports.
Right.
There are businesses that have popped up to do just that.
Right.
And it doesn't cost that much.
Right.
All right. It's $1,000 to have someone drive you around, an ex-police officer or even a current police officer,
and keep you out of trouble.
Keep you out of trouble to make sure that you don't get in that fight, that you don't walk around with a handgun, that you don't get behind the wheel of a car, that you don't do something stupid.
Is the problem that the career comes so easily to guys who are really superior athletes?
It feels easy.
It feels easy, and you don't. And then when it's gone, you realize, my God, I could have played this a whole different way.
You're right. It feels easy because you were given a God-given gift.
Yeah, but here, like
that works through that gets enhanced through unbelievable hard work.
Right.
And that hard work is fun. Right, but if to the layperson, if Joe from down the street tried to do what I did or any of these guys did to get ready, he would crap out and.
What are the odds of a guy making it into the professionals? Because how many guys did you know in college who were great players who weren't good enough to make it in the pros?
A lot, half of my team.
Isn't that insane?
3/4 of my team, and even the ones that did make it, only 10 10% lasted.
Are those guys the saddest stories in football? The ones who get as far as college, they're really good.
No,
but they're
actually,
not?
Howard, those are the best guys.
Why? Because they get out. Are they prepared?
Because they've learned all the principles of hard work, right? Of teamwork, of dedication, of busting your ass. But now you're not doing it professional, and so now you walk a corporate ladder. Right? You get in a corporate ladder, you have all these things that you've learned in an accelerated form because you played a sport, and it sets you ahead above your other peer who might not have that.
A lot
that
of companies
mentality.
want to hire a jock because all men look up to them, and they're either excellent salespeople or business leaders, right?
You're telling stories that you can't, you're given an experience that you can't get anywhere else. I played in the Rose Bowl, or I played in the national championship.
A lot of companies will hire a guy who's had a great sports career because, hey, you know what? This guy, everyone wants to hang with him. We take him out and we have
think
parties.
About it. A lot of companies they're just commodities, right? You could choose one company or the other. So you want to take the one that you like the best,
most
right?
fun, yeah.
Most fun. This guy is going to, he has access to tickets to, the Jets game or the Giants game, or he can speak to this or that and the other. He differentiates himself. So that's why athletes who don't make it actually have a leg up on their peers.
As a New York Giant, you had a lot of goodwill in the sense that, hey, you're a great player, people love you, this and that. So when you retire, you become critical of Eli Manning. You know, you're an honest guy. You said, screw it. I'm going to talk about what you felt that Eli wasn't playing up to snuff.
It wasn't even about him playing up to snuff because he was gradually and almost exponentially getting better every year after year after year.
But you were frustrated with him. Because,
of course I was. Yeah. Of course because I was 31 years old and at the end of my career, and we were starting Kurt Warner, who was leading us on a great season, Eli's first year, and then we replaced him. And all of a sudden, now at 28, 29, I'm starting over with a rookie quarterback who's we know he's going to get there, because he has the pedigree, but I'm going to miss it. Right. And I kind of felt I was going to miss it. So here's what happens. So I leave the game, obviously, as we talked to and alluded to earlier. I get right into media, going to work for the Today Show and Football Night in America. My very first show, and it was a preseason show of most people did not even see it. I guarantee you, 95% of the people who say, "Oh, fuck Tiki," he's whatever, did not even see what I said or heard what I said. 2 days go by. Whatever. It was a stupid comment. I was trying.
What was the comment you made?
I was saying that Eli's leadership skill is because the way he talks and the way his manner is, it's funny, right? It's not. I'm not
He's
saying
awkward and
I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. It's entertaining, right? I mean, we shoot basketball in the with our tape balls after we did our ankles, and we try to shoot it into the trash can. And we'd always be rejecting each other and stuff like that. One day I'm shooting at Eli, butt ass naked, comes and just rejects it right in my face. I'm like, what are you doing, Eli? But it was funny, right? But that was how he engaged with folks. And so I said, Eli's leadership, ability it's like comical. I didn't mean it in a bad way, right? I meant it to be funny. It didn't come off that way.
But wasn't there a new...
2 days later, 2 days later, whichever one of these beat brag guys goes to Eli and says, "Tiki said your leadership ability is comical."
Oh, dear.
Right. It was taken out of context.
Taken unbelievably out of context, and he responded to it.
What did he say?
Tiki's made that transition. He's in the media. He doesn't, he's forgotten. Whatever it was. It didn't matter. It created two silos. My silo and Eli's silo.
Did you call him?
I called him the next day.
And did you get a hold of him?
I did not get a hold of him. I called him the next day and said, "Eli, I apologize. That did not come out the way it was supposed to. I did not mean any offense." You never heard any of that. You never will.
So you left that on a voice?
Did you
I left it on a voicemail.
Him?
I saw him subsequently, and we were fine. It became a media storm for a week, 2 weeks, and then they go through the season, the ups and downs of that 2007 season. We all remember it. They were playing horribly at the end of the year, and then they hit that spark.
Right.
They
gelled.
Exactly.
They
played the New England Patriots in the preseason and the regular season, end of the season. They lost, but they hung with them. Right. And it gave them confidence and a belief that they could play with anybody. They carried that through the playoffs and then beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Because the Giant fans booed you at some point.
They still boo me.
Yeah, right. Because they consider you a guy who retired too early. They're mad at you for protecting your body and retiring too early.
Exactly. And I missed the Super Bowl.
And
so the correlation doesn't make sense.
Well, the fan thinks you hurt the team by leaving early, and then the fans were even more elated because you left early, and then they won the Super Bowl without you.
Of course.
So you're
they
the
can
enemy.
They can hold it above me. It's like a Shakespearean play.
Are you hurt by that? Does that affect your life?
Not really.
When you walk around the street, do Giant fans say to you, "Hey, Tiki, fuck off"?
No, actually, Giants fans say, "I appreciate what you did for us." I think time has made them realize, you know what? I was just a great player. And the only thing that ever hurts me is when people are ignorant and say things like, "You sucked," or "You were horrible," or whatever, that diminished what I accomplished as a player and what I did for the New York Giants for 10 years.
Do you think that also when you're a broadcaster and you suddenly have a show to do and you have to make commentary,
you have to
fill up time?
But you know what, Howard?
So
people didn't do it. People didn't do it before I did it, right?